Chapter 433. Twilight Hermit Order. What organization is this? Why have I never heard of it? When Mr. the Hanging Man explained the general knowledge of the various factions to me, he didn't mention anything about it. Audrey was stunned and confused. Then, she realized that the gray fog in front of her had faded, and Mr. Fool's figure had disappeared. Her eyes darted around as she quickly made a guess. This organization, called the Twilight Hermit Order, sounds even more mysterious and unknown than the underground factions like the Aurora Order and the Life School of Thought. It's to the point that even Mr. the Hanging Man, who is knowledgeable and has a close relationship with the Church of the Storm, doesn't know of its existence, and the operation they're plotting is directly aimed at a great noble of the kingdom. One of the most powerful matchmakers in the world, they might be the deepest observers of the Beyonder world. The true controllers who influence the situation in the northern and southern continents. It's no wonder Mr. Fool pays attention to them. The reason why Mr. the Hanging Man's request for help from his adorer was successful wasn't because the promised reward was generous enough, but because Mr. Fool was targeting the Twilight Hermit Order. This organization is as mysterious as us, Tarot. Audrey felt a baffling sense of excitement. This diluted the impact of Duke of Negan's assassination. There aren't many Beyonders who know of the existence of the Twilight Hermit Order, and I'm one of them. And our Tarot is targeting them. Audrey stood up and walked to the full-body mirror. Her chin was slightly raised, forming an abnormally beautiful arc looking at the blue-eyed girl in the mirror. Audrey slowly calmed down. For the first time, she had the urge to raise her sequence because of something other than her interest. Even a Beyonder under strict protection, Duke of Negan would be assassinated, much less Dad, who's just an ordinary person. Although I can tell from a situation in the treasure vault that there are definitely many Beyonders in the family, and the Church of the Goddess will provide additional protection, this still doesn't make me feel at ease. Duke of Negan's guards aren't any worse. All the best, Audrey. Quickly advance to Sequence 7, Sequence 6, and hide in the shadows. Be Dad, Mom, and Brother's last line of defense. The capital of the Roarsted Archipelago, City of Generosity. The Blue Avenger passed by here once again and stopped at the harbor, giving the sailors a chance to indulge and vent. Alger Wilson changed into a robe embroidered with storm patterns and went to the largest church on the island, the Church of Waves. It is classical in style, with extensive use of stone columns and arches, and has a soaring dome and 2 bell towers. In the early days of colonization, the pioneers often did not have the time to build churches, which brought them extremely serious consequences. Surrounded by tribes, jungles, and ancient buildings, even if they had already conquered the area, they would often die mysteriously and without reason, in large numbers. This kind of situation that caused great panic gradually decreased after the churches of the major churches were built, and it became an occasional thing. Standing at the entrance of the church, Alger was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he observed the dark and mysterious atmosphere inside through the narrow window, as well as the warm candlelight that illuminated the area of human activity. A few seconds later, he walked into the prayer hall, clenched his right fist, and hit the left side of his chest. He said to his bishop, "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." The bishop responded with the same posture. Without waiting for Alger to speak, the bishop of the Church of Waves took out a telegram. "You came just in time. The Council of Cardinals has issued an order. Read it before you pray." "What order?" Alger asked casually as he reached out to take it. The bishop said with a solemn expression, "The Council of Cardinals has ordered all mandated punishers and priests to pay attention to the situation related to Hero Bandit Dark Emperor, as well as all matters involving the Tarot ritual." Hero Bandit Dark Emperor? Alger fully expressed his surprise. He already knew that the Dark Emperor was Mr. Fool's blessed. The bishop nodded solemnly. The one who assassinated the Duke of Negan was a Sequence 5 devil, but this devil was killed by Hero Bandit Dark Emperor while escaping. This was the same outcome as Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, who failed to assassinate the Duke. Not only is the appearance the same, but even the essence is the same. The one who killed Zillings is also Mr. Fool's blessed. Another blessed. The one who really wants the Duke of Negan dead is Mr. Fool? No, if it's really him, he would have warned Kalangos previously to be careful of Miss Justice so that his identity wouldn't be exposed on the spot. Mr. Fool is focused on the truth behind the assassination. He's focused on the real murderer? Who, or what organization, could it be that Mr. Fool places so much importance on it? Alger instantly thought of many things and made a preliminary judgment. He looked down at the telegram and realized that the church had set up a special investigation team for the assassination of the Duke of Negan. Every member was an elite of the mandated punishers. Should I apply to join and keep tabs on the situation? Alger was momentarily hesitant. In the end, he decided to follow his original plan and keep a low profile. It was a new day. Klein woke up naturally, got up slowly, washed up, and went downstairs. He wasn't in a hurry to prepare breakfast. Instead, he habitually opened the door, bathed in the mist, and took out the day's newspaper from the mailbox. What is it? Suddenly, he noticed a thick envelope in the newspaper. It wasn't too light. Pinching the surface, the fragrance of the ink on the banknotes flashed in Klein's mind. His spiritual intuition told him that it was a considerable amount of cash. He carefully opened it and pulled out the stack of gold pounds. After counting, he confirmed that there was a total of 1,000 pounds in cash. It's a bounty from the machinery hive mind. Is this what they call a secret reward? Why are they so assured? They're just going to leave it in the mailbox? What if it's stolen? In his joy, Klein couldn't help but grumble. With this money and no longer being secretly protected by the machinery hive mind, he could find vampire Emlyn White and complete the deal from before. After breakfast, Klein immediately put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and went out with a newspaper. On his way to the public carriage stop, he saw his landlord, Mrs. Stellan Sammer, instructing the maid to load the suitcases into the carriage in front of the door. "Good morning, Mrs. Sammer," Klein greeted with a smile. Stellan smiled modestly and returned the greeting. Her mental state seems to have recovered. "I don't know what happened before," Klein asked curiously. "Where are you going?" "It's almost the new year. Mary gave Luke an early holiday. We're going to Deity Bay to welcome the new year." "Sigh, we've been to a few of the cities there. It's the same for the famous coastal town. We're planning on heading to Fainapotter. The scenery in Seville City is said to be pretty good." Klein replied cooperatively. "That's right. How enviable. What about you? Detective Moriarty, what do you plan on spending the new year?" Stellan asked with a smile. "There's a high chance I'll stay locally. Right? I have to prepare the tools to repair the wall that Stewart had previously punched a hole in." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Back to mid-seashire. The winter there has a different flavor. Stellan's smile became more obvious. "I hope to meet you at Deity Bay during the new year. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church." Upon seeing Detective Sherlock Moriarty enter in a black tweed coat, Emlyn White, who was carefully wiping the candlestick, smiled. He tidied his hair, walked over with his head held high, and said in a low voice, "There's information on Jason Barria. There's information on Jason Barria. A vampire knows him. I also have information on him." Klein smiled as he handed the newspaper over. The headline on the front page was, "Yesterday, the Honorable Duke of Negan was assassinated, and a true devil wreaked havoc across the land." Under the headline was a detailed description of yesterday's assassination. It pointed out that the murderer was a banker named Patrick Jason, and that he was killed on the spot. The terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claimed responsibility for the matter. When he saw this news, Klein, who was having breakfast, nearly spat out his milk. He originally thought that the Aurora Order's Mr. A was out of his mind to want to take responsibility for such a matter. But on careful thought, he felt that it was closer to an official cover-up. If the Twilight Hermit Order is really an ancient organization that Roselle the Great joined, then they should be very hostile toward the Aurora Order. After all, they hate the true creator. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Emlyn repeatedly read the newspaper with a blank expression and said in disbelief, "That's right." He said in disbelief. "In other words, the information I received is useless." In theory, Klein looked at Mr. Vampire sympathetically. However, the government is still investigating the mastermind behind Jason Barria. If your intelligence points in this direction, it should still be sold. As for Klein himself, of course, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. No, he only knows Jason Beria and knows some of his hobbies. Emlyn sighed. Seeing his reaction, Klein asked in amusement, "What's the matter? Don't you read the newspaper?" Only now did he know about such a big thing. Emlyn glanced at him strangely. "Why are you reading the newspaper?" "I'm very busy. Busy cleaning the Harvest Church. Busy going home to accompany those puppets. Busy thinking of ways to cheat blood to drink. You really are a New Age vampire." Klein opened his mouth, forcefully suppressing the laughter he was about to let out with his clown powers. He didn't tease Emlyn White, as he said seriously, "I've already collected enough gold pounds for those two materials." Chapter 434. Upon hearing Klein's question, Emlyn White jumped in fright and carefully sized him up. "You're richer than I imagined." He originally thought that Sherlock Moriarty would need at least a week to raise 2,450 pounds. "I've been saving up for a long time," Klein replied with a sigh. Emlyn nodded thoughtfully. "Is being a private detective that profitable?" "It's just an identity that makes it convenient for me to move around. If I don't encounter a huge bounty, I'll only earn 200 to 300 pounds a year," Klein said frankly. Emlyn glanced at him and pretended to ask casually, "What do you do?" "Then what do you actually do? Smuggling firearms and stealing from the vaults of the rich?" For Beyonders below Sequence 7, there aren't many things that can quickly earn more than 2,000 pounds. Most of them are on the verge of breaking the law and committing crimes. You, a vampire, are talking to me about breaking the law? It seems like you're quite interested in earning quick money. Klein smiled and said, "You take on more dangerous missions. If you're not afraid of death, you can give it a try." Emlyn shut his mouth and said after a long while, "Come to me in the evening. Come find me in the evening. I'll take you to the cellar." What a loyal vampire. Klein was about to agree when he suddenly felt that it wasn't safe. What if the seller gets greedy at the sight of money? What if he doesn't have the corresponding Beyonder ingredients and just wants to trick me into robbing him? Emlyn White can be trusted, but the seller he introduces might not be. I have to find an excuse to do a divination above the gray fog to confirm the level of danger. There's no need for it to be so complicated. There's a better way. Amidst his thoughts, Klein turned to look at Emlyn. "No, you can go by yourself. I'll give you 1,000 pounds as an advance payment. Bring the 2 ingredients to the Harvest Church. After confirmation, I'll pay the rest." I believe the seller should be able to accept this method. This shows the trustworthiness of a noble sanguine. After being praised like this, Emlyn subconsciously raised his chin. There's no problem with this transaction method. Having said that, he chuckled. "Are you afraid that the other party won't keep their word? Will you feel at ease in the Harvest Church? Of course, with a goddess of the earth's chosen, who is over 2 meters tall and extraordinarily muscular, standing next to you, anyone would feel safe." Klein smiled and pointed at Father Yutravsky. "Those who can deal with him won't care about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Emlyn's face darkened as he snorted. "Aren't you worried that I'll pocket the 1,000 pounds advance payment?" Klein leisurely looked ahead and said, "Why should I be worried? You'll come back here every day, and you'll be easily found. A living vampire is worth more than 1,000 pounds, even if it's taken apart and sold." Emlyn's sore spot was poked, and he muttered angrily, "Blood Clan, do you understand? Vampires. Also, don't use the unit only." Klein chuckled and didn't say anything else, waiting for the other party to calm down. "We'll trade according to your request." Finally, Emlyn reached out and rubbed his temples. Klein immediately took out the envelope he had received in the morning and handed it to the other party along with a thick stack of 1,000 pounds. "See you here at 8 tonight." Emlyn counted the notes, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he warily stole a glance at Father Yutravsky and suppressed his voice. "Mr. Private Detective, as someone who often comes into contact with all kinds of intelligence and news, have you ever heard of an evil god named the Fool?" "Evil? Evil you?" Klein nearly cursed inwardly. He replied with his usual expression, "There have been a lot of people searching for the Fool recently. Many people have been looking for believers of the Fool. Do you wish to join their ranks and obtain the corresponding bounty?" Emlyn sighed. "No, I'm just considering if I should pray to this evil god or evil spirit. Please, help me remove the psychological cues. You know what has been circulating? As for the exact honorific name, as long as it's translated into Hermes or ancient Hermes, there's a chance of receiving a response. You're right? What do you know? How much harm will it bring to the believers? Will it forcefully change the believers' views? Although the target is me, I still want to say that, my dear vampire friend, you're resorting to anything in your desperation. Klein said with mixed feelings, the fool is very mysterious. The fool is very mysterious. Up to this day, other than the information you already know, no one else knows. The details, such as the scope of the clergy or the corresponding prayer ritual. What puzzles me is that under such circumstances, why don't you consider your vampire, sanguine ancestor, the ancient goddess Lilith? As long as the ritual is correct and the offerings are appropriate, she should be able to help you remove the psychological cues. Emlyn leaned back slightly and looked straight ahead without saying a word for a few seconds. He seemed to turn deep in thought. After a brief silence, he slowly said, "Before the cataclysm, the ancestor rarely responded. Before the cataclysm, the first ancestor rarely responded to prayers. Only some special matters could be answered. This doesn't include the removal of the psychological cues. In the legends of the City of Silver, the ancient goddess, Lilith, who represents the moon, has already had her authority reclaimed by the awakened creator, where she might have perished in a battle of the gods earlier. Then, who is the one who occasionally responds to the sanguine's prayers? The primordial moon?" Klein deliberately pressed. "Then, there's still the primordial moon that can be prayed to. Many underground Beyonder rituals can use it. The power of..." This is mainly referring to the shaman king and the corresponding creature. Klein added inwardly. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he didn't say a word. There was an indescribable look of horror on his face. After a long while, he said solemnly, "I believe that the primordial moon is the primordial moon. Towards the primordial moon, I suspect, is disguised by an evil god or a high-level devil. Most people who pray will change bit by bit, becoming cruel, crazy, and filled with the desire to reproduce. As for the remaining ones, mainly the sanguine, there's a high chance of them losing control on the spot and becoming true monsters. There was once a powerful sanguine who tried praying due to danger, but in the end, she became a piece of meat that only knew how to mate and reproduce. She gave birth to strange offspring with cows, sheep, horses, rats, and even plants and rocks. Each of them was equivalent to creating a new species of monsters. Thankfully, she was quickly wiped out, and so were her descendants. The primordial moon, is that dangerous? There's no mention of it in the Book of Secrets. Shaman King Klarman has already been corrupted. His thoughts have been corrupted. Thankfully, I'm only imitating and modifying it. The target of the prayer is myself." Klein's heart raced in fright from Emlyn White's description. This made him deeply realize that the hidden existences other than the 7 deities weren't that trustworthy. "Apart from me," he sighed. At this moment, Emlyn smiled bitterly. If the negative effects brought about by the fool weren't that great towards, praying isn't something that can't be considered. The only effect is that you have to pay a certain amount of remuneration. In order to maintain his image, Klein could only pat Emlyn on the shoulder and draw a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. It's very dangerous to pray to a hidden existence that you don't know the situation. In that case, why don't you choose a religion you like from the 7 deities? It's not like they will affect your daily life or make you abandon your dolls. If there's really no other way. Emlyn suddenly realized that he was calmer than he imagined. Klein didn't stay any longer as he squeezed into the corridor and walked out of the Harvest Church. Looking at the foggy sky outside, he began to consider what he should do next. Without a doubt, his current focus was on saving money and searching for ingredients. "I need to stabilize little son to prevent myself from being suspected again. I'll use the method of removing a rampager's mental corruption as payment for the promised remuneration. The deep-sea Naga's hair can be entrusted to Mr. Hanging Man, while the human skin shadow's characteristics will depend on myself." There hasn't been any news from Emlyn White and old Mr. Stanton for more than a month. I need to change channels. Yes, it's been so long. The high-sequence Beyonders from Rose School shouldn't be closely monitoring the Bravehearts bar. I'll take a look around in the evening and see if I can contact Miss Sharon and Merrick. Klein quickly came up with an idea, and in order to go to the Bravehearts bar, he had to first head to East Borough and change into his worker's clothes in a one-bedroom apartment he rented on Black Palm Street. With this in mind, he walked to the public carriage stop opposite, on the outskirts of West Borough, in Grim Cemetery. Furs Wall, who was wearing a black gauze hat, quietly walked beside Dorian Gray, a member of the House of Abraham. She accompanied him to visit the graves of Lawrence, Elisa, and the others and lay flowers. As she silently walked forward, her thoughts were completely focused on the Beyonder ingredient, Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. She knew that she had already digested the apprentice potion. As long as she obtained the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, she could become a trick master, but she still didn't have any clues to the corresponding item. As for Sun, who had the most hope of helping her, he didn't dare to hold a ritual or invite his friends to hunt Spirit Eaters because of what had happened previously. In order to quickly improve herself and escape the curse of the full moon, she even prayed to Mr. Fool and asked Isadora to help her find the ingredients. During this process, she revealed that her new book had been published and that she was about to receive a guaranteed royalty fee to prove that she had sufficient purchasing power. She wasn't worried that Mr. Fool would know of her real identity, because she believed that Mr. Fool definitely knew very well. In a secluded, tranquil, and cold environment, Furs and Dorian stopped in front of Lawrence's grave. Looking at the photo that was taken after his death and reading the epitaph that said he was a good teacher, Dorian Gray fell silent for a long time before sighing. How ironic, why? Furs asked in surprise. She had previously heard Lawrence mention that he was a public school teacher in Mid-Seashire's Constant City, so she had used such an epitaph. This has nothing to do with you. It's our family's business. Dorian gave a self-deprecating laugh and bent down to put down the flowers. After straightening his body, he looked ahead and suddenly said, "It's my fault." Chapter 435. Dorian Gray's question did not surprise Furs. She had been mentally prepared after more than a month of exchanging letters. She had even consulted the experienced Mr. the Hanging Man on the tarot and grasped what kind of expression and reaction she should use to face it. Are there really such Beyonders? Furs asked with a stunned expression. Dorian nodded slightly. Yes. He looked around and saw that there was no one nearby, so he walked to a tree that had lost all its leaves and pressed his hand on it. Dorian's figure suddenly blurred, as if it had become a reflection in the water. When his vision cleared, he was already behind the tree, his posture unchanged. God, this is really amazing. Remembering Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice's teachings, Furs opened her mouth in a semicircle and exclaimed. Dorian walked back and asked with a smile, "Do you want to become such a Beyonder?" "Yes." Furs was silent for a moment before replying excitedly. He was finally going to become a peripheral member of the House of Abraham. Many things would become much easier in the future. Her heart was filled with sincere joy. Dorian laughed. Her expression darkened, and she asked again solemnly, "Are you willing to become my student?" Furs nodded repeatedly. "I'm willing." Dorian heaved a sigh of relief, and then mocked herself. "I'm not a good teacher. I've even taught. Heh, there's no need to mention the past. Anyway, don't have too much hope." After some consideration, he decided to learn from his past experiences and lessons. He didn't tell Furs about the House of Abraham. He only wanted their relationship to be that of teacher and student. This way, he didn't have to worry that she would covet the few remaining powerful mystical items in his family. "No, your explanation of mysticism knowledge is excellent. Really, Mr. Gray, no, teacher." Furs hurriedly confirmed the relationship between them. Dorian looked at the tombstone, shook her head, and sighed. "I didn't intend to teach any more students, but your noble character has infected me. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to give you the corresponding potion today." "Today?" Furs asked in surprise. When she went to Bakelin Station to pick up Dorian Gray, she realized that he was only carrying a very small suitcase, barely big enough to hold a change of clothes. There was no evidence that he was carrying any Beyonder ingredients. Could it be that he had his own resource channels in Bakeland that belonged to the House of Abraham? Furs had a vague guess. Her original plan was to take advantage of the inconvenience of being in different places to sell the Beyonder ingredients for the apprentice potion and then tell him that she had successfully advanced to become a Beyonder. This way, she could not only receive a considerable amount of cash, but she could also avoid the tragic outcome of repeatedly consuming the apprentice potion and having to spend a period of time digesting it. Yes, Dorian didn't explain and pointed in another direction. Let's go visit Labero and Elisa first. After paying their respects, the two of them left Grimm's cemetery and returned to the house that Furs and Zio rented in Sherwood Borough. And over the past month or so, Zio, who had been promoted to sheriff, had been leaving early and returning late every day in order to repay her heavy debt. She worked hard to obtain every bounty she could, so there was no doubt that she wasn't at home when it was almost noon. Is there a quiet room? Dorian looked around with a relaxed expression. Plenty. Furs led the new teacher into the activity room on the first floor. Dorian circled the room and confirmed the environment before instructing Furs to light a candle mixed with dark red sandalwood. He closed the door and drew the curtains. As the dim yellow light flickered, he walked to the candle and took out 2 bottles of essential oils that were as lustrous as water and some common herbal powders. Holding a ritual? Shouldn't there be 3 candles? Furs watched curiously from the side and didn't rashly speak, as though she was stunned by the atmosphere. After completing the first part of the ritual, Dorian took a step back and spoke in ancient Hermes with a serious expression. I summon in my name, a strange spirit that roams the upper realm, a void creature that loves music, a contract partner of Dorian Gray Abraham. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew in the activity room, bringing with it a sobbing trill. The swaying candlelight was dyed with a ghostly blue luster. Circles of light quickly spread out, as though forming a door that was beyond the normal concept. A half-illusory, half-real spherical object flew out from the bottom of the circle of light. Its entire body was milky white in color, and it didn't have any eyes, nose, arms, or legs. There was only a crack on its surface that looked like a mouth. Dorian revealed an obvious smile, opened her mouth, and softly hummed a folk lullaby. The ball immediately swayed left and right in an extremely pleased manner. After humming the song, Dorian reached out her hand. Malmos, give me the item I left with you the day before yesterday. The ball jumped up and down as its body suddenly swelled up, and its mouth opened extremely wide. Then it spat out 2 Beyonder ingredients with strange luster. There's actually such a thing. Furs was taken aback. Dorian caught the main ingredient of the apprentice potion, stopped the summoning, and ended the ritual. He turned his head and smiled at Furs. Even in the spirit world, void creatures like Malmos are very rare. Under normal circumstances, summoning cannot be directed at them. A senior of a sufficiently high sequence has to enter the spirit world and, after a long period of searching, establish a contract with one of them. Only then can a descendant complete the summoning in the corresponding name. And after the void creatures come over, they can establish a new contract, allowing them to be closely connected to themselves and no longer be summoned by others. So that's how it is. It sounds interesting, Furs said from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but look forward to the future. If I don't consider the curse of the full moon, the suppression of ordinary Beyonders, and the fact that they're constantly in danger, exploring this wonderful world is really a wonderful thing. I hope that one day I can truly roam the spirit world, Dorian replied with a chuckle. Malmo's greatest use is that he can swallow many items into his stomach without causing any harm to them. This is equivalent to a moving, hidden warehouse that is almost impossible for others to find. Of course, he can't store too much. There's a limit to his stomach. Also, he doesn't like people without musical talent and will refuse to sign a contract with such people. Thankfully, at least I know how to play the 7-string zither. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief, she was instructed by Dorian to find an iron-black stew pot. As she watched him concoct the potion, her expression didn't seem to change, but she was frantically praying for an accident. I don't want to drink the apprentice potion again. That will waste a lot of time. If I had known this would happen, I would have been more honest and frank. It's too late to say it now. Teacher Gray should have done a divination, but the results were interfered with. Being honest means that there's definitely a powerhouse behind me, someone instigating me. Amidst her thoughts, Furs saw Dorian turn around and hand her a bottle of bubbling potion. "Drink it, and you'll become a beyonder," Dorian said in a calm but alluring tone. Then, he comforted Furs. "Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems." "Okay." Furs gritted her teeth, took the apprentice potion, and drank it in one gulp. At the same time, a thought flashed through her mind. Honesty is the most valuable quality. The carriage stopped outside Eastborough. Klein held his cane and wore his top hat as he entered the vast slums from a relatively good neighborhood. After walking for a while, he saw two familiar figures coming out of the tidy apartment. They were both girls, one 17 or 18 years old, and the other 15 or 16 years old. They were Liv's daughters, Freja and Daisy. The latter had once been kidnapped by Capum and had been rescued during the Black Emperor incident. Daisy also noticed Klein and immediately smiled brightly. "Good afternoon, Detective Moriarty." Klein nodded with a smile and asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "Daisy, didn't you go to public elementary school?" After the appeals of Mike Joseph and the other reporters, as well as the promotion of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Bakeland's municipal government used Capum's estate to set up a charity fund to help the women and families who had been hurt by Capum. Darcy's family took advantage of this opportunity to move from the dilapidated apartment, which had a terrible security environment, to the edge of Eastborough. They moved from one room to two rooms, separating the laundry workshop from the place where they slept and ate. In addition, Daisy had also received compensation for attending public elementary school. The weekly tuition fee of 3 pence and the corresponding meal allowance were covered by the charity fund. This made her very happy. The reason why Klein found it odd was because public elementary schools only closed on Sundays. Daisy shouldn't be here at this time. The school is very close. I took advantage of my lunch break to come back and help Freja deliver the laundry to the guest house. She and her mother are too busy, Daisy answered frankly. The most direct impact of her going to school was that Liv and Freja had fewer clothes to wash every day. Their family's income had dropped significantly. If not for Mike's help in applying for the charity fund subsidy, they wouldn't have been able to maintain their current lifestyle. Therefore, there was no doubt that Freja had no chance of entering a public elementary school. When Daisy and Klein talked about school, her eyes revealed unconcealable envy and pain. Not even 18 years old yet, she could only watch her sister go to school quietly. Klein noticed this detail and deliberately reminded Daisy, "You really should know that your mother and Freja are working hard. You really should know that your mother and Freja are working hard. Treat them well." Daisy nodded seriously and said, "I've thought about it. Once things settle down, I'll teach Freja what I learned during the day at night and on Sundays. I'll be her only guide." Freja's eyes suddenly blinked, and she couldn't help but lower her head. "Very good, that's very good," Klein praised. He bade farewell to the two sisters in a good mood and turned to another street. After changing into his worker's clothes at Black Palm Street, he saw a middle-aged man in old clothes come over and ask with a benevolent expression, "Why are you here?" Chapter 436. The Primordial Creator? Klein was taken aback for a moment before he recalled the information old Kohler had previously given him. Recently, there had been people preaching faith in the original creator in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory district. They believed that he hadn't really passed away and that he existed in everyone and everything. As long as one wholeheartedly served him and praised him, not only would one be redeemed after death and enter his kingdom, one's current life would also be greatly improved. For example, one would have oily meat to eat every day. This was very close to the theory of the Aurora Order's mutated creator. Therefore, Klein had determined that it was done by that secret organization. He felt that after the Lenivus incident, they had begun to pay attention to the masses of poor people. They've already developed so arrogantly that they're pulling people in as believers on the way. Klein replied, after some deliberation. "I've heard of it." The middle-aged man in old clothes immediately revealed a smile. "Then do you know that the apocalypse is coming? Do you know that the original creator will build a sanctuary on earth to protect his believers?" For a moment, Klein wanted to take advantage of the situation and slowly infiltrate the Aurora Order's periphery to gather the corresponding evidence and clues to take revenge on the other party for finding believers of the fool. But after careful consideration, he felt that it was too dangerous. It would be tiring and troublesome to rely on himself, and it might not be effective. Finally, he decided to report the current situation to the machinery hive mind and let the official organizations deal with it. After figuring out this problem, Klein's expression instantly sank. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." He took a step forward, shook off the other party, and ignored the middle-aged man's shouts. On the way out of East Borough, he carefully observed and discovered that many workers who had lost their jobs due to the improvement of the textile machines were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, listening to the comforting and teachings of an unknown person. The investigations of East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district were completed 2 months ago. Why haven't the 3 churches and the parliament taken any concrete measures? They must have placed more importance on this area. It's impossible that they can't discover the current situation. Are they trying to catch a big fish with a long line? That's very easy to mess up. As Klein lampooned, he pressed down on the cap on his head and walked out of East Borough, heading straight for the Bakelin Bridge area. The Braveheart Bar had just opened at noon, so there were almost no drunkards around. Only the busy workers would enter the bar for a simple lunch. Klein blended in with them and spent 10 pence on a pork sausage bun and a glass of Southville beer. He appeared to be very rich. He slowly filled his stomach and finished his beer before looking at the bartender. "Is Casper's Colleen in here?" He planned to replenish his ammunition. The bartender glanced at him. "You haven't been here for a long time. Casper's is dead. It's said that he was restless when he slept at night. He wrapped himself too tightly and suffocated himself. I don't really believe that such a thing would happen. I've only heard of similar situations in ghost stories, but those black and white dogs said so." The black and white dog referred to the policeman in the black and white checkered uniform. "Suffocated to death by my own quilt? This sounds very mystical. Did that high-sequence beyonder from Rose School choose to kill to vent his anger because he couldn't find Miss Sharon and Merrick? What about the status of a high-sequence beyonder? From the looks of it, Casper's won't be able to contact Miss Sharon and the rest. Perhaps they've already left Bakeland. Casper's still hasn't fully anticipated the dangers of the Beyonder world. If it were me, I wouldn't have returned to the Bravehearts Bar. I would have long brought all the money I've saved up and moved to a different city. However, under normal circumstances, high-sequence Beyonders wouldn't specifically target such ordinary people. At most, they wouldn't consider the aftereffects of forceful mediumship, as expected of Rose School, where one indulges in one's desires. To think that a high-sequence Beyonder would actually do such a thing, Klein was both surprised and sympathetic toward the black market arms dealer. The bartender wiped his cup and continued, "If you want to buy some goods, there's a new merchant now. Old man. He's in billiard room 3. The bartender said without looking up. "Old man. He's in billiard room 3. The bartender said without looking up. Klein immediately got up, strolled to the familiar spot, and knocked on the unlatched door. "Come in." A voice came from inside. This voice sounds familiar. Klein pushed open the wooden door and looked inside. Standing beside the billiard table was a boy who wasn't too old. He was wearing an old coat and a brown round hat. He had bright red eyes and was none other than Ian, whom Klein had met when he first arrived in Bakeland. Due to the case of the disappearance of Detective Zreel that he had entrusted to him, he had been embroiled in the dispute over the third-generation difference engine manuscript. He had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to hire Mr. A of the Aurora Order to kill the Intis ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen, Bakerland, Jean Muddon. "It's you, Detective Moriarty?" Ian jumped in fright. He had deliberately pasted 2 strands of mustache on his mouth to make him look older. Klein smiled as he entered the billiard room and closed the door. "Long time no see." At first, he was quite surprised that Ian had appeared here and become a black market weapons merchant. But then he thought of some details and felt that it was reasonable. Klein was able to find the Bravehearts bar and Casper's Kalinin because of Ian's introduction. This big boy must have some connections nearby. Yeah. Ian restrained his shocked expression and muttered, I went to Pritz Harbor for 2 months and found that those guys were barbaric and fierce. They didn't have the slightest modesty or care for children, so I had to return to Bakeland and do what I was good at again. Later, when I encountered Casper's death, I decided to change my profession. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he added, Detective, I've always remembered that I still owe you 2 requests. There's no need to explain so much. I don't care what you did in the past. Although I've always found your escape from MI9 suspicious, I don't mind it too much. Klein picked up a cue and gestured. In addition to the underground weapons trade, you also seem to be selling information? Yes, Ian answered frankly. What do you want to know? Free. You're so forthright. Is it because you feel guilty about what happened before? Klein pushed the cue stick and hit the cue ball, causing a red ball to accurately fall into the middle pocket. He didn't stand on ceremony and straightened his body. Recently, we've been searching for the fool's believers. There are many bounties. Do you have any news? Ian thought about it carefully. Nope. I even suspect that the fool doesn't have any believers. No one actually managed to find any clues. This is the so-called cannons hitting the air. Klein silently mocked himself and asked, In addition, there's a bounty. Someone is looking for university tutor named Isaac Eggers. I want to know who posted this bounty so that I can confirm if I should get involved in this matter. Searching for people is a waste of time. Ian didn't answer directly. He looked around and lowered his voice. Me nine? Not charismatic order. From the looks of it, it was really in Zangwill's arrangement that caused Mr. Aztec to have a conflict with MI9. Perhaps it made him aware of a secret he shouldn't know. A series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind in an instant. Finally, he smiled and said, It looks like I don't have to worry about the bounty being fake. But I'm very afraid that Aztec Eggers is being tracked by MI9 because he knows some secret. If that's the case, the day I receive the bounty might be the last day of my life. Ian spread his hands. I'm not sure about that, but you can only provide clues. Not a bad suggestion. Klein didn't ask any further. He spent 5 solely to restock some ordinary bullets and left the Bravehearts bar. After getting on the rental carriage, he looked out the window at the gloomy weather and suddenly sighed. Casper's Kalinin's death also means that Miss Sharon and Merrick will give up on this base. It'll be very difficult for me to find them with only one-sided communication, unless they encounter trouble and need help, or they've reached the stage of dealing with the evil spirit in the underground ruins. I probably won't be able to see them. Although they can't be considered friends, we've worked together twice. They're acquaintances that I can interact with as a beyonder without concealing my face. This way, there will be 2 fewer people like me. If it wasn't for the Desire Apostle incident, only that weird vampire, Emlyn White, will be left to communicate with without any disguise in the mystical domain. Thank goodness, amidst his silent sigh, an illusory voice suddenly sounded in Klein's ears. What do you want? Klein's hair instantly stood on end. When he saw clearly who was sitting in front of him, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled helplessly. Miss Sharon, do you always appear unknowingly? Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic dress and a small black bonnet, was sitting quietly on the other side of the carriage, her face as pale as ever. I'll knock on the window next time. Sharon nodded emotionlessly. She didn't repeat her previous question. She just quietly looked at Klein, suddenly knocking on the window. That's equally scary. Klein wasn't in a hurry to mention the human skin shadow. That high sequence beyond her left? Right. Shalon spat out one word. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him. It could also be a trap. At this point, he remembered something and hurriedly added, I've finished reading the Book of Secrets and obtained the corresponding information from other channels. Praying to the primordial moon can easily lead to problems. It's best not to attempt it. All right. Sharon didn't ask why. She paused for a second and said with an ethereal voice, the primordial moon and the chain god are suspected to be archenemies. Because they can swap sequences? Or was there some other reason? Klein thoughtfully steered the topic back on track. Miss Sharon, do you know where I can find the human skin shadow characteristic? Sharon, who was like a puppet, listened calmly and nodded. Chapter 437. You know, Klein was delighted as he hurriedly asked, where? He was already prepared to pay the consultation fee. Sharon sat there and did not make any unnecessary movements. She was like a talking puppet. In a gathering that Merrick attended, someone once discovered the mausoleum of an ancient noble. They explored the periphery, but didn't dare to go deeper. However, they found traces of human skin shadow activity. They hoped to recruit a strong enough team to completely excavate the mausoleum and split the valuable items evenly. To seek help in a gathering of Beyonders who aren't familiar with each other, how can either party ensure that the other party is trustworthy? What if there was no mausoleum at all, and it was just a trap? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Did they succeed? Yes, Sharon answered succinctly. Klein did not pursue the details for the time being. He lowered his voice to avoid being heard by the coachman. And then they never appeared again, Sharon described calmly. One of the members was Merrick's friend. He also disappeared completely in this incident. Without waiting for Klein to ask again, she continued with her ethereal voice. Merrick found some of his friend's belongings. I used divination to track him to White Cliff Town and found a hidden entrance to a mausoleum at the bend of the Stratford River. Merrick's friend is inside, but he's already dead. You went in? Klein blurted out. No, I used another method to confirm it, Sharon explained. I felt that the mausoleum was very dangerous, so I didn't try to explore it. At this point, she looked straight at Klein with her blue eyes. If you don't have a sequence for a Beyonder or a sealed artifact to the corresponding level as a helper, it's best not to venture deep into the tomb. If even you find it dangerous, I don't need to go above the gray fog to divine it to know how terrifying it is. Klein lowered his gaze and looked at the floor of the carriage. Do you know which ancient noble's tomb it is? Without pausing, Sharon replied, yes. His surname is Amon. Amon? The member of Amon's family who had his avatar lodged in Little Sun's body and nearly infiltrated the mysterious space above the gray fog? Klein used his powers as a clown to control the twitching of his eyelids. Are you sure? At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. He wore a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. He had a wide forehead, a thin face, black eyes, black hair, and a crystal monocle. Sharon's light blonde hair reflected the light that penetrated the mist outside the window, like an oil painting by a master. According to the items obtained from the first exploration, a member of the gathering who is good at ancient history has determined that the owner of the tomb belongs to the Tudor dynasty of the Fourth Epoch. Their family name is Amon. It's really a blasphemer family from the Fourth Epoch. This family isn't plagued by a curse like the Abrahams, nor is it like the Antigonus family, which was directly destroyed by a particular deity's church. According to the uniqueness and power that Amon displayed in the City of Silver, this family situation can be compared to Zeradal's. They all have secret legacies, and they all have high-sequence Beyonders, or even powerhouses that have reached the level of an angel. They all protect certain important secrets, such as the coordinates of the forsaken land of the gods. The danger of a tomb left behind by such a family is obvious. Who knows, Amon might even use certain changes to cast his gaze over from the distant forsaken land of the gods. I can't use the situation of a low or mid-sequence Beyonder to infer how terrifying a demigod is. Klein didn't think for long before he rejected the possibility of exploring the Amon family's tomb. He raised his head to look at Sharon in disappointment. Is there only a human skin shadow there? Sharon shook her head. No. Oh. Klein's eyes lit up as he put on an attentive posture. Sharon's voice didn't change as she said, at a gathering I attended, a Beyonder promised that as long as someone could complete the mission she gave, she would satisfy any reasonable request of the other party. The material restriction was below high-sequence Beyonder. In other words, she can give any Beyonder ingredient below high-sequence Beyonder. The first thought that came to Klein's mind was, she must be bragging, right? Even in the Church of the Evernight Goddess, only the Holy Cathedral, which is the Cathedral of Serenity, has such a possibility. and many of the materials didn't need to be on hand because they weren't needed at all. Faced with Klein's doubts, Sharon calmly replied, "She's a high-sequence beyonder." High-sequence beyonder? No wonder. These are the upper echelons of the various churches and secret organizations. Even if they don't belong to any faction, they would still be able to establish their own faction. However, the promise of any Beyonder ingredient below high-sequence Beyonder is definitely an exaggeration. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Sharon added succinctly, "Don't worry." She said that certain materials require a certain period of time. "That's more like it." Klein asked with interest, "What's the matter? What's a mission she gave?" Sharon had been sitting upright and dignified. Investigate the true identity of hero, bandit, Dark Emperor. Klein believed that if he were to drink water at this moment, he would have spat it out uncontrollably. Who did I offend? Why am I being targeted by a high-sequence Beyonder? He first cried out in Chinese for his innocence before quickly analyzing the possible targets. A member of the Twilight Hermit Order? Because hero, bandit, Dark Emperor killed Desire Apostle Belial? A member of the Aurora Order? They made the connection to the fool from the tarot cards left at the scene of Capham's incident, and thus decided to investigate hero, bandit, Dark Emperor? A member of the three churches and MI9? Just to figure out the truth behind Capham's incident? Every one of them is possible, and none of them can be ruled out. Klein didn't show any signs of abnormality as he deliberated and asked, "Why is she investigating the true identity of hero, bandit, Dark Emperor?" "No one knows," Sharon replied in the most concise manner. Klein thought for 2 seconds and organized his words. "What kind of person is she? I want to know if I should accept this mission." Sharon was silent for 2 seconds, as though she was recalling. Then she described, "Female, above 1.7 meters tall, has a good body proportion, chestnut-colored long hair, disguised, likes to wear black leather boots, only occasionally attends gatherings, and first appeared about 2 months ago. Likes to wear black leather boots. Female, high-sequence Beyonder." When these 3 keywords were put together, it immediately triggered a memory in Klein. When he went to the Royal Museum to steal the Dark Emperor card, he had encountered a high-sequence Beyonder with mysterious means in a restored Roselle, the Great Study. She only revealed her feet in black leather boots, and by the time he escaped with the help of the power above the gray fog, he had directly collided with the Devil Dog due to the side effects of the Master Key. He had no choice but to shout for help, so he met the female demigod again as Sherlock Moriarty. Her? Why would she look for hero, bandit, Dark Emperor? She confirmed that the thief who stole the card of blasphemy was a spirit body, and she knew what would happen if a spirit body carried and contained the Dark Emperor card. Therefore, she locked onto the hero, bandit, Dark Emperor with similar characteristics. Klein quickly thought of a very convincing possibility. The only thing that puzzled him was how the other party knew that he had taken the Dark Emperor card and not some other card, such as the Abyss card or the Sun card. Unless she's here for the card of blasphemy and has already investigated beforehand that it's the Dark Emperor card. Yes, Miss Sharon said that she attended the gathering for the first time about 2 months ago. This matches the characteristics of the Roselle exhibition. After that, she occasionally participated and didn't leave Bakeland, or should I say that she returned regularly, in order to find the enemy who stole the Dark Emperor card. Klein's thoughts raced as he smiled and said, "I'll keep an eye out for her. I'll keep an eye out for her. Hopefully, we'll find something. There won't be anything in this lifetime," he added inwardly without hesitation. Sharon nodded almost imperceptibly and didn't say anything else related to the human skin shadow. Clearly, she only had 2 clues, but this was much better than the circle of Vampire Emlyn White and Eye of Wisdom Eikingerstanton. Klein slowly exhaled and hid the disappointment in his heart. He then asked in a concerned manner, "What's the matter?" He asked in a casual manner, "You and Merrick aren't plagued by the curse anymore, right?" "There's only one scarlet lunar corona," Sharon replied calmly. "Those who wore the scarlet lunar corona could be immune to the influence of the full moon. It was an item that mutants dreamed of. In other words, one is fine, and the other is fine. When affected by the full moon, Merrick will nearly go crazy, while Miss Sharon will lose her powers. From the looks of it, It's Merrick who's using it. Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. Have you found a way to remove the mental corruption of a rampager in the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Wraith Steve? He had only asked casually, not harboring much hope. In his heart, he believed that Sun's side was more confident. No, Sharon seemed to be talking about someone else's business. Maybe I'll sell this method to you in the future. I hope you've already saved up the gold pounds. Klein hummed and suddenly didn't know what to talk about. He paused for a few seconds before asking, "Where's Whitecliff Town?" "The outskirts of Bakeland, south of the bridge," Sharon replied succinctly. She looked into Klein's eyes again. "Nothing else?" "No." Klein first shook his head, then asked, "Can I tell others about the mausoleum?" "Sure." Sharon, who was wearing a long black dress and a small bonnet, quickly faded and disappeared into the carriage. Chapter 438. 8 o'clock in the evening, Harvest Church. Klein, who had changed back into his normal attire, quietly surveyed the area by pressing down on the edge of his top hat. Then he walked into the hall and walked towards Emlyn White, who was in front of 3 rows of candles on the right. At the vampire's feet was a black suitcase, and its surface seemed to be covered with a wall of spirituality. Upon sensing Sherlock Moriarty enter, Emlyn was first delighted before he revealed a wary expression. He bent down to pick up the suitcase and took a few steps back diagonally, getting closer to Father Utravsky, who was focused on praying. "He's afraid that I'll snatch the Beyonder ingredients by force." Klein stopped 3 meters away and smiled. "Let me first verify if they're the 2 ingredients I need." Emlyn White reached out to comb his hair, lifted the suitcase to his chest, and undid the hidden buckle. The wall of spirituality shattered, transforming into a gentle breeze that passed through the prayer hall. Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, immediately saw a strange and dazzling light. It was the spiritual luster of many Beyonder characteristics. There were 2 small boxes inside the suitcase. One was made of white tin with many patterns, simple and heavy. The other was a pure paper box. Emlyn held the black suitcase in one hand and opened the silver but slightly dim tin box. The item inside was like a walnut with its outer shell peeled off. It was yellowish-brown in color, with bumps and depressions that resembled the lines of a brain. As the candlelight flickered, it constantly changed its appearance. At times, it was grayish-white with wrinkles growing on it. At other times, it was dark brown and extremely smooth. At other times, the 2 colors intersected, outlining a featureless face. Upon seeing it, Klein felt that the potion's power, which had been completely digested and fused into his body, was somewhat abnormal, as though a magnet had encountered a magnetic pole. He controlled his body with the powers of a clown and suppressed the feeling of attraction. He already knew that it was the mutated pituitary gland of a 1,000-faced hunter. From the looks of it, what Roselle, the great guest in his diary, is indeed possible. High-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway will intermittently and unconsciously attract low and mid-sequence Beyonders to their vicinity, and there's a tendency for them to gather together. Although the 1,000-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland is still far from a high-sequence Beyonder, so it doesn't have such a magical attraction, it already has enough Beyonder characteristics. In addition, I've also digested the Sequence 7 potion. When the 2 are close enough, similar signs appear. I didn't notice it in the past. Firstly, the corresponding Beyonder ingredients are of low grade. Secondly, my strength is lacking, and my sequence isn't high enough. Right, every time I finish digesting the potion, an illusory starry sky seems to appear around me. There are many resplendent lights in it, and they pull each other in an attempt to approach each other. This might be the scene of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. Furthermore, the greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. Then, will the Beyonder characteristics of similar pathways conform to this law? Without changing his expression, Klein recalled the records in Roselle's diary and combined it with his experience of digesting the potion 3 times. He roughly confirmed the existence of certain law. Emlyn White glanced at him warily, quickly closed the tin box, and opened the paper box beside it. The inside of the paper box was padded with cotton, and in the middle was a glass bottle that could hold 200 milliliters of liquid. Half of it was empty, and the rest was filled with a sticky liquid that changed its color according to the light. Are there any more questions? Emlyn closed the paper box. Let me confirm it again. Klein took out a gold coin and let it spin between his fingers as though it had a life of its own. Clang! The gold coin bounced up and landed in Klein's palm. This time, the portrait was facing up, indicating that it was a confirmation. Klein nodded slightly and took out stacks of notes from different pockets in his clothes. There were 10-pound notes, 5-pound notes, and 1-pound notes. 1,450 pounds. Klein piled the cash high and placed it on the table and chair beside him. Take a few steps back, no, 5 steps. Emlyn shouted cautiously. Klein smiled as he raised his hands and took 5 steps back. Emlyn carefully approached and checked if there was any white paper in the pile of cash. After doing a quick count, he threw the suitcase in his hand at his transaction partner. Klein jumped in fright, but he was agile and accurately caught the suitcase. He was afraid that the glass bottle would shatter and cause the thousand-faced hunter's blood to seep out. Emlyn White took the opportunity to collect the notes and quickly retreated to Father Utravsky's side. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and seriously check the amount and authenticity. Upon seeing this scene, Klein couldn't help but recall the scene from before and suddenly felt a little ashamed. He and Emlyn had made the Earth Mother Cathedral look like the scene of an arms or drug deal. After confirming the condition of the two materials, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting a match that he had specially separated from his pocket, allowing the suddenly rising flames to envelop him. By the time the flames subsided, he had already disappeared. As he often met Emlyn White at the Harvest Church, he didn't mind Father Utravsky knowing that he was the Beyonder who had helped him eliminate his dark personality. He even felt that he could befriend him through this. Emlyn, who was counting the notes, looked up and was stunned for 2 seconds. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself softly, "My suitcase, my tin box." On the street illuminated by the gas lamps, a carriage rolled through layers of puddles and headed towards the periphery of Empress Borough. Furs had already told her good friend, Zio Dericha, that she had a teacher and had consumed another apprentice potion. After confirming that she showed no signs of losing control, Zio looked out the window at the gas lamps that were much taller than her. She asked in puzzlement, "I've always been curious. Why is it preserved in the form of a material and not a potion? Your teacher could have concocted the potion in advance and brought it over. There's no need for him to be busy on the spot." Furs smiled faintly and said, "I asked him about this question. He said that there are 2 main reasons. First, different Beyonder ingredients have different uses. They can't be used flexibly when concocted into a potion. Second, the Beyonder characteristic can be preserved when it solidifies, but it can't be used after it becomes a potion unless there's a special isolation technique." "Why?" Zio asked in surprise. "This isn't an ordinary potion or Beyonder weapon. Its spirituality will constantly dissipate and weaken." Furs wasn't in the mood to laugh, but she had no choice but to maintain her smile. It's not a problem of the characteristic losing, but that once a Beyonder ingredient becomes a potion, not only can humans absorb it, but other creatures and even inanimate materials can as well. It's just that it's a lot slower. For example, I can use a glass bottle to store the potion. It doesn't seem like a problem, but perhaps in a few days, the glass bottle will completely drink the potion, turning it into a special mystical item. It might even give it a certain level of intelligence. Of course, my teacher said that such a situation has huge side effects. The 7 churches and certain secret factions have special isolation techniques, but it's rather troublesome. They won't use it on low or mid-sequence potions. How magical! Zio sighed from the bottom of her heart. She glanced outside again and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. We're almost there." She and Furs were here to participate in the Beyonder gathering that Mr. A had convened. Furs smiled as though her heart was being cut by a knife. "I hope there's a spirit eater's stomach pouch." Her teacher, Dorian Gray, had taught her the acting method before he left. She had also given her a Trickmaster potion formula and gotten her to try to find the Beyonder ingredient herself. If she hadn't gathered them by the time the apprentice potion was digested, she was to write to him for help. This made Furs fall into a state of confusion. Why did I spend so much money on Trickmaster's formula and acting method? Up to now, Tarot's greatest and most irreplaceable use for me is the things that Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice taught me to take note of, as well as Mr. Fool's interference with divination. Otherwise, Teacher would have long discovered the problem, and I wouldn't have been able to become his student Sai. I'll just treat it as the price for the full moon curse being neutralized. As her thoughts raced, Furs suddenly noticed that the house where Mr. A was holding the gathering had clearly collapsed. There were even charred marks in many places. There was an intense battle here. Who was dealing with Mr. A? An official organization? Furs immediately gave Zio a hint and instructed the carriage driver outside. Not here. Not here. 2 streets ahead. The Aurora Order's stronghold has been discovered. The terrorist organization has suffered a heavy blow. The next morning, Klein saw the news the moment he flipped open the newspaper. I hope Mr. A dies in this ambush. He solemnly drew a crimson moon on his chest. He had already thrown the thousand-face hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood he had obtained last night above the gray fog, hoping that they wouldn't be lost. Even if I die, they won't be lost. Klein was very relieved as he forked a piece of bacon and chewed on it. After last night's transaction, his cash had once again fallen below 1,000 pounds, leaving him with only 735 pounds. It was only enough to buy the deep-sea Naga's hair, but he didn't have the strength to take care of the human skin shadow's characteristics. Without any better clues or money, Klein rested at home the entire morning. After lunch, he dressed up and headed straight for the Bakelin Bridge area. He had previously agreed with Carlson of the Machinery Hive Mind that if he had any information, he would go to the Lucky Bar near the westbound dock to find him. If the information was especially important and the other party wasn't there, he would go directly to the Lever Cathedral. After all, Sherlock Moriarty wasn't a member of any secret organization, so he didn't need to be careful. There weren't many customers at the Lucky Bar in the afternoon. Klein immediately saw Carlson, who was drinking alone in the corner of the bar counter. He walked over, knocked on the table, and reported in a suppressed voice. Many people in East Borough are spreading the faith of the primordial creator. Carlson drank the wine brewed from pure malt and replied, non-committally, Got it, got it. As expected, Klein thought to himself and smiled. I have a clue regarding the mausoleum of a 4th epic noble. Carlson paused in the act of raising his glass and turned his head to look at Klein in surprise. He subconsciously nudged his thick glasses. However, he realized that Detective Sherlock Moriarty didn't describe what happened next. Instead, he looked at the bartender a few steps away and smiled leisurely. Chapter 439. Carlson finally snapped out of his daze when he saw the frothy Southville beer being placed in front of Sherlock Moriarty. After the bartender left, he suppressed his voice and asked, What do you want? What do you want? Klein raised his glass and took a sip. He took a few seconds to savor the aroma of malt and a faint aftertaste after the bitterness. Cheers! He turned to look at Carlson and raised his glass with a smile. Carlson didn't hesitate to shake his head and reject his invitation. He mumbled, You're drinking beer, and I'm drinking strong distilled spirits. It's not suitable for a toast. Klein was only putting on an act. He took another sip of Southville beer, looked ahead, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, What I want is very simple. I don't know what's inside the tomb, so I can only give a vague description. I hope to choose one of the items you obtain from exploring the tomb. I'm not greedy, and it won't involve high-level items. Even if there were, I wouldn't dare ask for it. If you don't find anything, or if there's only high-level items inside, then I don't want anything. Of course, I believe that if the latter happens, you will definitely not be stingy with giving me a sum of cash that matches my contribution. After learning about the Amon family's tomb from Miss Sharon yesterday, he had a rough plan. The first plan was to blow the copper whistle and contact Mr. Aztec to join forces with him to explore the tomb. However, there were many potential problems with this plan. First, Klein didn't know how much strength Aztec, who was still searching for his memories, had recovered. Second, Aztec was being pursued by MI9. Rashly contacting him could easily bring trouble to Aztec and himself. Third, there was a high chance that Klein would once again enter the sights of sealed artifact 0-08. Of course, he had considered the possibility of using the gray fog to complete the communication and exploration, but blowing the copper whistle above the gray fog wouldn't summon a messenger. This was a dead end to any subsequent plans. More importantly, Klein didn't dare or want to expose the secret above the gray fog to Aztec eggers, whose identity was unknown. Therefore, he finally chose the second plan, which was to use the identity of an informant to hand over the information to the machinery hive mind and ask for the corresponding reasonable remuneration. In terms of a number of high-sequence beyonders, was there any faction that had more high-sequence beyonders than the Seven Churches? According to what Klein knew, there were nearly 10 high-sequence beyonders in the Church of the Evernight Goddess. In other words, nearly half of the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons had reached or exceeded sequence 4. This didn't even include the blessed of the goddess, the Pope who ruled over the Church. Even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery was inferior in this aspect, it wouldn't be too far off. Their Archbishop of the Baekeland Diocese, Hormick Haydn, was a high-sequence beyonder. And this kind of Orthodox church, which had a rich foundation, wouldn't place a lot of importance on mid-sequence items. Klein believed that he had a chance of negotiating a reasonable price. To put it simply, the core elements of the second plan were, if there's trouble, look for the organization. After hearing Klein's offer, Carlson was stunned for a second and blurted out, "Aren't you a believer of God? The one living in my heart has always been the goddess." Klein drew a triangular, sacred emblem on his chest. "It's precisely because I believe in God that I'm telling you this news instead of revealing it to the Nighthawks through Mr. Stanton. God said that those who are willing to be strong should be allowed to be strong. Only by becoming stronger and having more money can I come into contact with more channels and grasp more resources, thereby providing you with better and more effective intelligence." In order to convince the machinery hive mind, he had specially flipped through the Steam and Machinery Holy Bible that he had previously bought as a facade. He found a few deity quotations that met his requirements and carefully memorized them. Carlson was momentarily at a loss for a retort. He stood there in a daze, forgetting to drink. When Klein saw this, he hurriedly added, "That's right. Also, this will help you build a harmonious and efficient new era informant relationship. As long as you spread the word that I've received for this, and that you've kept your promise without going back on your word, I believe that the other informants will be deeply moved and motivated to do their best to gather useful information for you. Of course, I hope to use my alias during the publicity." Carlson's face froze when he heard that. He picked up his glass and gulped down a mouthful, nearly choking. "Ahem, Sherlock, the real you is completely different from the impression I had of you." He sighed. In his memory, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was good at analysis and reasoning. He was extremely calm and polite, and he provided very effective advice with a sense of justice. He was an outstanding believer of God. And now the other party. Klein drank a mouthful of beer and chuckled. Everyone has different sides. It's easy to make mistakes by using a single side to replace the whole. This is a problem that you have to pay attention to when reasoning. Carlson calmed down for a moment and stood up. "I don't have the authority to agree to such a request. I'll report it immediately. Wait here for a while." "All right." Klein beckoned the bartender over and ordered another order of potato chips. After he slowly finished his food and drank his beer, the deacon of the machinery hive mind, a Cancer Bernard, returned to the bar with Carlson. "There's no problem with your request, but there must be one more thing, and that is, items with strong side effects and curse effects are not on the list of choices." The Cancer looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he said in a deep voice, "Why one is the material." Klein immediately smiled. "All right. May I ask again, is this your personal decision, or is it a response from the higher-ups?" "I have the right to make such a decision." The Cancer pressed his fluffy hair down with his hat. "But because the matter involves the fourth epoch's noble mausoleum, I sent a telegram to the Archbishop, and he didn't object in his reply." "All right, Klein drew a triangular, sacred emblem again. I'll tell you the information now. A cancer subconsciously shook his head. He looked around and pointed to a billiard room. Let's go in and talk. This deacon, who is always publicly executed by the mirror named a Rhodes, is quite experienced. Klein mumbled and followed a cancer and Carlson into the billiard room, ensuring that there was no one in the two rooms. Klein paused for a few seconds and deliberated before saying, "This is what happened. A Beyonder discovered a hidden mausoleum at the bend of the Stratford River in Whitecliff Town. They explored the periphery and found some items. After that, they recruited people to do a further exploration, but no one returned. If you go there and search carefully, you'll definitely find the corresponding traces." A cancer listened carefully and pressed. "Are you sure it's a noble mausoleum from the fourth epoch? The items in the periphery can prove that it's a member of the Tudor dynasty's Amon family." Klein answered truthfully and reminded him, "The Beyonders who died inside weren't weak, and there were quite a number of them. I don't think this mausoleum can be explored by anyone below high-sequence Beyonders." Amon. A cancer instinctively frowned. It could be seen that as a deacon, he had the authority to know some ancient secrets. Without waiting for Klein to emphasize it again, he looked up and said, "We will first gather the corresponding information before taking action. The fourth epoch's noble mausoleums are very dangerous. Don't tell anyone else about this information or explore it yourself. Otherwise, you and your friends will only lose your lives. If I dared to, I wouldn't be sitting here." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. "My credibility has always been good." After making the deal and watching a cancer and Carlson leave, he put on his hat and slowly walked out of Lucky Bar. The machinery hive mind is still very cautious towards the fourth epoch nobles and the Amon family. They'll have to prepare for at least a few days before taking action. Cautious. Klein's thoughts suddenly stopped on one word. He thought of something else that could be considered cautious. After Roselle joined the ancient organization suspected to be the Twilight Hermit Order, he had never mentioned the other party's name in his secret diary written in Chinese. Every time, he referred to them with the corresponding characteristics. This was a phenomenon that was so cautious that it made people suspicious. Why doesn't Roselle the Great dare to mention the name of that organization, even in Chinese? This is completely different from the style in which he dared to write anything in his diary. What is he afraid of, and what is he worried about? Could it be that as long as I say or write the name of the Twilight Hermit Order, they will know me regardless of the language? Does one of their members or a sealed artifact have a similar ability? A guess surfaced in Klein's mind, but there was no way to confirm it unless he was willing to take the risk. Let's assume that it's true, and that I haven't been sensed by them because the Desire Apostle is above the gray fog. Informing Miss Justice is also using the gray fog to respond to prayers. Yes, it's almost Monday. I have to remind Miss Justice on the tarot not to say or record the name Twilight Hermit Order. As for the reason, I'll give her a look and let her figure it out for herself. Klein quickly made the follow-up arrangements and strode out of Lucky Bar. Seeing that it was still early, he took a carriage to the Quelag Club, planning to spend the afternoon there. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont. The aristocratic descendant sat in a corner, holding a glass of scarlet wine. His face was rosy as he sipped it excitedly. "Talon, you seem to be in a good mood," Klein greeted him with a smile. Talon chuckled. "Because the new year is coming." With that, he asked excitedly, "Sherlock, do you know what it's like to truly like someone?" Klein revealed a fake smile. "I'm sorry, I'm still single." "That's a pity. All right, I have to get busy." Talon drank the rest of the wine, stood up, and waved his hand. "By the way, thank you for introducing Mr. from his cage." Klein thought of the investment in the bicycle project and sincerely thanked him. "When will you be free in the near future? I'd like you to take me to taste the delicacies of Bakeland." After the new year, Talon put on his hat and walked to the reception hall with a smile. Has this guy entered the season of love? Klein couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just as he turned around and took a few steps, he suddenly heard a heavy thud. Klein jerked his head back and saw Talon Dumont lying on the ground, his left hand pressed tightly against his heart as his body kept twitching. This Klein rushed over in a few steps. But at this moment, Talum had finished foaming at his mouth and lost the last breath of his life. Chapter 440. This wasn't the first time Klein had seen a familiar person die in front of him, but it was the most sudden and unforeseen. His mind still seemed to have the lingering image of Talon Dumont's expression when he asked what it felt like to truly like someone. It was a vivid expression of hidden excitement and flaunting, but due to certain factors, he couldn't directly share it. He had to be careful. It was too fast. Normal diseases wouldn't cause death so quickly. With a solemn expression, Klein tapped his molars and activated his spirit vision. With one knee on the ground, he crouched down and saw Talon Dumont's aura and emotional colors rapidly disappear. At the location of his tightly covered heart, wisps of black gas coiled around it like snakes and gradually dimmed. An extraordinary method similar to a curse. Klein instantly made a preliminary judgment. At this moment, an attendant in a red vest and a maid in a black and white dress nearby ran over. They looked at the dead man on the ground with his eyes wide open and white foam at the corner of his mouth. Klein closed his eyes and ordered in a deep voice, "Go to the nearby police station and tell them that someone died here." "Yes, Mr. Moriarty." The red-vested attendant immediately turned around and ran out the door. He was so flustered that he forgot to put on his coat. Under everyone's gaze, Klein didn't check Talon's belongings, nor did he attempt to pluck out a few strands of hair so that he could attempt divination when no one was around. His identity was already considered half official and half underground, so he could use the power of the machinery hive mind to carry out follow-up investigations. There was no need for him to be a lone hero. Thinking of the many times he had played cards with Talon Dumont, the client and investor he had introduced to him, and the romance story that had been on his mind for a long time, Klein couldn't help but let out a long and slow sigh. Who is Talum's murderer? Which Beyonder who's good at curses did Talum offend? Looking at his behavior today, he should be in a very happy and peaceful state. He doesn't seem to be aware that he has provoked a terrifying person. Questions flashed through Klein's mind, but because he didn't understand Talon Dumont well enough, he lacked the soil to generate inspiration. When the police arrived, as a witness, he was questioned, which delayed a lot of time. Only after everything was done did Klein have the chance to leave Hillston and head to Lucky Bar in the Bakelin Bridge area. Carlson was still drinking there, just that the strong distilled liquor brewed from pure malt was replaced with golden-colored and bubbling beer. Klein raised his right hand and pinched his mouth. He leaned over and rapped the table. "Your job is to drink here, every day." Carlson jumped in fright. When he turned his head and saw that it was Sherlock, Moriarty relaxed. What do you want?" This reaction is very familiar. Klein sighed silently and said solemnly, "There's a case involving a Beyonder." Carlson immediately looked around and found that there were already many customers in the Lucky Bar. They were either holding a glass of wine and shouting loudly, or they were eager to go to the boxing ring to fight. "Let's go. Let's play a round of billiards." Carlson pushed up his thick glasses and took his beer to an empty billiards room. Klein followed closely behind and skillfully closed the door. "You seem to be a good drinker," he said casually. "No, I'm just a slow drinker." Carlson put down his glass and picked up his cue stick. Then he added for some baffling reason, "Besides, I've been wanting to be alone recently." "I don't care about that." Klein pursed his lips and said, "I encountered a death at the Quelag Club in Hillston Borough. It was a friend of mine, a descendant of a noble family and an equestrian teacher. He was usually very healthy, and his mental state had been very good recently, but he suddenly died in front of me. It looked like a sudden heart attack, but my spirit vision told me that he might have been cursed." "You're good at spirit vision?" Carlson subconsciously asked. "What specific situation did Mr. Stanton fabricate for me?" After becoming an informant for the machinery hive mind, they didn't ask me which pathway or sequence I'm a Beyonder of, nor did they inquire about my origins or background. Of course, letting informants keep a certain amount of their secrets is also a strategy often used by official organizations. Klein replied frankly, "I don't know." "Yes, The dead man's chest had some illusory black gas that was fading quickly. Indeed, it might involve curses and beyonders. Carlson didn't ask any further. He slowly nodded and said, "Hillston Borough, this is within the jurisdiction of our machinery hive mind. In the northwest region of Bakeland, which was also the core area of this metropolis, Empress Borough and Sherwood Borough belonged to the mandated Punishers, while West Borough and North Borough belonged to the Nighthawks. Hillston Borough and Bakeland Bridge were managed by the machinery hive mind." At this point, Carlson looked at Klein and sought confirmation. "Which god does your friend believe in?" After thinking carefully for a few seconds, Klein answered hesitantly, "Stormlord. A believer of the Stormlord. He's the only one who died?" Carlson asked with a frown. "Yes." Klein gave an affirmative answer. Carlson rubbed the tip of the cue stick and exhaled. "We have no right to take over. This is the domain of the mandated Punishers. However, I will pass on the information you submitted to them. In the Kingdom of Rouen, the jurisdiction of Beyonder matters was first divided according to faith. If it involved the believers of multiple churches and deities, it would be determined according to the jurisdiction." Klein was no stranger to this. He had no intention of making things difficult for Carlson, so he sincerely said, "Thank you. I hope they can find a real murderer as soon as possible." Carlson picked up the glass of wine beside him and drank a mouthful. He's a descendant of a noble. The mandated Punishers will definitely take him seriously. After pausing for a second, he sized up Klein and said in a deep voice, "It's hard for me to believe that you've only been in Bakeland for 3 months. You seem to have established a wide network of contacts here and have a lot of resources. Some people are naturally good at this." Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner as he bade farewell and left. When he returned to Minsk Street, the sky had already turned completely dark. The gas street lamps were lit up by the staff. Although his relationship with Talon Dumont wasn't considered deep, he was still an acquaintance that Klein would meet almost once a week. He was a friend that he would gather to play cards with every now and then. Furthermore, Talon was rather enthusiastic. He kept praising Detective Moriarty and introduced him to commissions and investments. His death also made Klein feel sad, filled with helplessness towards fate. Apart from that, he also felt a lot of anger at the person who cursed him. "I hope I can figure out what's going on. I hope that the mandated Punishers aren't short on manpower because of the assassination of the Duke of Negan." Klein sighed, got out of the carriage, and walked towards his door. During this process, he noticed that the Sammers house next door had no lights. It looks like they're on the way to Desi Bay. Is this the New Year atmosphere in Bakeland? And I don't feel anything at all. Klein felt a little wistful. With such emotions, he went to bed early and woke up at the sound of 7 o'clock. In order to change his mood, Klein decided to try making a homemade cake today. "I'll buy the ingredients after breakfast," he whispered, drank his milk, and flipped through the newspapers. Soon he saw an obituary in the Tussock Times. "My beloved son, Talon Dumont, died on December 18th due to a sudden heart disease. His funeral will be held on December 21st at 9 a.m. at the Crown Cemetery." This is the obituary notice. In the Northern Continent, due to reasons such as zombies, it had become an ancient tradition. It was to bury the dead as soon as possible. Of course, the premise was that there was no lack of money. A sudden heart disease? Is this the final outcome of the investigation? Or could it be that the mandated Punishers are deliberately numbing the real culprit? Klein frowned, unable to make a judgment. Perhaps I can head above the gray fog to divine if it's a trap set by the mandated Punishers, but there's a high chance of failure. After all, I don't have any personal items, and it's not targeting me. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and methodically filled his stomach. The subsequent attempts didn't exceed Klein's expectations. He had no choice but to leave Minsk Street and take a bus to Hillston to visit Eichinger Stanton. The great detective walked in the warm room and pointed ahead. "Sherlock, do you want breakfast? My chef is no worse than me." "No, I've already had breakfast." Klein shook his head and declined the offer. Isengard stopped in his tracks and asked casually, "Where are you going for New Year's?" "I'm going back to Lenberg. It's not confirmed yet. Maybe it's mid-sea-sheer," Klein said perfunctorily. "The scenery there used to be pretty good, but unfortunately, It's rich in coal and iron resources. Shipping is also quite developed. Eichinger straightened his collar and touched the pipe in his pocket. You seem a little anxious? Mr. Stanton, I have something to consult you about. Klein took the opportunity to describe Talon Dumont's death, the results of his spirit vision, the process of providing advice to the machinery hive mind, and this morning's obituary. Of course, he concealed the fact that he had become a machinery hive mind informant. He only said that he had found an official beyonder he knew from the Desire Apostle case for his friend. Do you think this is a trap set by the mandated punishers? He finally asked. Eichinger held his pipe and muttered, I've always been trying my best to avoid the mandated punishers. But I don't know enough about the corresponding situation. I'll get someone to ask around. If there's any news, I'll write to you. All right, thank you. Klein bowed sincerely. In the evening, he received a letter specially sent by Isengard. There was only one sentence in the letter. Chapter 441. The scene in front of him reminded Klein of the romance story that Talon Dumont had told him. His noble friend had fallen in love with a commoner woman and refused to marry anyone but her. This was something that was absolutely not allowed in the upper circles of the nobles. Talon was very vexed by this and almost hired someone to kill him. But in the end, he convinced the woman to leave his friend on her own accord. Could the protagonist of this story be Edisac Augustus? All aspects of the situation match. As a prince, marrying a commoner is an act of treason in this era. Since the founding of Rouen, the spouse of a direct member of the Augustus family can only be a noble woman. From what I heard just now, Edisac has found that commoner woman again. Furthermore, he's even grounded her as punishment. True love. In just an instant, the story of a tyrannical prince and a pitiful little white flower took shape in Klein's mind. He emptied his gaze and admired the midwinter scenery in front of him. This isn't what it really looks like now. When spring comes and the green grass sprouts, you'll see a golf course of the highest standards. Prince Edisac dismissed the maid, raised his whip, and pointed around. Golf? As Klein asked, he had already figured out the answer. Prince Edisac motioned for the guards and attendants to stay away, leaving only the old butler and Klein by his side. As he strolled across the barren plains, he chuckled. Yes, golf. This is a sport that truly belongs to the nobles. It's very difficult for the owners of most magazines and newspapers to participate in it. Although I don't like Roselle, I have to admit that his fantastic ideas have given us an interesting world. If you can figure out Talon's death, this place will be open to you at any time. It really is Roselle. Klein exhaled softly. Seeing that he didn't respond, Prince Edisac continued to sigh. Roselle is worth learning from in all aspects, but his attitude towards relationships disgusts me. Of course, this is the common style of most nobles with Intis. It's also the source of their obsession with luxury and decadence. Edisac looked at the slow stream in front of him and said in a mature tone that transcended his age, 99% of people aren't geniuses like Roselle. 99% of people aren't geniuses like Roussel. If you want to succeed and build a great career, you have to figure out what you really want and what price you're willing to pay for it. Then you have to walk down this path without looking back. At this point, his tone softened and he laughed self-deprecatingly. Before this year, I always thought that I liked the daughter of the Earl of Hall. She has perfect looks, elegant manners, a rich fortune, an illustrious family, and a very powerful father. This is a marriage partner that a prince can't be picky about. However, I now understand that what really attracts me, what I even dream of possessing, is a unique temperament and a deep soul born of experience. I'm not saying that the young lady of the Earl of Hall's family doesn't have temperament, but that's not what I want, admire, or like. Your Highness, your tone, attitude, and expression are almost identical to Talon's when he was alive. Don't suddenly die in front of me. Even if I jump into the Tussock River, I won't be able to clear my name. And if I hear too much of such things, it's easy to be silenced. Are you trying to tie me to your chariot? Klein felt an inexplicable fear. He cleared his throat and changed the topic. Your Highness, with your identity and status, you definitely won't lack subordinates. There are plenty of people willing to investigate Talem's death for you. Why do you have to look for me? Edisac shook his head and chuckled. As a prince, I have as much power as I don't have freedom. There are many things I can't let the people around me do. Most of the eyes are on me. You're a capable and intelligent detective, and you have a good relationship with Talem. You were also at the scene at the time, so I don't think there's anyone more suitable than you. Don't worry, if there really is a problem, I can definitely guarantee your safety. This kind of promise is like toilet paper in the bathroom. Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. Prince Edisac had already said this much. He felt that if he refused again, he might not be able to leave Red Rose Manor. So he could only sigh. He could only sigh and say, "Actually, I'm as angry as you about Talem's death, but reality forces me to remain calm." A smile appeared on Edisac's face. "What else do you need from me?" Talem's hair, flesh and blood, plus his personal belongings. Klein made a request. "All right, I'll get someone to send these things to your house." Edisac immediately agreed and then asked curiously, "Only these?" Klein did not hold back. "I'll only know what kind of help I need after I have a preliminary direction. Your Royal Highness, it would be best if you could give me a way to contact you. A private detective coming to this manor all the time is bound to arouse suspicion." Edisac nodded and said as if he had been prepared for this. "I'll have someone secretly rent the house next to yours, which is 13 Minsk Street. When you need to contact them, write a letter to visit your new neighbor and put it in the mailbox. As for the reward, you should know that I'm not a stingy person. Even if there's no result in the end, as long as you make a contribution and bear the risk, there will be a corresponding income. If you do find out the truth, I'll give you a reward that will be enough for you to live in retirement. His Royal Highness is very vigorous and resolute. Retirement, that's at least 3,000 pounds. Klein secretly sighed. "All right. May Talem's spirit find peace in the kingdom of storms and lightning." He bowed. Edisac nodded slightly and instructed the old butler. "You take Detective Moriarty out and send him back to Minsk Street. You're not even asking me to stay for lunch? Isn't that a little too arrogant to treat a guest?" "Of course. The main reason is that it's still a long time before noon." Klein silently teased. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and retrieved his holster, revolver, and bullets. Inside 15, Minsk Street, Klein stood in front of the oriel window and watched the carriage with the royal coat of arms depart. If I really want to investigate deeper, Sherlock and Moriarty might die at any moment. Someone might be watching me now. Well, not for the time being. After all, I haven't taken any action yet. Klein frowned slightly and stood quietly. At this moment, he had an unprecedented urgency to advance to Faceless. I can't just wait for the machinery hive mind to explore the Amon family's mausoleum. I have to continue trying to buy the human skin shadow characteristic from other channels. After all, no one knows how long the machinery hive mind will prepare. What if it takes more than a month, or even more than half a year? That's not impossible. First, I'll send someone to guard the entrance, and then slowly gather the corresponding information to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It's a pretty good strategy, but I can't afford to wait that long. Klein made up his mind as his thoughts ran wild. At 2:45 in the afternoon, he carried the newspaper into the bathroom and actively prepared for this week's tarot gathering. 3:00 sharp. A dark red and illusory light soared as Audrey Hall looked around in a good mood. Last night, she had finally obtained the sequence 7 psychiatrist potion formula that she had dreamed of. At this moment, she still felt a mixture of excitement, agitation, and steadiness. And psychological alchemy didn't ask her to contribute immediately, calling it an advance. They fully believed that Miss Audrey had an outstanding ability to repay. There are no new members. Audrey stood up and cast her gaze at the end of the long bronze table. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Her light and cheerful voice broke the eternal silence above the gray fog, allowing Klein, who was feeling a little depressed, to temporarily free himself from the troubles of the outside world. He nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the members. When she sat down again, Audrey brought the figures of the other members into her view, forming a dynamic scene with the scene she had previously observed. After Mr. the Hanging Man bowed, he quietly sized up Mr. Fool with inconspicuous curiosity. Then, he looked at Mr. World with some anticipation. In other words, he, who has a close relationship with the Church of the Storm, knows the details of the Duke of Negan's assassination. He knows that hero bandit Dark Emperor has appeared, and he has the desire to investigate the truth behind this matter. It seems like the werewolf beyonder characteristic that Mr. World entrusted him to sell on his behalf has yielded results. It's very likely that he has found one of the two materials, the human skin shadow characteristic or the deep-sea Naga's hair. Sun's emotions are very stable and somewhat relaxed. This means that he believes that the City of Silver's surveillance on him has been lifted. What did he rely on to make that judgment? Being rearranged into the so-called exploratory team? Furs feels a little depressed amidst her relaxation. She passed the test of the member of the House of Abraham and became his student, but she was forced to accept something that was disadvantageous to her. Mr. World is as cold and deep as usual. Perhaps I'll only be able to grasp his emotional changes and thoughts when I reach sequence 7 or even sequence 6. The Fool is still as mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. A series of thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as she looked at the figure shrouded in the gray fog. Honorable Mr. Fool, I've obtained 3 new pages of Roselle's diary. This was a copy she had requested from the psychological alchemy. As she had only mentioned it last night, Escalante had only given her 3 pages in a rush. What do you want in return? Klein asked with a smile. Audrey replied sincerely. Just treat it as payment for answering my question previously, all right? When she said this, she felt an inexplicable sense of flaunting. When she said this, she inexplicably felt like showing off. Mr. the Hanging Man, none of you know of the existence of the Twilight Hermit Order. Phew, I'm really envious. I wonder what difficult question Miss Justice has asked him in private. I'll write to teacher when I get back and ask if he has Roselle's diary. No, I have to tell others that it's his notebook. Magician's Furs immediately felt a desire and motivation. Under the Hanging Man's suspicious gaze, Klein nodded nonchalantly. Sure. Audrey quickly conjured 3 yellowish-brown diary pages and passed them to Mr. Fool. Klein took a look and saw that the first page wrote, Chapter 442. Just as Klein picked up the diary, Audrey added, Mr. Fool, there are still 10 pages of the diary that will be given to you in the future. This is the payment for your previous protection. She repeated the promise she had made in private to prevent Mr. Fool from thinking that she had forgotten about it. She repeated the promise she had made in private to prevent Mr. Fool from thinking that she had forgotten about it. The reason why she had deducted the news of the Twilight Hermit Order was because she wanted to settle a debt completely, and she was in the mood to flaunt it. Payment for providing protection. Magician's Furs ruminated over the words and suddenly realized that she had missed out on a very important problem. Regarding the House of Abraham, Mr. Fool had sent an angel to help me interfere with divination. I should also pay the corresponding payment. Oh no, I didn't think of this before. I thought it would be like any other ritual, that it would be over once it ended. Furs was momentarily horrified. In normal ritualistic magic, when praying for the help of a deity or corresponding existence, sacrifices would be offered in advance. They would burn essential oils and herbal essences that pleased the target, which was equivalent to paying in advance. However, in rituals related to the Fool, many steps could be omitted, and the price could only be paid after the event was over. There was even no need to pay at all. This made Furs, who was used to the former, subconsciously thank him. She hurriedly looked at the end of the long bronze table and sincerely said, Honorable Mr. Fool, your interference with divination has greatly helped me. Honorable Mr. Fool, your interference with divination has greatly helped me. I will also try my best to gather 10 pages of Roselle's diary for you. Seeing Miss Justice and Miss Magician's performance, son Derek was enlightened and found a way to fully express his feelings. However, the City of Silver doesn't have the so-called diary of Roselle the Great. Mr. Fool is very interested in history. I need to read more similar information and documents. With a thought, he made a promise to Mr. Fool, who sat at the head of the table. The hanging man watched all of this from the sidelines, no longer having any doubts about the fool having an angel as an attendant. In any organization, there needs to be a character like Miss Justice. The power of a role model is limitless. Klein, who had gained a lot of credits, out of thin air, sighed with joy in his heart. As the high and mighty Mr. Fool, he had always been embarrassed to directly ask for payment, and he had always believed that it was normal and reasonable to help the members of his own organization. There was no need to be too unscrupulous. Therefore, he didn't control the world to do the corresponding performance to remind everyone. Of course, if Justice and the others were willing to pay, Klein wouldn't reject it. All right, he smiled and nodded before casting his gaze back to the diary in his hand. January 13th. I've steadily contacted Mr. Dorr. This powerful beyonder who was lost in the depths of the darkness and trapped in the storm didn't rush me to complete the complicated and difficult ritual to help him return to the real world. He seems to have understood that he has to produce something that can move me and not give me 3 illusory wishes. Only then will he make me consider if I should take the huge risk to save him. Mr. Dorr didn't mention this for the time being. Instead, he chatted with great interest about my invention of tarot cards. Haha, the word invention definitely has to be in quotation marks. From this, it can be seen that Mr. Dorr can indeed come into contact with the world at specific times and in specific ways, allowing him to observe many things. While discussing the card, the moon, I thought of something that Zerdal mentioned. He said that the life school of thought worships the moon and not the Evernight goddess. Yes, I added the latter half of the sentence. I asked Mr. Dorr, a powerhouse from the 4th epoch, about this question. He chuckled and similarly didn't give a direct answer. But compared to the secretive seer who made me want to beat him up, he was a lot more frank. He told me that if he were to choose a card to represent the Evernight goddess, he wouldn't choose the moon card. His choice was the star card. That's interesting. I pressed on. Who's the true owner of the moon card? His answer became more and more teasing. He said with a smile that the moon card currently doesn't have an owner. If I didn't understand wrongly, he meant that the top of the moon pathway is empty. The position of sequence 0 is empty. That's not right. Isn't there a primordial moon? Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly had this thought. He had long expected that the moon card didn't represent the goddess. Be it the life school of thought's beliefs, the attitude of the vampires, or the records in the Book of Secrets, they all vaguely pointed out a problem. Evernight wasn't equivalent to the moon. In comparison, vampire ancestor Lilith and the primordial moon were more likely to be sequence 0 of this pathway. According to the history lessons in the City of Silver, Lilith might have perished in the dark 2nd epoch, but the primordial moon was an existence that people still believed in and responded to. Of course, those who prayed to it wouldn't end up well. Why did Mr. Dorr say that the moon currently didn't have an owner? From the Book of Secrets, I can tell that in the 4th epoch, the primordial moon has always existed. Klein nearly frowned. Soon, he had 3 general guesses. First, Mr. Dorr didn't know enough and didn't know of the hidden primordial moon, but the possibility was very low. Second, the so-called primordial moon was actually a disguise of a particular deity. In essence, it didn't occupy the sequence 0 position of the moon pathway. Third, it was a sequence 1 of the moon pathway or a corresponding sealed artifact in disguise. There's another possibility. The uniqueness of the moon pathway will automatically respond, Klein muttered to himself. In the sequence 0 potion formula described by the Dark Emperor card, the most important Beyonder ingredient wasn't all the characteristics of a sequence 1, but something named uniqueness. Different pathways had different uniquenesses. There is only one true God. Apart from the first guess, the other possibilities aren't small. Which Beyonder pathway is the moon pathway? Klein flipped to the 2nd page of the diary and was lucky to discover that it was connected to the previous page. I continued asking, but Mr. Dorr refused to say anything more. He wants to whet my appetite so that I can save him? No way. I hid my curiosity and teased Mr. Dorr for his lack of respect for a true God. He leisurely answered me that this was the attitude of the nobles of the 4th epoch towards deities. This fellow is too pretentious. However, I'm indeed very interested in the nobles of the fourth epoch, so I continued asking. Mr. Dorr told me that in the Tudor dynasty, there are 5 great nobles: Abraham, Antigonus, Ammon, Tamara, and Jacob. Each of these families can be called an angel family, and they possess extremely terrifying strength. Just the name angel family alone can explain many things. It really makes one yearn for it. Mr. Dorr said that the angel family of the fourth epoch wasn't limited to these 5. There were also the Zeradol and Zuros families that had always been loyal to the Solomon Empire, the Tluin-Sostal dynasties Augustus, Sauron, Einhorn, and Castilla families, the Andalrad and Beria families that operated in secret, as well as the Demonis family that was one step above the angel family that originated from a true god. So the final winner of the fourth epoch was the Tluin-Sostal dynasty. But where did their royal family go? The 4 angel families, Augustus and Sauron, split up the northern continent. Just as Mr. Dorr said previously, the number of top powerhouses in the fourth epoch far exceeds my imagination. However, most of them have already been buried in the dust of history. Even the Sauron family has declined and was overthrown by me. In another 1,000 or 2,000 years, perhaps the Augustus family and the other families will no longer exist. Only those true gods will appear to forever illuminate the real world. Although there were deities that perished in the fourth epoch, it should only be an extremely small number. This reminds me of a line I memorized from reading online novels in the past. If you don't become a true god, you will eventually be reduced to ashes. The time for communication is over. Mr. Dorr has gone offline. He's really like a prisoner who has a fixed time for release, and he doesn't know enough. When he mentioned the Zeradol family, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. Perhaps I have to maintain my relationship with Mr. Dorr and leave a path of retreat aside from the Church of Steam, Zeradol, and that secret and ancient organization. A crafty rabbit has more than 3 burrows. During Roselle the Great's final struggle, he only thought of the organization suspected to be the Twilight Hermit Order, but he didn't mention Mr. Dorr at all. Something seems to have happened in between. So the ancestors of the Ruan royal family, the Augustus family, were so rich that they were actually an angel family. However, why did the royal family of the Tluin-Sostal dynasty, which they were loyal to, disappear just like that? Klein immediately thought of a few things as he increasingly wanted to peel away the fog that shrouded the history of the fourth epoch to see its true form. This was also the greatest hobby of the original owner of his body. Perhaps that underground ruin with 2 seats and a terrifying evil spirit will help me answer many of my questions. Klein's gaze sank as he flipped to the 3rd page of the diary. June 2nd. Bernadette massaged my back. Having a daughter is indeed good. She knows how to care for her father. Although I can tell what she wants at a glance, at least she's willing to put on an act, and she does it well. I asked her which beyond her pathway she wants to take. She said that she hasn't decided, but she likes the maxim of do whatever you want but do no harm. June 3rd. I met Florin again. He's very different from before, as though he's a completely different person. No, he still has his original memories and some of his unique traits. This is enough to prove that he's Florin himself. What exactly did he experience to have such a huge change? Perhaps I can use a metaphor to describe it more accurately. Some monsters are physically stitched together, while he's mentally stitched together. June 5th. I obtained an ancient manual. It actually mentioned the name of the primordial Demonis, not an honorific name. It's called Cheek. That's a male name. Chapter 443. Cheek. Could it be that the primordial Demonis was also a man in the past? Klein nearly raised his hand to pinch his chin. He had once guessed that it was the existence of the evil god, the primordial Demonis, that caused the assassin pathway to mutate into a female from sequence 7 and become fixed. To his surprise, Roselle's diary indicated that the primordial Demonis might have also been a man in the beginning. This could explain 2 problems. First, the primordial Demonis wasn't a natural deity. She had relied on a potion to reach sequence 0. Second, the pure, inattribute transformation of this pathway was contained within the Beyonder characteristic. Roselle had once speculated about the truth of the law of beyonder characteristics conservation. He suspected that all beyonder characteristics originated from the original creator, so it wouldn't increase, and the total amount would be fixed. If it's true, does this mean that the creator of everything is inclusive of everything, including yin, yang, and neutral, and the demonist pathway is a representation of pure yin? Of course, that ancient book might really be fake. There's a lot of information in today's Roselle diary. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made the diary disappear from his hand. "You may begin." He smiled at Justice, Son, and company. The hanging man Alger immediately looked at the world. "Your werewolf beyonder characteristic has been sold. An artisan paid 1,200 pounds for it. According to the agreement, I'll receive 200 pounds. Also, I found clues to the deep-sea Naga's hair. One strand is 100 pounds, and you want a total of 5 strands. If you have no questions about this transaction, I'll complete it as soon as possible." The reason why Klein had promised a higher share of the werewolf beyonder characteristic was because he knew that the amount of effort and risk the hangman had put in for it far exceeded that of vampire Emlyn White. At this moment, after some thought, he controlled the world to reply, "No problem. Give me 5 strands of deep-sea Naga hair and 500 pounds as soon as possible. This way, all that's left is the human skin shadow characteristic. My gold pounds have also increased to 1,235 pounds. The 2 aren't enough. If I don't want to wait for the machinery hive mind to explore the Amon family's tomb, I'll need another 500 to 1,000 pounds to buy it when I encounter it." Klein subconsciously thought about what other items or knowledge he could exchange for money. Of course, the premise was that the transaction target had the ability to pay. Upon hearing this, Audrey raised her hand slightly and said without hiding anything, "I want to buy 3 ingredients. I want to buy 3 materials. A pair of mirror dragon's eyes, 50 milliliters of its blood, and a fruit of the elder tree. I'll write and ask my teacher. I hope that he has one of these ingredients," Furs said after some thought. "I'll write to my teacher and ask him. I hope he has one of these ingredients," Furs said after some thought. Sun nodded and said, "I'll keep an eye out as well. It's not rare to see a corroded mirror dragon, and it's the same for the Tree of Elders. In the City of Silver, there's also the beyonder characteristic left behind by a psychoanalyst. However, it's very difficult to trade for it, and it's easy to be suspected." Psychoanalyst was the ancient name for psychiatrist. Their conversation entered Klein's ears, and he immediately controlled the world to make Mr. Fake Man say in a gloomy and hoarse voice, "I'll ask around in my circle. I'll ask around in my circle. Oh, right. Continue to help me look for the characteristics of the human skin shadow." "All right." Audrey confidently turned her head to look across her. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I'll also keep an eye out for the wind-blessed potion formula you need." She had already joined psychological alchemy and had the support of a secret organization. There, many ingredients might no longer be lacking. As long as one paid the right price, they could be obtained. Magician's Furs repeated, "I'll write to ask my teacher." Witnessing such a development, Klein felt rather gratified. After a long period of hard work, Tarot had finally opened up 2 major channels, psychological alchemy and the House of Abraham. Many things would become simpler. The world chuckled and said, "Your answers fill me with hope. However, you have to take care to protect yourselves and do it in a way that doesn't arouse suspicion." "Mr. World, it's rare for you to speak so much," Audrey replied with a faint smile. "I got a little carried away and didn't notice the world original persona." Klein immediately made up for it and made the world chuckle. "You've already become valuable enough. I hope that such transactions can be maintained for a long, long time. That's why I'm reminding you." "Thank you." Audrey gracefully expressed her gratitude. At this moment, Sun hesitated and said, "I'll give it a try as well." "I'll give it a try too. I've completed quite a few patrol missions recently, and nothing abnormal has happened." "Very good," Klein thought to himself, making the world shut his mouth. After a brief silence, the hanging man Alger looked thoughtfully at Miss Justice. "I want to know the details of the Duke of Negan's assassination." What payment do you need? Why me? As someone who has a close relationship with the Church of the Storm, shouldn't you already be fully aware of the details of the case? Audrey was taken aback at first, but she immediately understood Mr. the Hanging Man's intentions. He wanted to ask about the organization or faction that drove the Desire Apostle, but it wasn't appropriate for him to directly consult Mr. Fool. He felt that it would be too abrupt and would appear to be an interrogation. Therefore, he took a detour and opened up the topic by asking me, gently shifting the focus to what he wants to know. He knows that I'm a noble lady and should be concerned about the Duke of Negan's assassination, so he doesn't have to worry that I won't answer. Mr. the Hanging Man sure is experienced. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly. No, there's no need for payment. Isn't it the purpose of our tarot to exchange general knowledge of our respective regions for free? Only by doing so can our tarot develop rapidly, she thought with a sense of ownership. Your words make me ashamed. The Hanging Man Alger was stunned for 2 seconds before he pressed his chest and leaned forward slightly. The fool Klein, who was shrouded in a thick gray fog, chuckled dryly in his heart. Audrey pursed her lips and deliberated over her words. The Desire Apostle used a special setting to complete the assassination of the Duke of Negan with his ability to ignite his thoughts and desires. At the cost of being seriously injured, he successfully broke out of the encirclement and infiltrated the sewers. By the time the Nighthawks caught up to him, he was already dead. Hero Bandit Dark Emperor was still at the scene. This gentleman wasn't there to silence him. His goal was the organization that commissioned the Desire Apostle. That organization? Just as the Hanged Man was muttering to himself in puzzlement, the fool, Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, silently praised Miss Justice. He then looked at her and casually reminded her, "Don't worry." He looked at her and casually reminded, "In the outside world, don't mention the organization's name, nor do you write it down." "Why?" Audrey blurted out in surprise. Klein leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, "I'm sorry. Anything that is said will be known." Anything that is said will be known. Audrey subconsciously looked at Mr. Fool and felt that his blurry eyes hidden in the gray fog seemed to be emphasizing something. Does Mr. Fool mean that as long as I'm not around? Doesn't the Divine Kingdom have nothing to do with it? As long as I mention or write the name of the Twilight Hermit Order, they will use some method or item to sense it. That should be the meaning. What an extremely secretive and prestigious organization. To a certain extent, it's even more terrifying than the Church of the Seven Deities. And Mr. Fool, as well as our tarot, are searching for their traces. Audrey felt that she had understood many things at once. She immediately straightened her back and said, "As you command, anything that is said will be known." A secret organization that can't even be mentioned by name? A powerful organization that I'm completely unaware of? This is the faction behind the Desire Apostle. Mr. Fool is sending his blessed to search for them? The situation at the higher levels of this world is indeed more complicated than I imagined. There are more secrets that I can't figure out. The Hanging Man Alger nodded indiscernibly, feeling both shocked and excited. At this moment, he had the urge to pay Mr. Fool in exchange for the name of the organization. But on careful thought, he felt that there was no need for that. Although understanding the situation at the higher levels was beneficial for him to perfect his future plans and play an important role in certain situations, he was currently at the bottom of the mid-sequence. So it was basically impossible for him to come into contact with matters related to the mysterious organization. What he needed more urgently was the formula and ingredients for Wind Blessed, so he had to accumulate enough wealth for this. After I advance successfully, I'll find a chance to consult Mr. Fool. The Hanging Man Alger made a mental note of this matter. Magician's Furs was slightly confused when she heard this. The Desire Apostle and the organization that anything that is said will be known were completely different from what she knew from the newspapers. There are indeed many secrets and undercurrents behind the assassination of a duke. It's a pity that I can't write down the name of the organization. Otherwise, it would definitely be a classic if I used it as the villain of a future novel. I still lack 10 diary pages and I haven't bought the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. There's no need to spend money to understand such high-end matters for the time being. Well, the secrets and knowledge circulating on the tarot are 10 times more than Mr. A's gathering, or even more. Furs suppressed the curiosity of an author. As for Sun, he didn't know who the Duke of Negan was anyway, so he didn't care who the assassin was. He sat in silence, as quiet as if he was in class. After the matter with the Twilight Hermit Order came to an end, Furs looked around and probed. What's the matter with the Twilight Hermit Order? Ladies and gentlemen, do you have a solution to the problem of accumulating too many Beyonder characteristics of the same level? Chapter 444. The hanging man Alger looked at Magician's Furs and asked, What's the matter? You were forced to drink the second apprentice potion? How did you guess it so easily? It's like you saw it on the spot. Furs cleared her throat uncomfortably. Yes, let's take it that way. What solutions do you have? What do you want me to exchange for it? Alger stole a glance at Mr. Fool, and seeing that he didn't have any reaction, he calmly replied in a deep voice, That's right. I don't need a reward, because I definitely can't meet your needs. Without waiting for the Magicians and Miss Justice to ask, he casually explained, High-sequence Beyonders can decide whether or not to pass on their Beyonder characteristics to their descendants, as well as how much they pass on. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally pass on a portion without their control, although it won't be too much each time and won't affect their strength. If you have enough children, it can still cause you to regress. Such children are born with relatively high spiritual perception and certain imperfect Beyonder powers. Audrey was enlightened as she understood the origins of certain special groups of people. The hanging man nodded. If they want to become a Beyonder, they can only choose the corresponding pathway. Of course, such people don't necessarily come from heredity. They can also be blessed by deities or corrupted by evil spirits. There are many factors that can cause the same effect. Also, the children of high-sequence Beyonders might be born as Sequence 5. This is one of the few methods that can allow one to advance a level without losing control. So that's how it is. Audrey sighed with satisfaction. For her, learning more about the mysteries was more enjoyable than getting a nice dress or jewelry. Furs also came to a realization as she pressed. That's right. What about Sequence 7, 8, and 9 Beyonders? In theory, their Beyonder characteristics won't be passed down to their descendants, but that's not absolute. If there's an excess of Beyonder characteristics, there's still a chance of it being passed down. That is to say, if you conceive and give birth to a child, you can effectively reduce the remaining potion in your body. No, one might not succeed, but 3 or 4 might give you a greater chance. 3, 4? Furs was dumbfounded. Klein had long learned of this common knowledge from Roselle's diary. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of a joke. Miss Magicians, in the future, you can tell your child that you were born because you drank the potion. Although Mr. the Hanging Man said that the burden would be reduced the moment you conceive, having a child will take about 10 months. No, that's not all. You can't just give birth and not care about it. With the acting method, even if it becomes difficult in the future, you can definitely digest it in 2 months. Perhaps it won't take that long. After all, it is only the starting sequence. Furs smiled. Understand. The best method is still to hanging him, sister. Man, always king. Beyonder. It would take 1.5 years, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or even 6 years to digest. Perhaps having a child would be an easier solution, he added in his heart. After digesting it for 1.5 years, 2, 3, 5, or 6 years, having a child might be a simpler solution, he added inwardly. There was silence for a few seconds as the two ladies digested the knowledge they had just obtained. And to Derek, this was common sense. He adjusted his sitting posture and said, That's right. And to Sun, this was all common knowledge. Explore where? The hanging man Alger turned his head and asked, It's still that half-destroyed temple of the fallen creator, Derek answered in a casual manner. It sounds like there's a certain level of safety guarantee. Audrey didn't interrupt. The hanging man thought for 2 seconds and said, Elder Shepherd is still in the dungeon. Yes, the exploration this time will be led by the chief. Sun didn't hide anything. This way, the danger level will be much lower than the last time. I can give it a try. The hanging man Alger couldn't help but glance at Mr. Fool. This way, the danger level will be much lower than the last time. I can give a try. Alger couldn't help but glance at Mr. Fool again. This way, the danger level will be much lower than before. I can give it a try. Alger couldn't help but glance at Mr. Fool. Unable to read any meaning from the other party's blurry eyes, he continued speaking to Sunday. The information you sent out previously was that Amon and the fallen creator were mortal enemies, and they didn't hesitate to expose themselves to destroy the other party's scheme. During the exploration of the fallen creator's temple, as long as you don't show any abnormalities, the six-member council can basically determine that you're no longer under Amon's influence. Mr. the Hanging Man sure is experienced. It's as though he's the one who planned this operation. Son Derek memorized it and asked, "Apart from this, what else do I need to pay attention to?" At the end of the long bronze table, the fool, who was watching quietly from the sidelines, spoke. "Flesh and blood. Ravings." Klein only gave 2 words, leaving the rest to the tarot members to figure out. This was the demeanor of an important figure. The hanging man thought seriously for a few seconds and said to Sun, who had thanked Mr. Fool, "Don't worry. To be specific, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to, don't eat what you shouldn't eat, and don't touch what you shouldn't touch." Which ones shouldn't be seen or heard? Derek asked, puzzled. The hanging man said with a deep voice, after entering the temple, "Everything belongs to this category." "Then how should I explore it?" Derek asked in surprise. The hanging man chuckled. "Aren't there other members? Isn't there still a chief?" It's indeed Mr. the Hanging Man's style. Audrey subconsciously wanted to reach out to cover her face, but the education and habits that were engraved in her made her know that such an action wasn't elegant. Hence, she forcefully changed her approach and pushed her drooping hair behind her ears. Sun found this method somewhat unacceptable. Noticing his reaction, the hanging man, Alger, cursed inwardly and said, "What I mean is, listen to the chief's instructions. What I mean is that you listen to the first seat's orders and only do what he tells you to do. Other than that, don't make your own decisions." "I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man." Sun instantly relaxed. "Phew." Alger exhaled and turned to look at the lady opposite him. "Miss Justice, I would like to know the political changes in Bakeland after the death of the Duke of Negan." Audrey recalled the recent news she had heard directly or indirectly. The death of the Duke of Negan has caused a split in the House of Lords. Although his eldest son is about to inherit the title and become a member of the House of Lords, his prestige isn't enough to quell the dispute. Nearly 10 members of the House of Lords have jointly proposed to allow the nobles who have just been conferred a title to have a fixed seat in the House of Lords. To put it simply, those who have made political donations, charitable donations, and purchased the corresponding land to be conferred as nobles can become members of the House of Lords. Upon hearing this, the hanging man Alger laughed. "Don't the nobles with a certain amount of history despise people who obtain their titles through unorthodox means? Isn't their greatest pride and glory hereditary and fixed seats in the House of Lords?" Ignoring the hanging man's inadvertent mockery, Audrey calmly explained, "You're right. When you have tens of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, or even more debts, you will make the same choice." Owing money was not a fatal threat to many nobles, but the other party could apply to the court to use their land to pay off the debt. Without the minimum amount of land required for a noble title, their status as nobles would be on the verge of collapse. And then, the hanging man Alger didn't harp on the question from before. Audrey gave a general description. Such disputes have put many bills on hold, including but not limited to raising workers' pay, improving working hours, and amending the poor law. What's gratifying is that the unified examinations for government employees are still progressing steadily without stopping. The investigations into Bakeland's air pollution are also deepening. There won't be a war in the near future. The hanging man muttered and turned to discuss other matters with the other members. Klein, who was worried that staying in the washroom for too long would arouse suspicion, announced the end of the tarot after they came to an end. After returning to her room, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to get up. She first quietly sorted out what she had to do. She looked at the mirror in front of her and played with the accessory on her earlobe. With a faint smile, she muttered to herself, "There's a psychology class tomorrow afternoon. I can tell Miss Escalante that I met someone in a circle of beyonders who wants to buy the human-skinned shadow characteristic." He promised to give an abnormally generous reward. I wonder if psychological alchemy is interested. Also, I can't forget Roselle's diary and the wind-blessed formula. Yes, I have to gather information on psychiatrists as soon as possible. Audrey, you can't slack off. Susie is already sequenced. I can't let it catch up to her. Furs paced back and forth in a room before finally making up her mind and pulling out a chair. She found a piece of paper and a pen, prepared for nearly a minute, and began to write to Dorian Gray. She described the human-skinned shadow characteristic and the requirements of the wind-blessed potion formula, expressing her curiosity about Roselle's notebook. The capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, city of generosity. Alger Wilson walked out of the hotel and headed for a secret underground market. His goal was the deep-sea Naga's hair. If there was a human-skinned shadow characteristic there, he wouldn't miss it. I'm short of money. Klein sat in the living room and sighed again. He was still short of a lot of cash to ensure that he could buy the human-skinned shadow characteristic when there were subsequent clues. Klein thought for a long time, considering if he should find another channel to sell the interrogator's beyonder characteristic and not wait for Ms. Zio to have money again. After an unknown period of time, the jingling of the doorbell broke the silence of the afternoon. Chapter 445. The visitor was a man in a dark green postman uniform. He smiled obsequiously at Klein. "Are you Mr. Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes." Klein vaguely guessed the purpose of the other party's visit. The visitor immediately raised his right hand and handed over a palm-sized object that was wrapped in layers of black gauze. "Your package. Please sign for it." Klein deliberately expressed his doubts. "Shouldn't you give me a list and let me pick it up at the corresponding post office?" The postal system of the Kingdom of Rouen was a perfect copy of Intis. Even its flaws were copied. Any mail that couldn't be directly stuffed into the mailbox, no matter what it was, would only be given a pickup slip, leaving the recipient to busy themselves. Because it's more valuable, I have to deliver it to you personally," the postman said after a moment of surprise. "It seems you're not professional enough to be a real postman." Klein didn't ask any further questions. He took the package, pen, and list and signed for it. He closed the door and returned to the living room. He wasn't in a hurry to open the package. Instead, he took out a gold coin and threw it into the air like a juggler. Klein caught the gold coin and looked down to see if it was a portrait or a number. The number pointing up indicates a negative. There's no hidden danger. Klein nodded slightly, put away the gold coin, touched the paper figurine in his pocket, and carefully opened the package. After the layers of black gauze were removed, the things inside were clearly revealed to him. They were a pale gold pocket watch with elegant patterns, a handkerchief stained with dark red blood, 7 or 8 short brown curly hairs tied together, and a stack of notes. Talim's personal belongings, hair, flesh, and daily records are all here. Prince Edisac is very efficient. It's not even night yet. Klein looked at the items spread out on the coffee table and suddenly felt that there were many eyes watching him. An ancient angel family with more than 2,000 years of heritage definitely has an unimaginable foundation. If I get involved in the royal family's internal strife, I could be crushed into powder at any time. Perhaps I'm already being monitored. I have to appear mediocre and useless enough to ensure my own safety. Klein had already thought of what to do. He calmly checked his pocket watch, handkerchief, and hair. During this process, his spiritual intuition didn't give him any warning or stop him from divining. With some confidence, Klein took out a piece of paper in the living room, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote a divination statement. The real cause of Talim Dumont's death. He acted magnanimously, as if he didn't feel like he was being monitored. Picking up the curly hair and handkerchief, Klein silently recited a divination statement as he leaned back against the back of the sofa. His eyes turned deep as he entered cogitation. After 7 times, he arrived in the world of dreams and saw the familiar hall of the Quelag Club. Following that, he once again saw Talon Dumont clench his heart as he collapsed with a twisted expression. This revelation shows that Talon did indeed die of a sudden heart disease. Klein opened his eyes and whispered to himself. He frowned, revealing a puzzled, and contemplative expression. He repeated using different divination statements several times and obtained the same result. He got up and paced back and forth several times. He clenched his fist and hit himself in the head, as if angry that he wasn't good enough to help his friend track down the murderer. Finally, he sat down dejectedly and didn't move for a long time. In the dim room, he looked like the silhouette of a stone statue. It's about time. I can't use too much force. If no one was monitoring me, I would have been fighting with the air just now. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner, got up, and walked to the kitchen. After dinner, he seemed to perk up again as he carefully read the contents of the stack of notes, including what Talon had done and who he had met on the day of his death and the days before it. Home, Red Rose Manor, the Quelag Club, Viscount Conrad's mansion. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Klein picked up a sharpened pencil and drew several circles, marking the places he would visit and the targets he wanted to inquire about in the next few days. After doing all of this, he let out a long sigh, packed his things without much confidence, washed up, and went to bed. In the middle of the night, when the crimson moon was covered by layers of clouds, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He got out of bed, slowly opened the door, and entered the bathroom next door. He used a paper figurine substitute to hide his true body. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he arrived above the gray fog and sat in the seat belonging to the fool. His eyes had already become clear, no longer filled with decadence, depression, and pessimism. Following that, Klein took out the projection of a blood-stained handkerchief from the hidden pocket of his pajamas that had been modified from old clothes. When he was packing his things, he had used the beyonder powers of a magician to secretly pull out the handkerchief and hide it on his body. Taking a deep breath, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement that was no different from the beginning. The true cause of Talon Dumont's death. After reciting it 7 times in a calm and peaceful manner, he took the paper and handkerchief, leaned back in his chair, and fell asleep in the silent and empty ancient palace. In the gray, fragmented, and illusory world, Klein saw a completely different scene from before. What appeared in front of him was a palm-sized puppet that had been casually carved. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. There were a few drops of dark red blood on the puppet's body, dyeing it with a demonic color. A palm stretched out. The skin was fair, delicate, smooth, and well-proportioned. The fingers were slender and beautiful, and the flesh was even. The most eye-catching thing was the unique ring inlaid with a sapphire on the little finger of the palm. The index finger of the palm was surrounded by illusory black flames as it tapped on the puppet's heart. Without a sound, the scene shattered, and Klein woke up from his dream. His initial judgment wasn't wrong. Talon had indeed died from the curse. But the problem was, why wasn't there a full picture of the moment he received the curse? The mysterious space above the gray fog can eliminate interference. Klein was momentarily puzzled. Normally speaking, the revelation he received was too abstract and easy to misinterpret. It was a problem of his own divination skills being limited. It was a problem of the difficulty of the matter he wanted to divine. It had nothing to do with the gray fog, so it was understandable. However, he had clearly seen the scene before and after the curse, but it was limited to a very small portion. It didn't provide a relatively effective revelation, which was rather puzzling. Was there a similar situation in the past? Klein dug for a reason from his own experience. Suddenly, he sat up straight and recalled a similar experience. In Tingen, when he divined the true reason behind a few coincidences, a similar situation had occurred. He clearly saw the house with the red chimney, but he couldn't touch its Zangwil and sealed artifact 0-08 inside the house. This is an object or person at the level of a grade 0 sealed artifact, resisting the power of the gray fog. Klein suddenly narrowed his eyes. No, not necessarily. There are still many possibilities. I have to confirm it again. He tried his best to calm himself down. As for how to confirm it, it wasn't difficult for the experienced him. The method was very simple, and that was to do the same divination again. If the revelation he received didn't change, it meant that the matter wasn't that terrifying. If the divination was no longer successful, it meant that the target or something around the target could resist the gray fog to a certain extent, just like 0-08. Taking a deep breath, Klein calmly repeated the divination from before. The true cause of Talon Dumont's death. He leaned back in a chair and recited in a low voice, his eyes gradually darkening. In the dream, all he saw was a hazy, shattered gray fog. There were no more puppets or fingers. Whoosh! Klein straightened his back, his expression abnormally solemn. What exactly is Talon involved in? He muttered to himself with a frown. He no longer had any doubts about what to do next. It was to be passive and perfunctory. He would first fool Prince Edisac for a while, then tell him that he really couldn't find out the truth. Phew, this world is really terrifying. If I'm not careful, I'll come into contact with something extremely terrifying. Klein sighed inwardly and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly returned to the bathroom in reality. Tuesday morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, Crown Cemetery. Dressed in a black shirt, a black vest, and a black tweed coat, Klein held the flowers he had bought for 12 soldi and stood at the edge of the crowd. He watched with a solemn expression as Talon Dumont's coffin was carried over and buried into the ground bit by bit. During this process, Talon's mother's eyes were red and swollen. She wanted to speak a few times, but she was sobbing uncontrollably. His father's hair was white and he looked haggard. Just standing there made him look like he was trembling. As the scene reflected in his eyes, Klein tilted his head slightly and closed his eyes. After the funeral attendees left one after another, he walked over, bent down, and placed the plain white flowers in his hand on top of his kind. "I'm sorry," he silently said in his heart. He stood up straight and retreated to the side. Just as he was about to leave, Klein saw reporter Mike and Surgeon Allen approach him. "What a pity. I never expected Talon to actually say." Mike's expression was pained, and he couldn't finish his sentence. Allen, who was always cold and indifferent, took off his glasses, wiped the corners of his eyes, and sighed softly. "He's a passionate guy. He shouldn't have ended up like this." "That's right. He had hopes of getting rid of the bad reputation left behind by his grandfather," Klein echoed. At that moment, he saw a female figure wearing a thick black dress and a veil covering her face walk towards Talon's grave. She was also holding a bouquet of white flowers in her hand. Klein indifferently looked away, leaving only the light in his eyes to stare in that direction. The woman bent down to release the flowers, revealing her left palm wearing a black gauze glove. On the pinky of her left palm, a blue gem faintly appeared. Klein's scalp went numb. His entire body was numb. Chapter 446. He wasn't unfamiliar with such a feeling, and the experienced Klein immediately used his clown powers to control his facial expression and the slight trembling of his body. He gently but unhurriedly retracted his gaze, making it so that the casual glance didn't reveal too much abnormality. "Sigh, Talon is so young. He's not even married and has no children." Klein took the opportunity to sigh. The reason he said this was because this sentence gave him a reasonable enough explanation for the subtle reaction he had when he saw the woman who offered the flowers. From the woman who had a certain relationship with Talon, he thought of the other party's marriage and family situation and how his friend had died young, so he was overwhelmed with grief. That's right. Actually, at his age, he should have gotten married 4 to 5 years ago. Unfortunately, his grandfather's matter left him with an extremely strong psychological trauma. He had always rejected marriage, and it was only recently that things improved. Mike echoed with a sigh. At this moment, the seemingly normal Klein felt as if there were thorns slowly stabbing deep into his skin and flesh, making him extremely tense. The woman in the black dress with the sapphire ring on her left pinky straightened her body and looked around. Then, accompanied by 2 maids, she quietly left Talon's grave and walked into the distance. Phew! Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being stabbed in his back quickly turned into a cold sweat. Who is she? And why did she come to offer flowers at the grave? Talam's lover? However, how could Talam, who had no money, power, status, have a relationship with a terrifying figure that involved a grade 0 sealed artifact or a demigod of the same level? This isn't a novel. Furthermore, she was probably the one who used a curse to kill Talam. The waters behind this run so deep. Klein listened with a calm expression as Mike and Surgeon Allen recounted Talam's past. He quickly let his thoughts wander and felt that the most confusing thing about this matter was the death of an ordinary person with no money, power, status, or strength would actually involve a grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerhouse of the same level. This was simply unbelievable. But this isn't the only case. There's another similar case around me. Klein suddenly thought of something and looked at Surgeon Allen. This ordinary person's home might very well contain a sequence, one snake of mercury. Following this train of thought, Klein recalled the nearly 5 months since he transmigrated. He was surprised to realize that he had unknowingly become involved with many demigods and terrifying sealed artifacts. The woman who had just killed Talam, Snake of Mercury Willa Septon, Blasphemer Amon, the mysterious woman in the Royal Museum, a high sequence beyonder of the Rose School of Thought, 0-08, 1-42, in Zangwil, the mutated sun's sacred emblem, the Antigonus family's notebook, the suspected descendant of death, Mr. Azek, Mr. Eggers, Mr. Dorr, the Twilight Hermit Order. One name after another flashed through Klein's mind, and every time he counted one, he drew a cold gasp. He calmed his mind and thought carefully. This doesn't even include the true creator and the eternal blazing sun, who are above them. Strictly speaking, I can also be ranked among them. After all, I came because of black divination and am an otherworldly soul that controls the strange gray fog. Could this be the cusp of another era after Roselle? That's why demigods and terrifying sealed artifacts are entering real life. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, the grief-stricken reporter, Mike, and Surgeon Allen bade farewell one after another, and he left the cemetery unhurriedly. Just as he was looking around for a rental carriage, a familiar carriage drove out from a hidden spot and stopped in front of him. Although the coat of arms on the black carriage had been skillfully concealed, Klein could still recognize it at a glance that it was Prince Edisac's carriage. Silently, the carriage door opened, and an old butler with meticulously combed hair alighted. He politely made an inviting gesture. "His Highness is waiting for you." All right. Klein didn't feel the slightest bit guilty as he entered the spacious and warm carriage. Prince Edisac wore a dark blue coat with a large collar and a golden ribbon-like attire on his chest, making him look exceptionally noble. He rubbed his diamond brooch, his long and narrow eyes sighing. "Even when I attend a friend's funeral, I'm restricted. I can't be there directly, and I can only watch from afar. I can only send someone to present flowers for me. This is the lack of freedom of the royal family. If Talam's grandfather hadn't lost his title, you probably wouldn't have to avoid anything." Klein followed Prince Edisac's gesture and sat across from him. Edisac picked up the blood-red Ormer wine and said, "Sigh. I originally planned on finding an opportunity to help Talam's father restore his title to a certain extent, but unfortunately, he delved deeper into the topic and asked, 'Sherlock, did you receive that package?' 'Yes.' Klein answered whatever he asked without giving too much of a description. Edisac nodded slightly. 'Have you made any progress?' 'I used Talam's hair, flesh, and belongings to make a few divinations, but the conclusion was that he died of sudden heart disease.' Klein used an emotionless and smooth narration to crazily imply that my sequence isn't high. My skills are limited. Although I'm good at divination, the other party is stronger, and I definitely won't be able to investigate the truth." Edisac revealed an expression of disappointment that was difficult to hide as he sighed. "How do you plan on investigating after that?" "I'll start with the people and places Talam came into contact with a few days before his death," Klein replied, according to the plan. Edisac glanced at the old butler. "There's definitely going to be some coercion, interrogation, and bribery." Give Sherlock 100 pounds for the investigation. Yes, Your Highness. The old butler took out a stack of notes from his pocket, directly giving him 100 pounds for the investigation. Klein once again felt Prince Edisac's generosity. I'll do my best to investigate. He took the 100 pounds and put it in his pocket without counting it. I hope we can let Talum rest in peace. Prince Edisac clenched his right fist and lightly struck his left chest. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked out of the window at the Crown Cemetery not far away. He still has some feelings for Talum. Klein sighed to himself as he was led out of the carriage by the old butler. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey looked at Escalante, the psychology teacher with waist-length hair, and pretended to look around cautiously. She then lowered her voice and said, "Teacher Escalante, I recently attended a new Beyonder gathering. Someone was buying the human skin shadow characteristic and the wind-blessed potion formula at a high price. Oh, different people. These should be mid-sequence items, right? That sounds interesting. All right, are you guys interested?" Escalante froze for a moment and pondered for a few seconds. "I'll go back and ask." "Okay," Audrey replied briskly, as if she simply found such a mid-sequence transaction interesting. Escalante retracted her attention and said seriously, "Miss Audrey, although you're already a Sequence 8 Beyonder, you haven't received any formal mysticism education. You don't have enough understanding of the applied techniques of spectator and telepathist, as well as the corresponding theoretical foundations. From today onwards, I'll guide you to gradually become a true Beyonder." "That's exactly what I want," Audrey said sincerely. Susie, the big golden retriever, also wagged her tail happily, as if she was happy for her owner. Klein, who had made up his mind to slack off, took a carriage back to 15 Minsk Street. He opened the door and entered the room. Just as he was about to take off his hat, he suddenly froze. His spiritual intuition told him that a stranger had entered the living room and the room. This seems to be a form of concealment. Is this a warning? A warning is better than no warning at all. Klein stood in the hall and remained silent for a long time. Then he turned around and left the room, taking a rental carriage to the Steam Cathedral. The cathedral had a towering chimney and a bell tower. The former represented the power of steam, while the latter hung a complicated clock that symbolized the beauty of machinery. It wasn't a weekend, nor was it noon or evening. There were only a few believers quietly praying in the cathedral hall. Klein sat down by the aisle, leaned on his cane, took off his hat, and faced the sacred emblem in front of him. He pretended to pray for 10 minutes. Then he took his things, walked along the aisle to the altar, and said to the bishop standing beside him. He said to the bishop standing beside him, "I want to repent." "All right, God is watching you." The kind-looking, white-haired bishop led the way to the confessional at the side. Klein followed closely behind and closed the door. He sat on a chair and said to the bishop through the wooden plank, "I repent. In the face of danger, I did not adhere to my principles and chose to retreat." "What were your thoughts at the time?" the bishop asked softly. Klein immediately described Talum's death, his suspicions, his warning to the machinery hive mind, Prince Edisac's entrustment, and his heartfelt feelings of retreat in the face of the royal family's strife after his divination failed to obtain the answer he wanted. The reason why he didn't look for Carlson directly was that he was worried that not only would he be watched, but he would also be secretly observed by Prince Edisac's men. Once he clearly stated his intentions of being perfunctory and slack, he might encounter another calamity. And the Steam Cathedral was the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the Bakelin Diocese. It was one of their 3 major temples, and no one could spy on it. Klein planned to use the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to convey his true thoughts and avoid being embroiled in a deeper conflict. Simply put, it was to follow the will of his heart. The bishop listened quietly and replied in an unchanging tone, "Your choice is a human instinct. Your choice is a human instinct. God will not blame you. Go back. God will protect you." "That's good." Klein understood the hint and quietly left the Steam Cathedral. Standing on the street outside, looking at the misty sky, he sighed silently. I should improve as soon as possible. Chapter 447. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black city walls. Derek Bird carried a leather pouch on his back and the axe of hurricane in his hand. He stood outside the door with nearly 10 teammates. Looking up, he saw that the black soil between the cracks of the city walls was dry and hard, but there were clumps of tenacious weeds growing out. They were fine and fluttering, like human hair. At this moment, he heard light footsteps. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and looked towards the city gate. Amidst the alternating lightning and darkness, a tall figure slowly walked over, carrying 2 straight swords crossed behind his back. Following that, his pale, messy hair, deep eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of life, the deep, distorted old scars, and the brown coat and linen shirt that didn't change all year round were reflected in the eyes of Derek and company. The person who came was the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, Colin Iliad, a powerful demon hunter. After Derek greeted him, he subconsciously cast his gaze at the chief's waist. There was a belt that was divided into many compartments, and in each compartment was a different metal bottle. This was a symbol of a demon hunter's experience and strength. Derek had heard his parents mention that demon hunters were good at discovering the weaknesses of different monsters and identifying the uses of various materials. They could also target the former and use the latter to concoct the corresponding magical potions, holy ointments, essential oils, and special imprints under a special cogitation mode. Then, by ingesting, smearing, and using these items, they could achieve the effects of restraining the target. From a certain point of view, the experienced, knowledgeable, well-prepared, and quick-witted demon hunters were the nemesis of most monsters. The number and type of metal vials on their waists represented their experience. Of course, this was only a portion of the beyonder powers that demon hunters possessed. With just these, they wouldn't be able to be called a demigod or a saint. Colin looked around and confirmed that all the team members were present. Then he said in a deep voice, "Light the lanterns and set off." The 2 team members immediately lit the candles in the lanterns, allowing the dim yellow light to shine through the extremely thin leather. In the daytime, when the frequency of lightning was higher, there was no need to use candles in the City of Silver. This was because there would be light every 2 to 3 seconds. Furthermore, the surrounding monsters had been purged over and over again. However, once they left the City of Silver and entered the depths of the darkness, they had to maintain candlelight at all times. Otherwise, if the lightning didn't keep up at a certain stage, causing a lightless environment for more than 5 seconds, there was a high chance that the team would be attacked by certain monsters. The intense battle was not the most terrifying development. What Derek remembered vividly was a story his parents had told him. One time, when they were exploring the depths of the darkness, the candles were not replaced in time due to the battle with the corpses, so they had to endure 8 seconds of deep darkness. When the lightning came again and the candles reappeared, they were shocked to see that only 5 of their original 8 teammates were left. The other 3 had disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. Taking a deep breath, Derek gripped the axe of hurricane tightly and walked in the middle of the team, following the chief in a predetermined direction. A bolt of lightning flashed, causing the plains filled with long black grass to appear like a gloomy oil painting. The exploration team, consisting of 10 Beyonders, walked on the path filled with jagged gravel and went deep into the black grass. The lightning subsided, and the thick darkness instantly swept back, almost completely engulfing them. The dim yellow candlelight penetrated the leather, weakly and shakily defending the surrounding area. East Borough, in a cheap, greasy coffee shop. According to their previous agreement, Klein found Old Kohler, who was spreading margarine on his toast. He glanced at the wrinkled cigarette on the table and laughed. "Did you buy it recently?" "No, it's from the past. I've never smoked it again, but I always carry it with me. Occasionally, I'll take it out and sniff it. Haha, it reminds me of my wandering life. Back then, I really felt like I could die at any moment." Old Kohler's tone carried a hint of lingering fear. Klein took out the 20 soli he had exchanged for an advance and pushed it to the other party as he sat down. I'm very satisfied with the information from last time. Without waiting for Old Kohler to be modest, he turned to look at the counter. A loaf of oatmeal bread, 2 slices of toast, a piece of butter, a portion of beef stew with potatoes, and a penny for tea. Mr. Moriarty, you didn't have dinner yesterday. Old Kohler held the notes and was stunned for a moment. Klein shook his head and smiled. I'll be very busy from now on. I might not have time for lunch. He had to pretend that he was very active and serious. After all, he had taken 100 pounds from Prince Edisac. Old Kohler didn't ask further. He looked around warily as he stuffed the notes into his pocket. There's an answer to the matter you asked me to find out. Isaac Egger's bounty comes from a few gang leaders and some intelligence peddlers. Well, I don't know who commissioned them. It's very difficult to contact them. Me nine. Klein nodded. That's enough. There's no need to go any deeper. It's too dangerous. Old Kohler heaved a sigh of relief. 2 days ago, someone saw a guy suspected to be Aztec Eggers in a cheap hotel on Golden Cloak Street. It said that he's basically the same as the picture on the bounty notice. Klein's heart skipped a beat. Instead of being alarmed, he laughed. And then, could it be that the matter is over just as I'm preparing to fight for this bounty? And then, with a clue, many bounty hunters quickly rushed over, but they didn't find anything. They said that there were signs of a fight in that room. Old Kohler tried his best to recall the information he had gathered. The information will definitely be given to MI9 first. Did Mr. Aztec have a secret contest with them? I wonder what the outcome will be. Klein looked at the boss who was carrying a tray over and pretended to ponder as he said to Old Kohler, Take me to Golden Cloak Street later. Take me to Golden Cloak Street later. Maybe I can find some clues there. It was already past breakfast time in East Borough, and there were very few customers in the cheap coffee shop. All right, Old Kohler agreed without hesitation. 16.5 pence altogether. The boss placed the breakfast that Klein had ordered on the table. There wasn't much beef in the potatoes, but it was stewed very well. It was obvious that it had been prepared in advance, and the strong aroma made Old Kohler involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. After paying, Klein picked up a fork and spoon and said to Old Kohler, Continue. No one is looking for believers of the fool anymore, except for a few stubborn bounty hunters. Many unemployed female textile workers, including some male workers, have left East Borough. Old Kohler said one by one. What? Klein swallowed the beef and raised his head. They left East Borough. He probably found another job, but I couldn't find out where he went. Old Kohler answered truthfully. Their families don't know? Klein asked. Some left with their unemployed families, while others didn't have any family to begin with. They came to Bakelin from other places in search of work. Old Kohler had already done some investigations. From the choice of targets, there's something wrong with this matter. Klein made a mental note of it and continued listening to Old Kohler's account of what had happened in East Borough during this period of time. After agreeing on a time for their next meeting, he put down his cutlery, wiped his mouth, and picked up his hat. To Golden Cloak Street, in the only cheap hotel on Golden Cloak Street. After the boss accepted the fee of 2 pence, he led Klein and Old Kohler to the room that was suspected to be Aztec Eggers. A lot of bounty hunters have come over during this period of time. I've made quite a bit of money, so I've kept it the same. The boss opened the door with a key and pointed inside. Klein looked over and saw a toppled chair and rags scattered everywhere. Other than that, there were no other signs of a fight. With his high spiritual perception, Klein cast his gaze under the bed. After staring at it for 2 seconds, he walked over and bent down to pat the bed. Puffed. Some dust flew up, and a light black rat jumped out from under the bed. It looked normal without any problems, but in Klein's spirit vision, the color of its aura was only black-green. The rat turned a corner and climbed up the wall, exposing its abdomen to Klein's eyes. The soft area was covered in green flesh that flowed with pus. He could directly see the rotting organs inside. Klein retracted his gaze thoughtfully and said to Old Kohler, who hadn't noticed the rat at all, Has the bounty on Aztec Eggers been withdrawn? No. Old Kohler shook his head with certainty. Klein examined it again and walked out. Let's go. There aren't any valuable clues. 15 Minsk Street. After a busy day outside, Klein lay down in bed early and entered the dream world. Fragments that were sometimes continuous and sometimes fragmented flashed past. Klein suddenly woke up and realized that he was dreaming. A force has invaded my dream. Klein maintained his hazy state from before as he casually sized up his surroundings. He found himself on the outskirts of the country, full of fertile fields. A river rushed over from afar and circled around the cliff in front of him. One side of the cliff was bare, revealing pure white rocks. From afar, it had an abnormally holy beauty. At the bend of the river, nearly 10 men and women in black coats or dark jackets surrounded a hidden underground entrance with all sorts of artifacts. Among them was Klein's acquaintance, a Cancer Bernard. Wycliffe Town, Stratford River Bend, Machinery Hive Mind. They're exploring the Amon family's mausoleum? But why did this scene appear in my dream? Klein was puzzled. At that moment, he saw the surface of the river ripple and quickly outline a line of white words. Your loyal servant, Erodes, reports to you on the situation of the exploration. Klein's mouth opened slightly, momentarily speechless. A voice echoed in his mind. Why did a mirror like you become a snitch? Chapter 448. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched to the unfathomable state of the fool who looked down on everything. He nodded slightly and said, Not bad. The river in front of him surged, and the white words squirmed and changed before taking shape again. The following is the exploration process recorded by your loyal servant, Erodes. You can choose to speed up or skip certain scenes at any time. After this sentence froze for 2 seconds, the scene suddenly zoomed in. Klein arrived beside a Cancer Bernard, but no one noticed him. He looked around and felt that he was surrounded by living people and scenery. It didn't feel fake at all, making him feel unusually immersed. It can even speed up or skip certain scenes. This mirror of Erodes's is actually a virtual reality home theater. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He examined the Machinery Hive Mind members again and discovered that the leader was an elder wearing a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. His face was abnormally benevolent, and his expression was calm and gentle. Your Grace, everyone is ready. A Cancer approached the old man and bowed. Archbishop, this is the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery's Bakelin Diocese, the demigod, Hormic Haydn. The Machinery Hive Mind is indeed cautious and not careless. Perhaps they even have a grade 1 sealed artifact on them and have done a divination ahead of time. After all, they are in control of the mystery prior pathway. Thankfully, I can basically confirm that the Gray Fog's anti-divination or divination interference ability is like the cards of blasphemy, making the outcome appear the most normal, most natural, and least suspicious. Otherwise, it might expose certain things. However, there's a certain chance that the scene of my meeting with Miss Sharon will be replayed. This is because it's not something harmful to me. It all depends on whether the Wraith's instinct to interfere with divination can affect the Machinery Hive Mind's attempt. Wait, the Machinery Hive Mind is most likely relying on Erodes. From his performance just now and before, it's not impossible for it to censor a mosaic to curry favor with me. Klein thought in enlightenment. At this moment, Hormic Haydn drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. Let's begin. God will protect us. Nearly 10 Beyonders descended one after another, with Klein following closely behind. He didn't fast forward at all. He had always been curious about the combat methods of the low and mid-sequence Beyonders of the Machinery Hive Mind and planned to take this opportunity to see for himself. In addition, he was very interested in how a demigod would fight and what secrets were hidden in the Amon family's mausoleum. The black marble staircase had been eroded by time for 1,000 or 2,000 years, but it still maintained sufficient hardness without any signs of corrosion. The members of the Machinery Hive Mind followed it all the way underground and saw asymmetrical stone pillars and patterns that were extremely characteristic of the Fourth Epoch. The pillars stood on both sides of a wide path, and in front of them was a huge, heavy, double dark gray stone door. The stone door had already been cracked open enough for 2 people to enter and exit side by side. It was dark inside. The members of the Machinery Hive Mind weren't in a hurry to enter. with lanterns that provided good illumination. They carefully searched the periphery, but didn't find anything of value. According to the plan, the first team will do the initial cleanup. After obtaining the Archbishop's consent, a cancer pressed down on the hat on his head and pressed down his fluffy hair again. Cleanup? Beside him, Klein ruminated over the word. Amidst his puzzlement, the two strongest and most burly male members of the machinery hive mind each put down the long black boxes on their backs and opened them. Inside the long box was a sturdy, heavy, iron-black, cannon-shaped object. It was engraved with dense, strange patterns. The other was a complicated and exquisite gun with a pale golden bullet chain inserted into it. One of the two members carried the cannon-shaped object and walked to the open stone door with heavy footsteps. The other machinery hive mind member picked up the strange gun, hung the bullet chain, and followed behind, slightly slower by 2 steps. After the two of them looked at each other, the cannon-shaped object the former was carrying quickly lit up, outlining a noisy and blazing imprint and patterns. Boom! A golden fireball that looked like a miniature sun flew out of the cannon barrel and into the darkness. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and a fierce light emerged from the cracks. The body of the machinery hive mind member holding the cannon barrel clearly sank, and his feet trembled. Boom! 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 He repeatedly used the Beyonder weapon, shooting the golden cannonballs one after another at different locations. The mausoleum shook from the explosions, but no dust fell. After he calmed down a little, the member holding the strange gun took 2 steps forward and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. The sound of a machine gun firing rang out as light golden bullets flew out one after another, purifying the danger in the depths of the darkness. Isn't this the effect I've always wanted? And they're using Beyonder consumables like purifying bullets and exorcism cannonballs. How extravagant! Is this the machinery hive mind's combat style? Klein's eyes widened and his mouth gaped slightly. After a series of indiscriminate bombardments, a cancer raised his voice amidst the rumbling echoes. The second team will do the follow-up cleanup. Also, Klein felt a little numb. The second team also had 2 members. They used scrolls made of different leather. They chanted a short incantation to activate the scrolls and threw them inside. The building behind the stone gate was suddenly enveloped by a gentle and pure light. Drops of pale golden sacred rain fell and cleansed everything within range. Klein watched the scene with a stupefied expression. He suddenly felt that it was a little ridiculous. Wait, aren't you here for archaeology? Aren't you professional archaeologists? Wasn't he afraid that the mausoleum would collapse if he used this method to clean it up? While he was thinking, the second group finished cleaning up and shouted to a cancer. Deacon, as expected, the structure of the building was not damaged. They were obviously prepared. Okay, keep going, a cancer ordered. Klein walked in the middle and passed through the stone door. There were piles of stains and debris on the ground. It was impossible to tell what kind of monsters had been active here, and it was impossible to guess the purpose of the traps that had been set here. After a few waves of cleansing, as long as they didn't avoid it in advance, Beyonders below, high-sequence Beyonders, wouldn't be able to withstand it. Klein once again gained a deep understanding of the aesthetics of violence and what it meant to be simple, crude, and unreasonable. In the following process, the scene from before was repeated. The members of the machinery hive mind successfully approached and explored one area after another. From time to time, they would harvest Beyonder characteristics that were beginning to gather. There are no murals. Seeing that the main tomb chamber was in sight, the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery, Horace Haydn, stopped and muttered to himself in puzzlement. Klein, who was considered half a historian, was equally puzzled. Normally speaking, the tomb of a noble would more or less have something that indicated their status and glory during their lifetime. And when the tomb became a mausoleum, or even a mausoleum with a large enough space, it was very common to use murals to describe the owner's life. This wasn't rare in even more ancient and ignorant eras. It was even the most common method. Humans were the first to learn how to draw, not how to write. Therefore, It was indeed strange that there were no such murals in the tomb of a fourth epic noble. Hearing the archbishop's question, Acancer immediately ordered his team members to spread out in groups of 2 and search the vicinity for the corresponding traces. Watching all of this from the sidelines, Klein couldn't help but want to fast forward and see the results directly. At this moment, he discovered that the 2 machinery hive mind members in the left corner had suddenly become 3. One of them looked identical to Acancer Bernard, and his hair was so fluffy that it reached the top of his hat. Klein was first stunned before he had a guess. Just as he had this thought, Acancer walked towards the team member closest to him. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Did you find anything?" The team member turned around warily and immediately relaxed when he saw that it was Deacon Acancer. "No." Before he could finish his sentence, the Acancer in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of human skin and covered his body. The pale human skin tightly wrapped around him, and the outline of his face began to outline his facial features. During this process, there were no unnecessary sounds, and no abnormal movements were triggered. Suddenly, rays of light shone from under the human skin, like the light of the rising sun. The human skin immediately turned translucent and quickly soared into the air as if it had been burnt. A black whip lashed out and struck its body, causing its movements to become noticeably slower. In such a battle, slowness was an original sin. Beyonder weapons, burning scrolls, and pale gold bullets arrived one after another, drowning the human skin. After the dazzling light, countless ashes fell. They all shimmered with a faint light, and slowly, they struggled to gather together. It really is a human skin shadow. Klein cast his gaze at the machinery hive mind member who had just been attacked. The man tugged at his collar and pulled out a talisman. There were many symbols and magic labels related to the sun on it. Fortunately, the archbishop allowed us to wear these things. Holding the lantern, he exclaimed sincerely. Only then did Klein realize that his brooch had the sense of the tranquility of the night. His ring had the fierceness of a storm, and his belt gave off a tangible feeling of strength, although not all of them were mystical items, and most of them were charms, accessories, and beyonder weapons. Their effects would quickly decline, but they were still worth a lot. If one wasn't an artisan or tycoon beyonder, there's no way they could get so many. Is this the machinery hive mind's combat style? Burning money. Klein suddenly felt as if he had suffered a blow, and it took him a long time to recover. At this moment, the human skin shadow's characteristics had already taken shape. It was like a huge diamond, with countless cross-sections that reflected light, and each surface reflected a different face. The faces were densely packed and stacked on top of each other, making one dizzy. "I'm just short of this." Klein was delighted. After the machinery hive mind processed their harvest, they continued searching for the murals, but they didn't find any traces. They had no choice but to gather again and walk towards the tunnel that led to the main tomb. Chapter 449. After another round of bombardment, the passageway into the main tomb appeared before the eyes of the machinery hive mind members. There was debris everywhere on the ground, and another diamond-shaped beyonder characteristic that reflected a human face lay quietly at the bottom of the right wall, reflecting the other 2 glowing items. The entire passageway, including the walls on both sides and the stone slabs at the top, was filled with potholes. However, there was one thing that remained intact. It was a picture frame hanging 7 or 8 meters in front of them. It was brownish yellow in color, and the wood grain was obvious. For the time being, only its side was revealed. There was no need for anyone to remind them. All the beyonders present could tell that it was strange. At this moment, the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery, Horam McHayden, who hadn't made any major movements, took a step forward and said in a gentle voice, "It should be the ghost portrait frame that belongs to the Amon family. It should be the ghost portrait frame that belongs to the Amon family according to the records. As long as one walks into its range and is illuminated by it, their spirit body will instantly leave their flesh and blood and become a portrait forever sealed in it. In such a state, even if the portrait is replaced without the corresponding method, there's no way to save them. If it's been sealed for too long, the body will already be dead. Even if one grasps the correct method to remove the seal, the spirit will quickly dissipate. As he spoke, Hormick walked forward step by step, approaching the strange picture frame. Klein subconsciously felt a little worried, not daring to watch the demigod fight against the sealed artifact. However, he quickly came to a realization. He was only looking at the holographic image provided by the magic mirror, Erodes. What was there to be afraid of? It's very normal. It's just like watching horror movies or playing dark games in real time. Klein consoled himself as he quickened his pace to catch up with Hormick Hayden. The demigod archbishop quickly walked to the mystical item that needed to be sealed. His figure, dressed in a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet, was slowly reflected into the glass on the surface of the picture frame. Glass. Glass existed in the fourth epoch? That seems to be the case. At least in the history of the fifth epoch, there's always been glass, and there's no mention of who invented it. Klein waited with interest for the demigod's battle with the strange sealed artifact. Hormick's upper body was completely revealed in the ghost portrait frame, but his eyes didn't lose their luster. He walked towards the picture frame, facing each other. The figure in the frame began to fluctuate, as if it was trying to shrink inwards, but was unable to do so. Hormick stopped and took out a large piece of black cloth that he had long prepared. It was almost opaque and covered the ghost picture frame. The painting frame trembled a few times before it was finally completely covered by the black cloth and returned to normal. Hormick didn't seem to be affected at all. He easily removed the specter portrait frame, wrapped it in black cloth, and tied a knot on the back. This isn't mysticism. Wasn't it said that the spirit body would be sucked into the painting and turned into a portrait? Why is the archbishop completely fine? Is this a special characteristic of demigods? Or is there another reason? Klein was puzzled. He scrutinized Hormick Hayden from head to toe, but found nothing out of the ordinary. His eyes are spirited, his expression benevolent, and his flesh and blood are plentiful. It's a pity that I'm not there. Otherwise, I could activate my spirit vision to study him. Klein retracted his gaze and waited for a cancer and the other members of the machinery hive mind to arrive. Hormick handed the ghost portrait frame to a team member and walked forward to the entrance of the main tomb at the end of the passageway. There was a black stone door filled with patterns that looked like they had been carved by knives and axes. In the middle was a grayish-white disc. The surface of the disc was divided into 12 squares, and there was a black pointer, just like a clock in the outside world. However, the squares weren't evenly distributed on the disc. They were of varying sizes and were extremely uncoordinated. Furthermore, half of each square was smeared with shadows. It's the coat of arms of the Amon family. Archbishop Hormick gave a brief introduction. He didn't explain the symbolism of the coat of arms in detail, because only the deacon, a Cancer Bernard, was qualified to know. Klein relied on his knowledge of mysticism and attempted to interpret it. The combination of the disc, 12 squares, and pointer clearly represents time. It matches the worm of time left behind after the death of Amon's avatar. The 12 squares that should have been evenly distributed on the disc are of different sizes and are shrouded in a certain shadow. Does this mean that the Amon family is the dark side of time? Where does their title of blasphemer come from? As Klein's thoughts raced, Archbishop Hormick pushed open the stone door without any protection. The heavy stone door opened, revealing an extremely spacious tomb. There was a high platform in the middle of the tomb, and on it was a dark black coffin. There were iron-colored lamp racks on the surrounding walls, holding white candles that were still burning quietly. None of the candlelight flickered. It was so quiet that it seemed like a frozen scene. It didn't show any signs of having experienced the erosion of 1,000 or 2,000 years of time. In a straight line from the stone gate to the coffin, there were many corpses lying on the ground. They were either wearing black woolen coats and silk half-top hats, or were dressed like ordinary workers with a peak cap. It was obvious that they had come here only a few years ago. The batch of Beyonders who had previously recruited helpers? How did they pass through the area ahead? The human-skinned shadow and the other monsters are clearly still alive. Klein's mind was filled with questions as he stared at the corpses. When he saw them, he was immediately shocked. The corpses all had sparse white hair, dry, wrinkled skin, and obvious spots. They looked like 80 or 90-year-old elders. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies, as if they had died of old age. Furthermore, it hadn't been long since they died, so their bodies hadn't had the time to rot. Clearly, there wouldn't be so many old Beyonders exploring the tomb. Even if they discovered that the people here were old, they would try their best to choose the young and strong when recruiting helpers. There's something strange here. Klein frowned slightly and looked around again. He quickly thought of the Worm of Time left behind by Amon's avatar and the Amon family's coat of arms on the stone door that had the meaning of time. Making people age quickly is one of the Beyonder powers of the Amon family? The dark side of time? A loophole in time? Could it be that while making others age quickly, the members of the Amon family will regain their youth and obtain a longer lifespan? Wait a minute, these Beyonders easily barged in here. Perhaps the owner of the tomb is deliberately indulging them. He wants to plunder the time of others to maintain his own existence. Klein looked at the black coffin on the platform with some guesses. At this moment, Hormiciden, the demigod powerhouse, raised his left hand and pressed it down. All of you stop here. Yes, your grace. The Cancer and the others answered without hesitation. As members of official organizations, they had all read a large number of Beyonder incident dossiers. They knew that in such situations, they had to absolutely obey the will of a high-sequence Beyonder. They absolutely couldn't make their own decisions or force themselves to do things. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Hormick looked forward, and his gaze stopped on an upside-down picture frame at the bottom of the platform. Without a change in expression, he strode forward at an unhurried pace. He didn't make any preparations at all. The characteristic of a demigod is recklessness. Klein was rather astonished when he saw this. He could almost imagine Hormick losing all his teeth, withering white hair, dry and wrinkled skin, and rapidly aging. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The originally normal Hormick suddenly trembled, and a sharp grinding sound came from his body. His pace began to slow down, and his movements were a little stiff. His skin was clearly drying up. This isn't right. This isn't the aging of a normal human. What was that grinding sound just now? Klein muttered inwardly. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. A tearing sound came from Hormick's body as something fell to the ground with a clang. Klein subconsciously looked over and saw a gear covered in rust. Hormick continued forward, and from time to time, things would fall from his body. There were rusty screws, melted wax, yellowed bones, and loose springs. His figure became thinner and thinner as he swayed, as though he could disintegrate at any moment. This is like a robot. In the terminology of this era, it's like a living puppet. Klein suddenly came to a realization. He remembered that before old Neil died, he had said that a sequence 4 of the Church of Earth Mother was good at life alchemy, and the corresponding sequences of the Savant Pathway could barely do it. And Hormick was a high-sequence Beyonder of the Savant Pathway. The Hormick in front of me isn't the real him. He's just a refined puppet. The reason why the Spectre portrait frame was ineffective was because the puppet didn't have a spirit body. The real Hormick should still be hanging far away, as expected of a demigod. Just as Klein was enlightened, the Archbishop walked to the front of the platform, bent his knees, bent his back, and flipped the upside-down portrait frame over. Normally speaking, when exploring a tomb with Beyonder elements, one had to avoid bringing such items to the front, but this time, Hormick had made the opposite choice. As the portrait frame flipped, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sealed tomb, blowing away the invisible shackles and silence. The candles on the iron-colored lampstand rapidly burned, becoming abnormally bright, but they quickly reached the end of their lives and melted away. The old corpses on the ground rapidly rotted, emitting a foul stench. In just a few seconds, the main tomb chamber turned dark, leaving only the lanterns carried by the machinery hive mind members to barely illuminate the area ahead. Horimic picked up the portrait frame on the ground and swayed up the stairs to the platform. He arrived in front of the black coffin, stretched out his right palm, and pushed hard. Creak! Amidst the sound of friction, the heavy lid of the coffin cracked open, as if it had not been nailed shut at all. Horimic looked down and said without a change in his voice, "There's no corpse." As the image zoomed in, Klein saw that the inside of the coffin was empty. There was only a light golden cushion at the bottom, and the cushion was embroidered with a worm with 12 rings. At this moment, Horimic turned around, and the frame in his hand was reflected in the eyes of a cancer and the others. With just a glance, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. It was a portrait of a smiling young man. He has dark eyes and wavy black hair. He had a broad forehead and a thin face. He wore a crystal monocle. He wore a black pointy hat. Amon. Chapter 450. In October, I rested for a day and a half, but the rest of the time, I maintained a steady pace of updating. First of all, I had to go back in October to visit my dad and the others. I stayed there for a few days, so there were many delays on the journey. Secondly, because the weather was cold and my skin was a little sensitive, I didn't go swimming. Instead, I went to the gym. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon, I was exhausted and could only type in the morning and evening. My coach said that my muscles were stiff and my body was very uncoordinated. My cardiopulmonary function wasn't good, so I could only take it slow. My initial goal was to change from a stiff fatty to a flexible fatty. This kind of hard life would most likely last until the new year. In the last few days of October, I began to reel in the lines. I slowly strung together the scattered things at the beginning and formed a few lines. I should be able to finish the second volume in November. I hoped that there would be a leopard's tail. Of course, the image that I wanted to present and the explosion that I wanted to give were all predetermined when I wrote the opening words of the volume. Currently, the biggest difficulty was the intertwining of the lines. How to arrange the priorities, how to reveal the secrets, and how much I should reveal. I didn't have 3 chapters recently. My goal is to stabilize it. I hope that everyone will continue to support me. Chapter 451. Amon. Klein repeated the word in his heart. He originally believed that the blasphemer that appeared in the forsaken land of the gods in the City of Silver was a descendant of the ancient Amon family. Through inheriting the legacy of their ancestors, they had slowly reached the level of a demigod, who knew that the other party might have lived for more than 2,000 years and was a member of the Amon family at its peak. Old Antique, why would he build a mausoleum for himself? Did he fake his death to escape, or was there another reason, such as a mark left on his body by time freeze? Was he able to survive from the 4th epoch to the 5th epoch by taking the lives of others? I originally guessed that he was a sequence 3 or sequence 2, but from what I see today, it's not impossible for him to be a sequence 1. Time always brings about a qualitative improvement. Klein was sometimes puzzled and sometimes guessed. His thoughts were like boiling water, constantly rumbling. The puppet, Horimic, pulled at its throat and accidentally pulled off a piece of its skin, revealing the abnormally complicated mechanical structure inside. His voice came from that position and sounded like it was leaking air. "You guys search for the corpses on the ground. Don't come close." "Yes, Your Grace." A cancer and the others were visibly relieved. The corpses on the ground had long condensed Beyonder characteristics. Some of them had even fused with certain parts of their bodies, forming Beyonder characteristics. What a terrifying mystical item. In addition, the deceased also carried various items with them. The machinery hive mind's harvest this time isn't small. Coupled with the specter portrait frame, the human skin shadow characteristic, and other items, it's completely made up for the crazy cleaning expenses. A large investment in exchange for a high return. Klein's gaze lingered on the ground for a while. He took a deep breath, looked away, and followed the puppet, Horimic, who wasn't carrying a lantern, to the wall on the other side of the coffin. At this moment, a rose brightened up the image in a fawning manner, making the things in front of it clear. Klein saw that the opposite wall had become mottled due to the rapid weathering just now. Many of the murals had been destroyed and could no longer be restored to their original appearance. The only one that was relatively complete and barely visible was a colorful mural at the top of the wall. It occupied a small part of the dome. It described a majestic mountain range, and on the highest peak stood a huge cross that was even taller than the mountain. The cross was shrouded in layers of radiance, appearing exceptionally holy. In front of it, there was a tall and majestic figure. The mountains were like pets crawling under his feet. This figure was surrounded by angels with 2 wings for wings and 6 wings. They were either holding horns, playing harps, or blowing flutes. They looked pious and cheerful. At the bottom of the mountain range, 2 angels with 12 wings on their backs, each carrying a baby, humbly walked towards the top of the mountain. The baby on the left had slightly curly black hair, while the baby on the right had light blonde hair. One of them had pitch black eyes, while the other had golden eyes. In other parts of the mountain range, there were vaguely depictions of giants with chains and dragons whose feet were bound and could never land. Hormick first looked at the baby on the left, and his kind expression became more and more serious. In a very low and soft voice, he said a word, "Amon." Then, he turned to look at the baby on the right. After a few seconds of silence, he uttered a name. "Adam, Amon, Adam." Klein repeated these 2 names, feeling that the fog that shrouded the history of the 4th epoch and the 3rd epoch was getting thicker. Combining all the information he had heard, he quickly made a guess in his heart. On the mountaintop, the figure in front of the radiant cross is surrounded by angels, with giants and dragons submitting to it. It's definitely a representative of a sequence 0 true God. Another symbol that likes to use the cross as a symbol is the true creator. Rumor has it that the original Amon was a descendant of the ancient god of the sun, but the one on the mountaintop doesn't look like a pure god of the sun. Could it be? The lore that the city of Silver believes in the omnipotent and omniscient God who created everything? This matches the city of Silver's myths and legends. The awakening of the creator had deprived the authorities of the king of giants, the dragon of imagination, and the other ancient gods. The so-called ancient god of the sun is actually the Lord that created everything in the city of Silver. Perhaps it's in control of the domains of the sun and time. In addition, the authorities of giant king Ormer and dragon of imagination, Anquelt, should have returned. This can't be covered by sequence 0. Therefore, the original Amon was a descendant of the city of Silver's Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, and he inherited the beyonder characteristic of the time domain. This seems to explain why he's been quietly staying in the city of Silver's dungeon for decades. Apart from him, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, has another descendant named Adam. What did the original Adam inherit? Are there any descendants alive? And if there are, where would they be? What's the relationship between the true creator and that person? Is he just imitating him, using the title of creator and the symbol of the cross? Or is there some deeper connection between the two? Klein didn't let his doubts show too much. After all, the magic mirror, or Rhodes, might be sizing him up. Hormick stared at the mural for a while before suddenly taking a few steps forward. He stretched out his palms and pressed them against the wall. Silently, the magnificent mural disintegrated, turning into stone fragments that fell to the ground. Even the colors quickly dissipated as though they were evaporating. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery is consciously covering up the history of the third epoch and the fourth epoch. Are the other churches the same? Klein frowned and followed the doll, Hormick, to the other side. After circling around for a while, they discovered something else. A stone door that only had an outline was hidden in the corner. At this moment, Hormick's joints were constantly producing creaking sounds, but this didn't stop it from quickly approaching the stone door. It reached out its right hand and attempted to push it open. Above the stone door, aqueous light suddenly floated, condensing into a scene that seemed so real that it could be touched directly. Dark blue waves surged forward wave after wave, and there was a black fog that was so thick that it resembled liquid. A craggy mountain peak extended out of the fog, constantly dripping with sticky liquid. Behind this mountain peak, The black fog was boundless, with no end in sight. Its bottom was similarly limitless. The deeper one looked, the more serene it felt. It was as though once something fell, it would forever fall. What is this place? Klein muttered inwardly without changing his expression. Horimic retracted his palms and watched the scene gradually fade until it disappeared. He tilted his head back and muttered to himself in a half-puzzled and half-sighed manner. Abyss, abyss? That's the source of all depravity. The abyss that's said to be able to corrode true gods? Klein was rather stunned, but as a former clown, he maintained the state of his face and limbs very well. He immediately thought of something. Roselle, who was exploring the fog sea, had once deviated from his course and left behind a puzzling sentence. I saw the abyss. Klein recalled the layers of waves that surged towards the black fog and vaguely made a guess. There's an entrance to the abyss somewhere in the fog sea. Right on the heels of that, he looked at the stone door, suspecting that Amon, who had appeared in the City of Silver, had used some sort of ritual to finish the mausoleum. Instead of leaving normally, he had used a special passageway to head to the abyss. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, he had truly passed away. As for whether the City of Silver or the forsaken land of the gods was somewhere in the abyss, Klein couldn't be sure. After all, the history of this mausoleum was at least 1,500 years old. Amon had plenty of time to use the abyss to go somewhere else. Would he occasionally return to take away time? If he were to discover that his grave had been dug up, the expression on his face would definitely be very interesting. Klein felt inexplicably happy. At this moment, Horimic grabbed his left hand with his right hand and twisted it violently. With a creaking sound, his left hand was bent at the wrist, but there were no bones that broke through his skin or brought out any flesh. There was a heavy, black metal tube embedded in his left wrist. His entire left arm was a small-caliber mystic-type cannon. As expected of the machinery hive mind, it hides a mole of black technology. However, the requirements for such things are too high, and the cost is too high. It's obvious that it can only be provided to specific people and can't be used in the army. Klein felt that today was an eye-opener. He was lucky enough to see the mysterious world that was developing in another direction. The only problem was that Beyonder characteristics were conserved and artisans were limited. Many things couldn't be mass-produced. Horimic used his left wrist to press against the stone door. The sound of gears grinding together sounded from within his body, and a strong spirituality light erupted. A ray of light that was as bright as day suddenly appeared and then disappeared. The stone door suddenly turned into pure powder, as if it had never existed. Destroy the door? If Blasphemer Amon were to encounter an emergency and attempt to return here, only to realize that he couldn't open the door, that would be fun. Klein nearly laughed as he imagined the scene. The exploration of the Amon family's mausoleum came to an end, and the scene around Klein rapidly shrank into the background. An illusory, ancient, and strange silver mirror appeared in midair. The black gems on both sides that resembled eyes shimmered. White words quickly appeared on the mirror's surface. Your loyal servant, Erodes, has completed his report and is ready to serve you again at any time. Faced with this overly enthusiastic fellow, Klein instinctively felt wary and uncomfortable. He nodded slightly and said, "That's right." He nodded slightly and said, "Very good. You may leave first." Yes, the great existence above the spirit world. After Erodes produced this line of words, the surrounding scene completely shattered. After confirming that its power had left his dream, Klein muttered to himself thoughtfully, "That's right. The great existence above the spirit world?" It did vaguely sense the gray fog. Does this magic mirror with a wicked sense of humor really want to side with me? Or does it have other motives? I'll observe it carefully first. Besides, it's with the machinery hive mind. I don't want to be bombarded by 3 rounds of cannon fire. Putting away his thoughts, Klein began to look forward to tomorrow. After the machinery hive mind sorted out the spoils, it would likely let him choose the items. Chapter 452. In Emperor's Burrow, the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. The cold air was blocked out by the windows and walls. The room was as warm as spring, and the fireplace was elegant. Audrey Hall was being measured by the fashion designer, Mrs. Ginia, so that she could conceive a costume for the New Year's ball based on her recent physical and temperament state. At this moment, her personal maid, Annie, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Mom, Escalante is here to visit. Ma, Escalante is here to visit." There's feedback so soon? Audrey was delighted, but she didn't show any obvious changes on her face. She smiled faintly and said, "Get her to wait in my studio." "Oh, 5 minutes." "Art studio?" Annie asked in surprise. "Yes, I want to invite her to admire the oil painting I recently completed." She said that the content depicted in a relaxed state can easily reveal one's true thoughts and emotions. Audrey explained unhurriedly. Annie was immediately enlightened. "Yes, Mississippi." In less than 5 minutes, Audrey entered the studio and saw Escalante admiring the painting on the wall. "That's Mr. Sensi's Inner Night, a masterpiece that makes one feel at peace." She smiled as she introduced Escalante to the painting. Sensi's Inner Night, the top 10 of the Tussock Times, top 100 paintings of the century last year. Escalante was clearly the kind of person who often read newspapers. And as a beyonder of the spectator pathway, her memory was excellent. "Yes," Audrey replied simply, as though it was a trivial matter. "I'm actually lucky enough to see the real thing." Escalante looked up again at the oil painting. She swallowed the words, "It's worth at least a manner," back down her throat, not wanting to appear too vulgar. Audrey didn't introduce the other paintings and found a reason to send Annie away. She then signaled Susie with her eyes to stand guard outside the door. Susie took her cue without any trouble and ran out, wagging her tail and bouncing her bottom. Escalante closed the door and returned to the easel. Before Audrey could ask, she took the initiative to say, "We have the characteristics of human skin shadow and the potion formula of wind blessed, but there's no need to sell them unless the other party can give us something we can't refuse." If he was willing to negotiate, it meant that there was hope. Audrey's eyes turned slightly as she chuckled. "What do you hope to obtain?" Escalante stroked her hair and replied with a prepared answer. "That's right. The human-skinned shadow characteristic, 2,500 pounds. The wind-blessed potion formula, 3,000 pounds. That's a lot of premium." Audrey didn't feel that it was expensive. She only sighed at the fact that psychological alchemy's premium was more than 50%. According to the hanging man's description, under normal circumstances, the price of a sequence 6 potion formula was less than 2,000 pounds. However, the closer one was to a sequence, the fewer the potion formulas were in circulation. It was very difficult to buy them, and there was no normal situation at all. More importantly, even if one happened to encounter one, it was very difficult to verify its authenticity. At this moment, Escalante added, "Don't worry. If the other party can use a mystical item to exchange for it, it's fine as long as the value is roughly the same. That is to say, you're more interested in obtaining mystical items and are willing to accept a price reduction. The Psychological Alchemy is one of the youngest secret organizations. It's clearly lacking in this aspect compared to the others." Audrey pursed her lips. "I'll give feedback, but I can't guarantee that they'll accept it." She wasn't worried that the Psychological Alchemy would discover that she hadn't participated in any Beyonder gatherings recently. This was because her schedule was rather tight. Afternoon tea, music lessons, banquets, dances, equestrian training, language lessons, and dance lessons alternated. There were too many opportunities for her to interact with different groups of people. This way, a particular banquet might be a cover for a Beyonder gathering, or the music teacher might be a senior Beyonder. It was almost impossible for the Psychological Alchemy to investigate the matter clearly if she was hiding in the dark and couldn't act openly. At this point, Audrey asked curiously, "Teacher Escalante, I originally thought that you wouldn't sell the wind-blessed potion formula. It's already at sequence 6. If there's a chance to spread it, it might be more useful to us," Escalante answered vaguely. In her heart, although Miss Audrey was a valued new member of the organization, she was still a new member. There were many things that she could not know. Why? Audrey suppressed her doubts, smiled sweetly, and asked innocently, Teacher Escalante, if this deal succeeds, can it be counted as my contribution? Escalante could not help but laugh. Forget it. Klein spent the entire morning busy until he returned to Minsk Street, filled his stomach, and prepared to rest. Only then did he have the time and opportunity to listen to the prayers above the gray fog. Miss Justice also has a human skin shadow characteristic. Seriously, it's either none or two. As a secret organization, the psychological alchemy is quite qualified in terms of resources. Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma about how to choose his happiness. Although he only had 1,335 pounds in cash, including the 500 pounds that the hanging man had yet to give, this didn't stop him from seriously considering the psychological alchemy's request for a deal. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he first conveyed Justice's words to the hanging man to see what choice he would make. 3,000 pounds? The hanging man, Alger Wilson, who is still in the City of Generosity, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, felt as if he had been hit hard with a bat. After obtaining the Blue Avenger and becoming its captain, he sometimes acted as a pirate and sometimes appeared as a law enforcer, secretly wiping out several pirate gangs. But even so, the total value of the spoils of war didn't exceed 2,000 pounds, and a portion of it had to be distributed to the sailors below. Of course, this didn't include the captured ships and cannons, which had to be handed over to the Church of the Storm. This often made Alger sigh that most pirates weren't actually rich. They were used to squandering their harvests. Liquor, roasted meat, prostitutes, marijuana, and gambling had drained the pirates' wallets. Unless I encounter a pirate team with Beyonders, it's really difficult to get rich overnight. Alger paced back and forth a few times before quickly making up his mind. He took out a mask made of gold from the pocket of his clothes. There were rough facial features on the mask, and they looked very similar to the characteristics of primitive people in the ancient jungle. Alger sat down and humbly recited the honorific name of the fool. Finally, he said, I'm willing to use this mystical item to exchange for the wind-blessed potion formula. As long as this mask is worn, the user will become extremely calm without any emotional fluctuations. At the same time, he will also obtain extremely powerful recovery abilities, exaggerated speed, and outstanding strength. He will also grasp a certain amount of black magic and primitive curse spells. Its disadvantage is that as the number of times it is used increases, the wearer will become less and less human. They will become more and more cold, and eventually they will think of themselves as gods. Klein sat in the fool's seat and looked at the 500 pounds in front of him, the 5 strands of dark blue hair that were as thick as snakes and the simple golden mask. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers as he carefully considered what mystical items he could use for exchange. The all-black eye? Definitely not. This is the main ingredient of a sequence 5 Nimblewright Master. I just have to wait for Little Sun to obtain the method to remove the mental corruption. The Dark Emperor card? This can't see the light of day, and its value is many times higher than the human-skinned shadow characteristic. Mr. Aztec's Copper Whistle? It's currently only used to summon messengers. It's an important tool for communication, so it's impossible to sell the copper whistle of the charismatic order member who left the white feather in the coffin. Similarly, it can only summon messengers, and the other side of the messenger seems to be very dangerous sunbrooch. This is something I need for myself. It can effectively make up for my shortcomings. Master Key? There are too many secrets when it comes to Mr. Door. In addition, in terms of value, it's far inferior to the human-skinned shadow characteristic biological poison bottle. This is very compatible with my spirit body state. If used well, I can even fight a group of Beyonders alone. Demon hunting bullets, purification bullets, exorcism bullets. This isn't a mystical item. It's a consumable Beyonder weapon, and its value is much lower. Book of Secrets? This isn't a mystical item either. Psychological alchemy likely doesn't lack such knowledge. From the looks of it, only the interrogator Beyonder characteristic can be sold, but the other party wants a mystical item. Furthermore, the trading venue is in Bakeland, so it's easy to expose information about the hero bandit Dark Emperor. Klein took this opportunity to sort out the things he had and finally came up with a perfect idea. He first conjured Mr. World and controlled him to take on a praying posture before replying hoarsely, "Mr. World." He hoarsely replied, "I accept the price of 2,500 pounds, but give me 2 days to raise the funds." Right on the heels of that, Klein threw the image of the hanging man and World's reply into the crimson star that symbolized Miss Justice. After receiving Miss Justice's reply that there were no problems, Klein waited patiently at Minsk Street for the entire afternoon. It wasn't until dusk that the machinery hive mind member, Carlson, rang his doorbell. Klein didn't ask further and followed him all the way to the Lever Cathedral near the westbound dock. He then entered the 3-story building next door. The signboard here was Bakelin Machinery Research Institute. How academic. Klein suddenly thought of the Blackthorn Security Company, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Under Carlson's guidance, he passed through some strange devices and found himself in a windowless room. On the long table in the room were many items with strong spirituality, including the characteristic of a human skin shadow and a specter portrait frame covered with a black cloth. However, there weren't any characteristics left behind by the dead Beyonders. Clearly, the upper echelons of the machinery hive mind don't want me to know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein wasn't surprised. You can choose one. The hatless Cancer pointed at the long table. Klein carefully observed it a few times and sighed. "There's nothing I want. If I were to convert it into gold pounds, how much would I get?" He had already decided not to obtain the human skin shadow characteristic from the machinery hive mind. Although this could be explained as the need to create certain mystical items or attempt unique ritualistic magic, there was still a chance of exposing his sequence. In a situation where a better choice appeared, Klein didn't want to take the risk. Therefore, he planned on using pure money. And this would not only help him gather the 2,500 pounds required by the psychological alchemy, but would also effectively dispel the machinery hive mind's wariness. The Cancer clearly heaved a sigh of relief. He combed his hair and replied with a smile, 500 pounds. However, we encourage you to choose money, so the total is 2,000 pounds. Klein immediately revealed a sincere smile. All right, Chapter 453. With the help of the bestowment ritual, Klein handed 2,500 pounds in cash and the simple golden mask provided by the hanging man to Miss Justice. He also used the image of the world, praying to urge her to complete the transaction as soon as possible. In the past 2 weeks, I've spent about 5,000 pounds. If I hadn't left Tingen, this amount of money would have been enough for me to retire in old age. Furthermore, I would have been able to maintain my landlady's standard of living. Dolls ruin a person's life, and taking medicine to drink would make me poor for 3 generations. Klein looked at the boundless fog and ancient palace that had returned to silence. He felt a little disappointed, as though he had lost something important. He calmed down for a few seconds before returning to the real world. He picked up the remaining 830 pounds on his desk and specially counted 6 5-pound notes. Then, Klein placed the 30 pounds in his completely deflated wallet and solemnly stuffed it into the inner pocket of his clothes. He split the remaining 800 pounds into 2 folds and placed one in each of his pockets. Immediately after that, Klein pulled open the drawer and took out 2 of the 5 deep-sea Naga strands of hair that he had brought back to the real world. He wrapped them in layers of paper and carefully placed them in a secret pocket of his clothes. After doing all of this, he picked up his hat and cane and walked to the end of the street under the illumination of the street lamps. He took a carriage and headed straight for the Bravehearts Bar in the Bakelin Bridge area. In a lively and noisy environment, Klein insisted on finishing his glass of Southville beer. Then, he leisurely walked through the waves of cheers from the boxers, left the bar, and boarded a rental carriage. Feeling the wheels rolling, he deliberately closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone knocking on the window. The muscles on Klein's face twitched slightly as he opened his eyes to look ahead. He saw the pale and exquisite Miss Sharon sitting quietly opposite him. Without waiting for her to ask, Klein smiled and said, I sold the information you provided last time for a good price. I sold the information you provided last time for a good price. The one in the Amon family mausoleum. Sharon didn't say a word as she looked at him in silence. Klein leaned on his cane and took out 2 stacks of cash and a small ball of paper from his pocket. 800 pounds plus 2 deep-sea naga hairs. The total value is around 1,000 pounds. This is what you deserve. Klein took a silent breath and handed over the cash and paper ball with a smile. Sharon glanced at him and reached out to take the 2 items. She lowered her head and looked at the item in her hand, her voice drifting and illusory. How much did you sell? 2,000 pounds, half each. Klein chuckled. If the machinery hive mind only gives me 1,500 pounds according to the original plan, then I'll have to owe a portion of it, he thought, feeling rather fortunate. Sharon's bloodless palm flipped over, and the cash and paper balls disappeared. She raised her head and replied with a hum. What's in a mausoleum? I don't know. I didn't go. Klein didn't reveal a Rhodes's help. At this moment, he felt that if he were to describe his experience in detail, Miss Sharon would definitely listen attentively with one hand resting on her cheek, just like before. This Wraith Miss seems to have a hobby of watching dramas and listening to all kinds of rumors. Klein summarized. Sharon's expression didn't change as she fell silent for a few seconds. Someone is digging a tunnel to the underground ruins. Klein was momentarily unable to react to what she was talking about, but he quickly understood what Sharon was referring to when she mentioned the underground ruins. Both of them only knew of one underground ruin, the ruins of the 4th Epic's Tudor dynasty. There was a terrifying, evil spirit inside. Someone is digging a tunnel to enter that underground building? Klein pondered for a few seconds before he suddenly had a burst of inspiration. That baronet something? He had already forgotten the name of the hidden Tudor descendant. All he remembered was that he had the title of baronet and lived on Civilau Street, where the Bakelin police station was located. Yes, Sharon gave an affirmative answer. What is he looking for? Doesn't he know that there's an evil spirit inside? Doesn't he know that the Beyonders of his family have all died inside? Klein muttered to himself as he raised a few questions. Sharon sat quietly and answered seriously, I don't know if he knows. How long before he can dig through? Klein asked after some deliberation. 2 to 3 months. He's alone for the time being. Sharon gave her judgment. Phew. Klein exhaled slightly and said, How long will it take for him to dig through? 2 to 3 months. He's alone for the time being. Sharon gave her judgment. Phew. Klein exhaled slightly and said, There's no need to rush. When I'm ready, we'll visit him together. Having said that, he smiled and explained, You know that I like to be fully prepared in advance. Before advancing to a faceless, I won't get involved in anything else. He warned himself inwardly. All right. Sharon didn't ask him what preparations he needed to make. Her figure quickly faded and disappeared from the carriage. Klein leaned back against the carriage wall, feeling relaxed. The ingredients for the faceless potion have been pre-ordered. All that's left is to wait for the shipment. All my debts have been paid off, so there's no need to worry about anything. His mood was like a settled, sparkling wine, occasionally surging with a little joy. The only bad thing is, Klein touched his left chest. There was a shriveled wallet there. He sighed and murmured to himself in a muffled voice, There's only 30 pounds in cash, 5 gold coins, and some change left. Thursday afternoon. Audrey Hall was waiting in the study for Ms. Escalante to arrive. After receiving a reply from the hanging man and the world, she immediately sent a servant to send a letter to Escalante. The content of the letter was very ordinary. She hoped that the second psychology class this week would be brought forward to Thursday. In fact, Audrey had already agreed with Escalante that once she expressed similar intentions, it would mean that the other party in the transaction had agreed to the conditions. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The wall clock on the wall moved briskly. Escalante, with long hair that reached her waist, entered the room with a few textbooks in hand. Audrey immediately gave Susie a look. The golden retriever reluctantly jumped out and lay in the shadows nearby to observe the people coming and going. Escalante closed the door to the study and slowly looked around. Then, she sat across the small white round table and put down the textbooks. Did they pay with money or a mystical item? The psychological alchemy member asked in a low voice. One directly gave 2,500 pounds, and the other provided a mystical item. Audrey said briskly as she took out a white cardboard box from her medium-sized orange handbag. The box was covered with a wall of spirituality. After removing the wall of spirituality, she opened the lid of the box, revealing the simple golden mask. Then, she repeated the flaws and effects of the mask. Frankly speaking, when she received the mystical item, she was very curious and wanted to test its effects. After all, this was the first mystical item she had come into contact with. But in the end, she restrained herself. She didn't want to become cold. The value is basically the same. Escalante gave it a try and heaved a sigh of relief. After pausing for 2 seconds, she pulled out the thickest textbook and flipped to page 48. The middle of the textbook had been hollowed out, and there was a palm-sized iron box and a rolled-up piece of goatskin. Human-skinned shadow characteristic. Wind-blessed potion formula. Escalante introduced and displayed it. Audrey's gaze was cast on the diamond-like characteristic, and she felt her head spin from the faces formed by the light and shadows inside. This has the ability to restrain a spectator. Is this Mr. World's sequence pathway? No wonder. Audrey looked away and sized up the potion formula. Sequence 6, Wind-blessed. Main ingredients: 6 crystal feathers of a blue shadow falcon, a pair of eyes of a dragon-eyed sea condor. Before Audrey could examine the supplementary ingredients, Escalante had already rolled up the goatskin in time. Following that, she fixed the wall of spirituality on the iron box, closed the textbook, and pushed the thick book to Audrey. Audrey held the book, but she didn't hand over the golden mask and 2,500 pounds in cash to Escalante in time. Facing her puzzled gaze, she, who was already prepared, smiled and said, "The other party is worried that the characteristics don't match and that the formula is fake. They wish to verify it first, and before the verification is completed, the money and items will be kept by me. They believe that I'm very trustworthy, and I don't want to lose this reputation. I understand their concerns." Escalante paused and said, "We also believe in you." Since the money and items were in the hands of her own members, she wasn't worried about being cheated. Besides, Miss Audrey is rich and has status. She can vouch for her, and she's trustworthy. Escalante thought in relief. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein held a spirit pendulum and divined the authenticity of the wind-blessed potion formula. He didn't want to lose the most experienced and powerful member of Tarot, Mr. the Hanging Man, due to negligence. When he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and transmitted his thoughts to the crimson star that symbolized the Hanging Man, city of generosity. Alger first saw the endless grayish-white fog, and then he heard Mr. Fool's deep but lofty words. Miss Justice has completed the transaction. An illusory goat skin immediately appeared in front of Alger. On it was the wind-blessed potion formula. With Mr. Fool handling it, he didn't have any doubts about the authenticity of the formula. He bowed respectfully and thanked him. When the illusion dissipated, he immediately found a pen and paper and recorded the potion formula. Then he paced back and forth in excitement, muttering to himself silently, "Blue shadow, falcon. There's one on that primitive island." After finishing the matter with the Hanging Man, Klein finally had the time to check his human-skinned shadow characteristic. After confirming that it was real, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled happily. Finally, 3 seconds later, Klein suddenly sat up and decided that there was no time to lose. He would concoct the faceless potion tonight. Chapter 454. 15, Minsk Street, in a damp and cold kitchen. Klein rummaged through a newly bought iron pot, poured water into it, and carefully scrubbed it a few times. Then he threw a few matches inside and snapped his fingers. Scarlet flames soared, and under his control, They quickly burned away the remaining water droplets without damaging the surface of the iron pot. This time, the potion formula didn't have any ingredients like pure water, so Klein was even more careful than the previous 2 times. He didn't wish to add any additional supplementary ingredients to prevent any major problems. Although he could divine the success of the potion concoction, and it wouldn't endanger his life, the outcome would be that the potion would be ruined. It would be rather difficult to extract the beyonder characteristic from it, just like removing the mental corruption of a rampager. There needed to be a corresponding technique, method, or ritual, and Klein wasn't able to gather a second set of ingredients in a short period of time. After completing his preparations, he looked at the neatly arranged boxes and took a deep breath. He recalled the potion formula one last time. Faceless, main ingredients. Thousand-Face Hunter's mutated pituitary gland, characteristic of a human skin shadow. Supplementary ingredients. 80 milliliters of Thousand-Face Hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. He first picked up the cardboard box from Vampire Emlyn White, opened it, and took out a glass bottle containing 100 milliliters of Thousand-Face Hunter's blood. Glancing at the tick marks, Klein unscrewed the lid and steadily poured the viscous liquid into the iron pot, which changed its color due to the changes in light. As it was a supplementary ingredient, he didn't pursue too much precision, so he didn't use chemical experiment equipment to separate and titrate the liquid. The Thousand-Faced Hunter's blood was like thin honey, slowly filling the bottom of the iron pot. When Klein felt that it was enough, he stopped tilting it and let the liquid flow back. There's about 20 milliliters left. My spiritual intuition is rather accurate. Klein retracted his gaze from the glass bottle and solemnly tightened the lid. The 20 milliliters of Thousand-Face Hunter's blood could be used to create mystical items, beyonder weapons, beyonder scrolls, or to draw symbols in certain ritualistic magic. It was still very precious. After putting the glass bottle back into the box stuffed with cotton, Klein followed the order and added the black datura juice and dragon tooth grass powder. The liquid in the iron pot bubbled. Without pausing, he used his black-gloved right hand to pick up 3 snake-like dark blue hairs and steadily place them on the surface of the liquid. Sizzle. A faint mist rose from the iron pot, and the color of the liquid turned dark blue. It has such a miraculous effect without adding the main ingredient. As expected of a Sequence 6 potion, Klein reached out to grab the silver tin box that Vampire Emlyn White had given him. With a smack, Klein opened the lid, revealing the peach-like object inside. He didn't directly touch the mutated pituitary gland in the Thousand-Faced Hunter's brain. Instead, he placed the tin box on top of the iron pot and flipped it over. The yellow-brown object that had brain-like bumps and depressions fell down and collided with the dark blue liquid. At this moment, there were no droplets of water splashing up. The pituitary gland that was constantly changing its appearance silently melted. The grayish-white and yellow-brown colors rapidly fused with the dark blue, and the bubbling bubbles increased in size. At this point, Klein was already a little nervous, but he still managed to control himself. He picked up the last box and poured the huge diamond-like human skin shadow characteristic into the iron pot. Suddenly, all the mist converged. Even the light from the gas wall lamps showed signs of being attracted and devoured, dimming significantly. When everything returned to normal, Klein could clearly see what the final potion looked like. It was blackish-green in color, and from time to time, it would slowly produce bubbles the size of an eye. It was as though it had a life of its own, burping every few seconds. When the bubbles reached the surface, they would immediately burst, and during this process, they would reflect light and all sorts of colors. These colors outlined different faces, and the facial features seemed to be a random combination. Klein picked up the iron pot with one hand and poured the liquid inside into a glass bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Due to the potion's characteristics, there wasn't any residue. After using divination to confirm that the degree of danger was acceptable, which meant that the potion had been successfully concocted, Klein took the bottle of Faceless and walked steadily back to the second floor. He entered his bedroom, which had its curtains drawn. After locking the door, He sat on the edge of the bed and used cogitation to calm himself down. After sitting for more than 10 seconds, Klein unscrewed the bottle cap, raised his right hand, and poured all the potion into his mouth. A slight tingling sensation reverberated in his mouth and esophagus, eventually fermenting into a numbness that made him lose his senses. Klein's mind seemed to be pulled out of his body as he watched his mouth melt, his nose melt, his ears melt, his eyes melt, and his entire face melt. In just 2 to 3 seconds, his face and head had turned into white wax that had been roasted by fire. His body also had a similar abnormality. His bones and skin seemed to be melting in his blood. No, I can't allow this situation to develop. Klein knew that if he didn't control it well, he would be on the verge of losing control at any moment. As a bystander, he tried his best to return his thoughts to his body. He tried his best to visualize the image of layers of overlapping spheres of light, and he tried his best to maintain his cogitation state. After a short but repeated attempt, he finally felt his body again. He tried his best to control every tiny part of his body so as to stabilize his final bottom line. The melting and dissolution came again and again. Klein didn't know how long he had held on, but he finally waited until it was over and he regained the feeling that his body belonged to him. At this moment, he knew that he had finally broken through the threshold and entered sequence 6, becoming a faceless. Klein didn't sweat, but he was abnormally exhausted. He barely stood up and walked to the full-body mirror in an attempt to observe his present appearance. Under the illumination of the gas fireplace, he took 2 steps back, causing the ground to creak. The scene in the mirror was abnormally terrifying. Klein saw that his face and exposed skin were covered in dense, light-colored granules. This would make any normal creature feel numb just by looking at it, and they would subconsciously resist it. Those who were a little more timid might even lose their minds. I know the acting method, and I've already completely digested the magician's potion. Yet, it's still rather difficult for me to advance to sequence 6. I'm only 2 to 3 steps away from losing control. Those Beyonders who barely have the qualifications to consume the corresponding potion over time will have to endure a great deal of risk. The chances of failure are definitely not low. It's no wonder that Sequence 7 Beyonders are more commonly seen in the various churches, serving as relatively low-level captains and bishops. And at Sequence 6, the number of Beyonders begins to plummet. Klein closed his eyes and retreated to a chair. With the help of cogitation, he converged the overflowing spirituality and recovered from his exhaustion. After about 10 minutes, the disgusting granules on his body dissipated and fused with his flesh and blood. Phew! Klein exhaled, walked back to the full-body mirror, and looked at his bearded self. Suddenly, the beard began to squirm. His flesh and skin were like half-melted wax, undergoing a strange change. In just a second or two, Klein returned to his original appearance. Black hair, brown eyes, ordinary facial features, a clean face, a rather deep outline, and a slightly thin figure. He quietly looked at his past self, stretched out his right hand, and pressed it against his face. With a gentle swipe, Klein's face changed again. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were extremely thin. There was a hint of delicacy in his handsomeness, and there was an unconcealable pride in his eyes. He was none other than Vampire Emlyn White. A little short, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. At this moment, the bones and ligaments in his body produced cracking sounds as he suddenly grew taller. In terms of appearance, he looked no different from Emlyn White. I discovered that I can accurately recall the appearance and temperament of every person I know, as well as grasp their unique scent. Klein's pores squirmed as his body changed accordingly, causing his scent to be different. He looked at the full-body mirror once again, letting his hairline recede slowly, turning the color of his eyes into a deep gray. Silently, Dunsmith seemed to come alive again as he stared at the team member who kept reporting abnormalities. Slowly exhaling, Klein returned to his original appearance, but the corners of his mouth were still curled up. He thought for a moment, took a few steps back, and looked at the Ladies' Aesthetics magazine he had bought to look at fashionable beauties. He memorized the appearance of the actress on the cover. Then, he returned to the full-body mirror and wiped his face with his right hand. When he looked at the mirror again, there was already a young lady with black hair that reached her shoulders, delicate brows, and exquisite facial features. It really works. Klein looked down at his chest and found that there wasn't any protrusion there. He tried his best to control his body, moving his fat and a portion of his flesh, barely managing to produce a pair of S. As for his lower body, he was completely helpless against it. That is to say, it's only a superficial change that doesn't involve the essence. Also, I can only grow and shrink by 10 centimeters at the moment, and it's difficult to do anything beyond this range. Also, there's a limit to the enlargement and shrinking of my head. For example, Father Yutravsky's half-giant head is something I can't replicate. Also, I can only instantly observe the target's appearance and temperament, but I'm unable to know anything about him. It's very easy to be exposed when encountering a spectator like Miss Justice. Haha, at the clown stage, it's the clown who restrains the spectator. But at the faceless stage, it's the spectator who restrains me. Interesting. With this in mind, Klein stopped changing and returned to the image of Sherlock Moriarty. Divination, combat, and magicians as beyond her powers had all been enhanced, but the exact extent of the increase had to be confirmed through practice. I'll take some time to go to the Crag Club tomorrow. Klein took one last look and went downstairs to clean up the mess. After dealing with the loose ends, he quickly washed up and got into bed. Lying there, looking at the crimson moonlight that seeped in through the window, he gradually calmed down after gaining some confidence. After a few minutes, Klein slowly closed his eyes and said to himself with a smile, "That's not the case. Good night, Faceless." Chapter 455. Townsend Street at the border between Empress Borough and West Borough. Hugh Derrychaw stood in a dark and secluded alley. Even without looking up, she could see the layers of gorgeous palaces and the towering Gothic clock tower in the distance. It was the highest area in all of Bakeland, and it was also where the Rouen royal family resided. In the northern and southern continents, its status in the entire world was equal to or even slightly higher than Intis's White Maple Palace and the Fasak Empire's Ormer Palace, but its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called Sodila Palace. In ancient Fasak, the word meant balance. Zio retracted her gaze from the famous Bell of Order and looked to the other side of the alley. In the shadows where the gas lamps couldn't illuminate, a figure slowly walked out. The figure wore a golden mask that revealed the lower half of his face. He was none other than the mysterious person who had sold the sheriff formula to Zio and entrusted her with some missions from time to time. When Zio and Furs discussed it in private, they suspected that the other party was from MI9. "Any luck this week?" the golden-masked man asked as per usual. Zio shook her head. "No, it's unlikely that anyone inquired about Cap'n before the incident." She paused and asked with some reluctance, "Do you still want to investigate this matter? Do you still want to investigate this matter?" The masked man fell silent for a moment. "There's no need, but if you hear anything related in the future, contact me immediately. I'll give you a new mission today." "What mission?" Zio completely entered the state of a bounty hunter, prepared to assess the risk of the matter. The masked man laughed. "It's a very simple mission, and one that you've been dreaming of. Seek to purchase the main ingredients of sheriff and interrogator from all your circles, especially the special ingredients that can be concocted into potions. If anyone responds, we'll pay for it." "The purchased ingredients will belong to me?" Zio blurted out a question. This was what she was most concerned about. "No. Do you believe that such a simple mission can have such a high reward? Of course, if we can fish out the person we're looking for like fishing, it's not impossible to discuss the ownership of the potion's main ingredient," the masked man said with a chuckle. "But I don't know what the main ingredient of the interrogator potion is," Zio said hesitantly. "I'll tell you later. This is also our advance payment. Even if we don't find the target, you will have the main part of the sequence 7 potion formula. It's worth more than 600 pounds. I believe you have fully realized our generosity," the masked man said in a bewitching tone. "How generous? Who was their target, and why were they willing to pay such a high price to find him?" If he's from MI9, taking advantage of this mission to retrieve the arbiter pathway beyond her ingredients that are circulating on the market should also be one of his goals. There's no problem of wasting money. As a barely experienced bounty hunter, Zio instinctively thought of something. After weighing the pros and cons, she nodded. I accept this commission. Very good. The masked man's tone turned relaxed as he surveyed the area. The main ingredients of the interrogator potion are the horn of a black flash snake and the powder of the spirit of the lake. After saying that, he slowly retreated and returned to the shadows, disappearing around the corner of the alley. He really told me the main ingredient of the interrogator potion. Zio was momentarily stunned. It was only at this moment that she realized how much importance the masked man's faction placed on this mission. I wonder who the target is. The main point seems to be the special ingredient that could be directly concocted into the sheriff and interrogator potions. With this in mind, Zio suddenly froze. She recalled something. When she advanced to Sequence 8 Sheriff, she had used the special ingredient that could be directly concocted into the corresponding potion. It was a special ingredient that she had purchased through furs. This is their target? Zio instinctively decided to hide this matter and not tell the masked man. She rubbed her cheeks that had baby fat on them and walked out to the streets, preparing to take a public carriage back to Sherwood Borough. At this moment, she saw a brown carriage drive past, and her gaze was immediately attracted by the coat of arms on it. The coat of arms' main body was a flower and 2 rings. There wasn't anything too special about it, but Zio stared at it in a daze, her gaze seemingly frozen. Only when the carriage was far away did she retract her gaze. Her mood instantly turned extremely downcast. Even though she had returned to the apartment they rented together, her mood didn't improve completely. Realizing that her friend was in a bad state, Furs poured 2 glasses of red wine and brought it over. What happened? She sat opposite her and pushed one of the glasses of wine to Zio. Zio looked down at the red wine and remained silent for a full 2 minutes before saying in a slightly hoarse voice, "On the way back, I met someone I used to know." "Who?" Furs asked cooperatively. "Viscount Stratford." Zio answered every question. Furs carefully recalled. "This Viscount seems to be the captain of the Royal Guards?" As a best-selling author, she would receive invitations from aristocrats who liked literature from time to time. She would participate in afternoon tea and banquets, and due to her professional habits as a writer, she would definitely take the initiative to understand the more famous aristocrats. It was at such gatherings that she met Viscount Glandt. "Yes, he was once my father's deputy," Zio said with some difficulty. "Your father?" Furs knew that Zio came from a declining aristocratic family and had some secrets, but she wasn't aware of the exact situation. Zio picked up the glass of red wine and gulped it down. She choked and coughed a few times. After a while, she said, "At its most illustrious, it even served as the Earl of the Summer Palace." "Earl of the Summer Palace? What position is that?" Furs asked, half out of curiosity and half as a way to ease her friend's emotions. "It's equivalent to being the spokesperson of the royal family, a noble closest to the throne," Zio recalled with a radiant expression. "From then on, our family had the fiefdom that a true earl should have. When it came to my father, although he wasn't as illustrious, he was still trusted by the former king, the mighty William VI. He was the commander of the Royal Guards and the captain of the Royal Guards." Her tone gradually turned gloomy with unconcealable pain. "But 7 years ago, he was accused of participating in a rebellion and was eventually sentenced to death by hanging. He was stripped of his title and fiefdom. My family declined as a result. Many members even died for no reason. In order to live, we changed our surnames and left East Tucker County. I didn't believe that my father would rebel. He was so loyal to the royal family that it exceeded his faith in the goddess. In short, I left my mother and brother and came to Bakeland to find an opportunity to improve myself. I hoped to restore my family's glory and my father's reputation." Zio was very vague about some of the matters in the middle, but Furs didn't mind as she sighed. She sighed and said, "This will be very, very difficult." She immediately put on a smile. "But I'll support you, and I still have the mysterious tarot backing me." She added inwardly. Tinjin City, too, Daffodil Street at night. Melissa, who was doing math problems, turned her head to the door and looked at Banson, who had just taken off his half-top hat. Where did you go? Aren't the results going to be announced tomorrow? I'll be able to find out tonight, and I happen to know 2 employees from the city government who are in charge of the exam, Banson said with a curl of his lips. In early December, he had registered for the Government Employee Unified exam. He had chosen a relatively uncompetitive position, and in the process, he had built friendships with a few government employees and quite a number of examinees through his eloquence and social skills. How did it go? Melissa subconsciously put down the fountain pen in her hand. Banson's expression immediately sank, but before Melissa could speak, he revealed a bright smile. Passed, and it's near the front. That's great. Melissa stood up and paced around. You have to start preparing for the second round of exams at the end of January. This is in Bakeland, so I have to pack your luggage in advance. When do you plan on setting off? Seeing his sister worrying about this and that, Banson walked into the living room and smiled. My plan is to go to Bakeland together after the new year and rent a house there. Regardless of whether I pass the exam or not, I plan to stay in Bakeland and try my luck. You can transfer to a technical school in Bakeland during the New Year holiday to prepare for the entrance exam of the Bakeland University of Technology in June. Just a month ago, Bakeland Institute of Technology had been restructured and officially upgraded to the University of Industry and Technology. Melissa listened quietly and subconsciously pursed her lips. She looked around longingly and replied in a very soft voice. All right. Friday afternoon, the Quellac Club. Klein walked out and hired a carriage to go to Prince Edisac's Red Rose Manor. That was the place Talum often went to a few days before his death. As a qualified detective, it would be a waste of the 100 pounds he received if he didn't do some investigation. No matter how lazy I am, I still have to put on a good show. Klein sat in the carriage, admiring the gradually less polluted scenery outside the window as he muttered. After the morning's practice, he had a general grasp of the extent of the improvement in various aspects. Flame control, flaming jump, and other beyonder powers had increased by about 30%. The power of air bullet and the length of the underwater breathing pipe had even doubled. Divination and combat had also been significantly enhanced. Paper figurine substitutes and damage transfer hadn't changed much, but due to the increase in his spirituality, the number of times he could use them had increased. As he staggered, he finally arrived at Red Rose Manor. He explained the reason for his visit to the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance. After passing the message, he met the old butler from before. You can ask everyone here. The white-haired, meticulous old butler paused and added, except for that lady. This is also my wish. I don't want to get involved in trouble. Klein relaxed and smiled. All right. Chapter 456. Red Rose Manor. Outside a luxurious room filled with antiques. Klein stood at the door and asked the 6th maid he met today. The young maid was wearing a black and white servant dress with the characteristics of this era. She had a pretty appearance and was in the prime of her youth. Her brown hair was naturally curly, and she looked a little playful. Who does Mr. Talum come into contact with when he visits? Klein repeated the previous question with a numb expression. The maid didn't even pause before replying. Mr. Talum usually requests an audience with His Royal Highness, either to accompany him on horseback or to discuss matters. If His Royal Highness happens to be absent, he will meet with that lady. They are very good friends and have obtained the butler's permission. Talum and the commoner woman that Prince Edisac likes are good friends. They would meet in private from time to time. He should be trying to persuade him to leave so that it won't affect the prince's reputation. Klein nodded while he was deep in thought. What will Mr. Talum and that lady talk about? When he raised this question, Klein suddenly recalled Talum's previous behavior of falling into the river of love. With his rich experience from the information age, he had inexplicably imagined an extremely melodramatic romance story. The maid was not afraid of the detective. She smiled and shook her head. At times like this, we will all be asked to leave the room. Klein found it increasingly difficult to restrain his imagination. He even felt that Prince Edisac's top hat and helmet needed a different coating. Without waiting for him to ask again, the maid chuckled and said, "Detective Moriarty, if you want to know what that lady and Mr. Talon were talking about, you can ask her directly. The old butler doesn't allow it." Klein confidently pushed out the shield that blocked the arrows. He turned around and smiled. "You seem to know more than the servants before you. You even know how to call me Detective Moriarty." The maid looked around and maintained her smile. "Because I'm taking turns serving that lady, and she's always wanted to meet you, Detective Moriarty. After all, she's good friends with Mr. Talon and is very concerned about his death. It's a pity that she always misses you." "Always?" Klein was very sensitive to words like always, coincidentally, and missed. The maid nodded seriously. "The first time His Highness invited you to be his guest, she deliberately threw a tantrum. She wanted to take the opportunity to meet you while you were walking downstairs. Who knew that you would leave in a hurry? After that, she took the initiative to offer flowers at Mr. Talon's grave in place of His Highness. But because she didn't know what you looked like, she couldn't find you. And today, she coincidentally went to the golf course at the back to relax. Otherwise, even if the butler didn't allow it, she would have found a way to see you. What a coincidence!" Klein had just sighed when he suddenly grasped the key point. On the day of Talon's funeral, the person who offered flowers in place of the prince was the commoner woman he loved. And what concerned Klein the most that day was the lady with the black veil and sapphire ring. She might very well have a grade 0 sealed artifact, or she might be a powerful existence at the same level. Suddenly, the scene at that time flashed in Klein's mind. The woman with the sapphire ring on her finger was wearing a heavy black dress. Accompanied by two maids, she gradually disappeared into the distance. One of the two maids had naturally curly brown hair. The image of the maid quickly overlapped with the maid in front of Klein, and it was a perfect match. Klein's body tensed up as sweat seeped out of his back, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. Using his clown powers, he pretended to recall and asked with a smile, "Were you with that lady on the day of Talon's funeral?" The maid replied without a care, "Yes. F***, it's really her." Klein maintained his smile. "Very good. Next question." As if nothing had happened, he asked about other matters step by step before switching to another servant to continue. However, Klein had secretly shortened the process and sped up the progress. He wanted to leave Red Rose Manor before the lady returned on horseback. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before the sky turned dark, Klein bade farewell much earlier than he had expected and returned to the city in the carriage sent by the old butler. Sitting in the carriage window with his back against the wall wrapped in silk and cotton, he finally heaved a sigh of relief and had the energy to reflect on the entire matter. The person who cursed Talon was Prince Edisac's beloved commoner woman. Why would she want to deal with a descendant of a fallen noble to take revenge on Talon for trying to separate her and the prince? However, there's no need for her to do it herself. She could find an opportunity to reveal this matter in bed. Prince Edisac has plenty of ways to make Talon disappear without a trace. Before Talon died, he was completely in a state of love. The earliest sign was after he successfully persuaded the commoner woman to leave Prince Edisac. They had an affair, so, in order to eliminate the latent danger, the commoner woman who was brought back to the manor cursed Talon to death. Logically, it makes sense, but the problem is, how can a big shot with a grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerhouse of the same level be restrained by Prince Edisac? Even if Augustus is from an angel family and has enough accumulation, he would still have to use immense power and use special methods to restrain him. This isn't something a prince can do. Furthermore, how could such a figure like Talon? Why does she keep wanting to see me? Does she notice that I'm using the gray fog to spy on her? No, if that's the case, I would have been buried with Talon on the day of his funeral. In addition, when she first wanted to see me, I hadn't obtained any flesh, hair, or belongings. I hadn't done any divination. Klein thought in puzzlement. In the end, he decided to bury the question at the bottom of his heart and not probe or investigate it. I hope that the machinery hive mind, with my previous reminder, will discover the extraordinary importance the royal family places on this matter. That's right, their importance might not be for Prince Edisac's reputation, but for another reason. I hope that the royal family will continue to restrain that lady and prevent her from visiting me. In a few days, when the time is right, I'll hand in this mission and express my helplessness. Then, I'll use the excuse of going south for a vacation to change my identity and hide for a period of time. Klein's mood gradually calmed down. Dusk in Bakeland was always replaced by dark clouds and drizzling rain. Physically and mentally exhausted, Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and lowered his body slightly. He quickly crossed the wet streets and returned to 15 Minsk Street under the illumination of the gas lamps. After a short rest, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the world above the gray fog in the dark environment. After advancing to sequence 6 Faceless, he had always wanted to check if there were any changes in the mysterious space, but due to his exhaustion last night, he hadn't woken up in the middle of the night. Furthermore, he had been busy outside during the day, so he could only wait until now. In addition, Klein had to eliminate any interference and divine something. That was, after this advancement, when his spirituality wasn't stable, he didn't hear the illusory ravings of Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria. He wanted to figure out if this was a natural change after advancing to sequence 6, or if there was another reason. In the majestic palace, the long, mottled bronze table and the 22 high-back chairs with different symbols on their backs stood quietly, as if they hadn't changed since time immemorial. The same was true for the gray fog beneath them and the endless emptiness around them. But the moment Klein entered, his spiritual intuition keenly sensed that the mysterious space was somewhat different from before. He wasn't in a hurry to explore or make any attempts. After calming his emotions, he sat at the top, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a divination statement. The reason why I haven't heard the ravings after my advancement. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, Klein recited the sentence in a low voice and leaned against the back of the chair. With the help of meditation, he quickly entered a dream. In the dusky sky and earth, images flickered one after another before finally settling on one scene. It was Klein when his face and body were still covered in light-colored granulation. He was surrounded by an illusory, thin, and undetectable grayish-white mist. The dream shattered. Klein opened his eyes and roughly understood what had happened. The gray fog interweaves with reality, helping me block out the ravings that come from nowhere. Advanced to sequence 6. After that, my connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog became even closer, which brought about certain changes and allowed me to naturally borrow some of its power. That should be the case for now. Yes, I'll try to explore the surroundings and see if there are any changes. Klein slowly got up, followed his spiritual perception, and walked in a certain direction outside the ancient palace. Beneath his feet was the gray fog that spread out like seawater. After walking for an unknown period of time, just as he was about to stop and give up on exploring, there was a sudden flash of light at the end of the road. Klein was delighted as he quickened his pace and approached. 7 or 8 seconds later, he saw a staircase that led to heaven. The staircase was condensed from pure light. It was sacred, transparent, and clear, capable of shocking everyone's heart. The staircase extended upwards into the void. There were only 4 levels, and each level was rather high, as though it was prepared for creatures larger than giants. Klein looked up in its direction and saw a layer of grayish-white fog. It was condensed in midair, as though it was holding something up, and there was still a certain distance between the staircase of light and it. For steps means that I've already finished drinking the sequence 9, 8, 7, and 6 potions. What above that layer of fog? Klein cautiously walked forward and arrived in front of the staircase of light before stepping onto it. There was nothing strange about the staircase. It was as solid as stone. Klein followed the staircase and climbed up to the 4th level. Then he tried to look above the grayish-white fog, but unfortunately, his vision couldn't penetrate at all. He thought for a moment, took 2 steps forward, and tried his best to jump up. However, the moment he left the staircase of light, he lost his momentum and his spirit body's flight instincts. He plummeted straight down and stepped on the gray fog at the bottom. From the looks of it, I still need to raise my sequence by 2 to 3 more. If sequence 4 is indeed a qualitative change, then I should be able to do it after I become a demigod. Klein looked up and made a judgment. Chapter 457. After a round of exploration, Klein, who didn't discover anything else, returned to the ancient palace that was propped up by stone pillars. He sat at the end of the long bronze table, half closed his eyes, and examined the growth of his spirituality and the number of members he could rope in. Including the ones I didn't take on before, I can roughly rope in 4 new members. However, I don't have a target for now. Klein shook his head and muttered to himself. Without staying any longer, he returned to the real world and busied himself with a beautiful dinner. He cut the potatoes, blanched the beef, added the onions, and stir-fried them for a while. After sprinkling white sugar, pepper, and other condiments, Klein poured the prepared hot water into the pot, covered it, and lowered the flame. I have to say that the ability of a magician to control flames is a great helper in the kitchen. Ever since I had it, my culinary skills have improved significantly. If there wasn't any loss of control, monsters, searches, or evil gods, and everyone working to use their powers without causing any harm, the world would be peaceful and beautiful. Klein sighed and left the kitchen to enter the living room. The light from a gas wall lamp spilled out. Klein, who had planned on flipping through a magazine and waiting for an opportunity to add the potatoes and carrots, as well as the right amount of salt, couldn't help but think about how to act as a faceless. When I woke up this morning, my spirituality had completely stabilized. I realized that although the faceless potion in my body showed no signs of digesting, it had a certain degree of compatibility with me. This is a phenomenon that has never happened before. After consuming the seer, clown, and magician's potions with this in mind, Klein looked up at the oriel window. As it was already dark outside, it became like a mirror, faithfully reflecting the black-haired, brown-eyed, bearded, and gold-rimmed glasses figure of Sherlock Moriarty. Klein nodded in thought. This might be because I've been acting as Klein Moretti all this time. In a sense, Sherlock Moriarty is just Klein in disguise, and not someone else. Although I've received many memory fragments and have some of my original feelings, in essence, I'm still a visitor from another world, Earth's keyboard warrior Zhou Ming Rue. I've experienced too many things in the past 5 months. Sometimes I even think that I'm Klein Moretti. Amidst the silence, thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, giving him many insights. However, I'm still Zhou Ming Rue wearing Klein Moretti's skin. I've never given up on returning. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure reflected in the oriel window had changed. It was a young man with dark brown eyes and short black hair. There was nothing special about his facial features, and he looked rather refined. However, there were obvious bags under his eyes, and there were signs of a double chin. This was Zhou Ming Rue from Earth. Long time no see. Klein sighed, raised his hands, and rubbed his face. When he put down his arms, he had already transformed back into Sherlock Moriarty. After some contemplation and adjustment, he inexplicably felt that there was less of a barrier between his spirituality and the potion, and there were signs of them slowly fusing. It's no wonder Nimblewright, Master Rosego's teacher, or perhaps his teacher, said that you can disguise as anyone, but you can only be yourself. This should be the core principle of the faceless acting method. Once you forget this point, it's very easy to lose yourself in the constant changes and eventually become a monster. Klein recalled what he had gained from mediumship and came to a realization. He crossed his right leg, leaned back, and quickly made plans for the future. I'll figure out and summarize the specific acting principles of a faceless in the Beyonder Circle of Bakeland. I'll gather information related to mermaids on the tarot, so as to prepare for the ritual at sea. I'll directly or indirectly obtain the High Priest's Sun Potion formula and help Little Sun advance to Sequence 7. I'll be qualified to obtain the method to remove the mental corruption of a rampager in a Beyonder characteristic. But I can't place all my hopes on Little Sunday. I'll have to attempt to gather it myself. Klein, whose mood gradually calmed down, snapped his fingers, reducing the fire in the kitchen. The fragrance of beef began to spread. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. The The visitor was Lawyer Jurgen. Even though it was drizzling and the ground was wet, Jurgen was still dressed meticulously. He even wore a vertical collar. "What's the matter?" Klein was already quite familiar with him, so he didn't exchange pleasantries and directly asked. Jurgen put away his black umbrella and patted off the water droplets on his double-breasted frock coat. "Sherlock, I'll be leaving Bakeland on Monday next week. I'll be heading south for a vacation with my grandmother. The warm environment and clean air there suit her very well." "That's a very good thing." Klein took the initiative to make a deduction and asked with a smile, "You want me to temporarily adopt Brody?" Jurgen shook his head seriously. "My grandmother couldn't bear to part with Brody and insisted on bringing him along. I've asked around, and as long as we put him in a cage and buy a full fare ticket, he can also board the steam locomotive. However, we have to clean the cage at all times so that the air above isn't polluted. In fact, the smell in the third-class carriage is enough to overwhelm the stench of cat poop." Klein chuckled. "Brody probably doesn't want to go out, right? But he can't bear to part with my grandmother," Jurgen replied. He pressed down on his hat and said, "I'm here to inform you that if you need to be released on bail or deal with legal disputes, you can look for my colleague. This is his business card. I've already communicated with him. He won't be leaving Bakeland this year." How professional. He even specially considered this problem. "However, I probably don't need it for the time being. I'm now an informant for the machinery hive mind. Under normal circumstances, I won't be arrested and sent to the police station." Klein thanked him with a smile, took the business card, and stuffed it into his pocket. Jurgen had no intention of chatting or entering. He immediately raised his hand. And said, "I still have to visit other clients. Sherlock, see you tomorrow. No, see you next year. Then I'll have to say this in advance. Happy New Year to your family." Klein smiled and waved. Watching Jurgen leave with his umbrella, Klein closed the door and sat back in the living room. At this moment, other than the sizzling flames licking the bottom of the pot in the kitchen, there was no other sound in the room. It was so quiet that Klein could hear the carriage moving in the distance. He slowly looked around and saw the coffee table, the contract, the cupboard, the fountain pen, the porcelain cup, the dining table, the chair, and the wall. Retracting his gaze, Klein leaned back on the sofa and looked out the window at the dark night and the gas street lamps that emitted a dense glow. In the deep cold and silence, he sighed. New Year. The lightning gradually calmed down, and the darkness became the ruler of the land. After a short trek and sporadic battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally arrived at their destination. With the help of the animal hide lantern's light that couldn't reach far, Derek Berg saw the city walls that had almost completely collapsed. He saw the tattered streets that didn't even have a single weed. On both sides of the street, most of the houses had collapsed. Only a few were barely holding on, but their surfaces were mottled and filled with the dust of time. The white and blue paint, which was different from the spires of the City of Silver, was already gray, making it hard to imagine what they originally looked like. However, for Derek to be able to use this to pry into the city's past, it must have experienced a long period of time. It had a considerable number of residents, and it had developed a civilization of its own in the Dark Ages. The humans here consumed potions, repaired buildings, and defended the city walls. 5 to 6 or more teams would explore, hunt monsters, and search for the resources necessary for survival. They would celebrate in a short period of stability, offering sacrifices to the deities and yearning for a response. They would give birth to the next generation, allowing hope to continue. However, they eventually disappeared into the darkness, losing all their voices, leaving behind only ruins. The ruins were like a huge tomb, burying a civilization that had struggled to survive but had disappeared. Demon Hunter Colin looked around, his expression somewhat solemn, as if he had seen the future of the City of Silver. He pointed ahead and said, "The other places have been cleaned up. That temple is in the middle of the city." The exploratory team dispersed slightly, but they still maintained sufficient order. They didn't let down their guard against their surroundings. After passing through ruins that had been destroyed for an unknown period of time, and after walking through streets that were so quiet that it made one restless, Derek finally saw a wide platform that was purely man-made. On the platform, there was a half-collapsed building. It was abnormally similar to the temple in the City of Silver. Stone pillars propped up the dome and arched the door. It's completely different from the other buildings here. It's indeed the fallen creator who later converted. Just as this thought flashed through Derek's mind, the 4 lanterns in the team extinguished at the same time. Suddenly, the entire exploratory team fell into pure darkness. There was no lightning in the sky, and there was no candlelight on the ground. The breathing of the surrounding humans also seemed to disappear. Derek's body instantly tensed up. He felt as if a monster had stuck out its tongue in the darkness and was trying to lick his scalp. However, his spiritual perception told him that nothing actual had appeared. At this moment, a young, helpless, terrified, and hoarse voice rang in his ears. It was the whisper of a child. "Save me! Save me!" Derek was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. But in the blink of an eye, bits of shimmering dust appeared in front of him. The dust exploded one after another, igniting a silver-white glow that illuminated the surrounding area. Colin stared at Derek and said with a deep voice, "What are you thinking about?" Derek immediately snapped to his senses. He clasped his hands in shame and placed them in front of his mouth and nose as if he was praying. His body immediately emitted a rather clear light, causing the surrounding darkness to silently recede. The other team members took the opportunity to reignite the candles. As the demon hunter had reacted in time, no team members went missing this time, nor were there any new members. Colin retracted his gaze from Derek and looked at the half-collapsed temple on the platform. Chapter 458. In the half-collapsed temple, only a few stone pillars remained intact, and together they supported half of the main hall. At the front of the main hall was an altar covered in cracks. In the middle of the altar stood a pitch-black, huge cross. On the cross hung a naked man hanging upside down. His ankles, thighs, and body had obvious rust-colored nails protruding out, accompanied by bright red blood stains. Derek knew very well that this was the statue of the fallen creator, but he couldn't help but lower his gaze to size up the target's face. He saw that the statue's face, nose, mouth, and ears were rather blurry. Only the eyes were abnormally clear. The fallen creator's eyes were tightly shut, as if he was suffering from guilt and pain. "Move your eyes away. Don't study the evil god's statue," Demon Hunter Colin reminded them in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Excellency." The members of the expedition team hurriedly retracted their gazes. Before today, although the City of Silver had discovered quite a number of destroyed cities in its previous explorations and found some written records that pointed to an evil god, most of the residents had never seen the so-called evil god statue. The remaining portion of the temple on the ground wasn't wide. The expedition team quickly split up into groups of 2 or 3 and finished their inspection, but they didn't find anything abnormal. Upon seeing this, Chief Colin of the 6-member council deliberated for a few seconds. "Head underground." As he spoke, he drew one of the 2 swords on his back and smeared a silver-gray ointment on it. Then he took out a small metal bottle from a hidden compartment on his belt, pulled out the stopper, and gulped down the medicine inside. At that moment, Derek felt that the chief's light blue eyes seemed to light up a little. The members of the expedition team made their most cautious preparations. Under the illumination of the 4 animal hide lanterns, they followed the stairs to the left of the statue and walked down to the underground area step by step. Derek took his turn holding the lantern. He walked ahead on the left and carefully went deep into the darkness. He heard his and his companion's footsteps echo out from the surface of the stone steps, producing a distant and empty echo. The echo was not disturbed at all, indicating the absolute silence below. However, in the hearts of the members of the exploration teams, it was like a knock on the door, attempting to open a secret that had been buried for who knew how many years. That made them extremely tense. After walking for an unknown period of time, Derek finally saw that the road ahead had become flat. He also saw the newly discovered mural described by the corrupted Decurs. Those murals existed on both sides of the wall, simply painted with some colors, appearing ancient, vicissitudes of life, and gloomy. Derek took a casual glance and was attracted by one of the murals. On the wall in front of them on the left, a pure white cross stood in the center, surrounded by a sea of black that drowned many humans who were struggling to stretch out their arms. On the cross was the fallen creator hanging upside down. The rusted nails and blood-colored stains were no different from the statues in the outside world. However, in this mural, the fallen creator was suffering from the corrosion of black, causing parts of the pure white cross to turn pitch black. Apart from that, the cross supported a hazy land. Countless humans were kneeling and praying to the fallen creator. Around the scene, in the deepest depths of the darkness, there were 6 evil godlike figures. In the upper left corner was a lady wearing a black classic dress. Her clothes were layered, but they weren't complicated. They were embedded with star-like brilliance. Her body was relatively incorporeal, and there were signs of ripples spreading outwards. Her face was blurry, as though she was wearing a faceless mask. Around her, the darkness was surging, and strange eyes were faintly discernible. Right above her was a young man wearing a pure white robe. His face was painted pure gold, and he grew tentacles that resembled light. His hands held a rotten green book and a spear condensed from light. His chest and back were reversed. In the upper right corner was a monster holding a trident. It had an octopus-like head, wide eyes, and its body was wrapped in lightning. Countless bird feathers formed its cloak, and the darkness turned into waves that supported its feet. In the lower right corner was a plump and beautiful lady. Her chest was bulging high, and she was naked outside her clothes. In her arms was a baby with a rotting face. Beneath her feet were black wheat, a spring with squirming flesh, herbs with pus flowing, and wild mating animals. Directly below her was an old man wearing a hood, revealing his mouth, wrinkles, and white beard. The old man held an open book, and above it was an omniscient eye. At first glance, this old man looked the most normal, but the smile on his lips had an indescribable evil. In the lower left corner was a giant warrior wearing broken armor. He held a long sword and sat on a throne. The background was a desolate dusk. The meaning of this mural was that when the cataclysm arrived, the evil gods crawled out of the abyss. In order to save the world, the fallen creator bore most of the blame and pain. As a result, his symbol was eroded and his image changed. But I think the greatest evil god. Derek carried the hide lantern and looked at the mural on the wall as he walked. He realized that it was basically the same as Dacre's description. The core theme was that the region was not abandoned by the gods. Instead, it was blessed by the creator, and civilization was maintained in the apocalypse. Of course, Dacre had only briefly mentioned it, and it was far less detailed than the mural itself. Throughout the entire process, Derek did not let his guard down. Having learned his lesson from being dumbfounded, he was always on guard against accidents and was ready to respond at the first instance. In the dim yellow candlelight, the exploration team passed through corridors, halls, and rooms and went deep into the underground area of the temple. Suddenly, a half-open gray stone door appeared in front of them. Outside the door was a cluster of beautiful, mushroom-shaped objects. They were the size of a palm, with white handles and bright red caps. They were sparkling with dark golden spots. Upon seeing these mushrooms, the members of the exploration team felt a strong urge to rush over, pluck one, and stuff it into their mouths. Gulp! Many of them swallowed their saliva. However, most of the people who could enter the expedition team had rich experience and were relatively good sequences. After receiving a reminder in advance, someone immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "Don't worry." Having been warned beforehand, someone immediately stood up and whispered, "That's rotting flesh and hairy scalps." Derek knew this teammate. He knew that his name was Joshua and that he had a mystical item that he had obtained and successfully exchanged for during an exploration. Joshua stretched out his scarlet-gloved left palm and aimed it at the door. With a flash of light, a blazing fireball quickly formed and shot out, hitting the abnormally alluring mushrooms. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as the flames spread out 2 meters in all directions. By the time the flames subsided, the mushrooms had all disappeared, leaving behind only bits of flesh and blood. It disgusted the Beyonders, who had nearly lost control of themselves. Demon Hunter Colin didn't interfere with his team's actions. He quietly watched from the side, nodding from time to time. How can there be mushrooms made of flesh, blood, and hair? Where did the flesh and hair come from? Joshua retracted his left palm and muttered to himself in puzzlement. Another team member made a bold guess. The original residents of this city? That's possible. Perhaps their death is to turn into pure flesh and hair. Derek agreed inwardly. After a brief discussion, the exploration team split into several groups and cleaned up the hall outside the gray stone door. After doing all of this, they regrouped and slowly passed through the door, ready to fight at any moment. Behind the door was an altar-like place. The area around it was difficult for light to illuminate, was deep and dark, and it was unknown what was hidden inside. And above the altar, there was also a pitch-black cross and the hanging fallen creator. Derek, who was holding an animal hide lantern, was the closest and instinctively glanced over. His gaze suddenly froze because he realized that the fallen creator statue here was different from the outside world. Its eyes were open. His blood-red eyes and black pupils stared straight at the intruders as if they were alive. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Derek heard the clatter of teeth. He originally thought that it came from one of his team members, but he quickly realized that it was him who was trembling. Although he didn't know much about the dangers of the evil gods, his teeth were instinctively chattering at this moment. Duh. His teammates had a similar reaction. At this moment, a bit of powder floated up. Demon Hunter Colin clenched his fist. Rumble. The sound of thunder reverberated, and Derek and the rest snapped out of their nightmarish state. Before they had time to examine their surroundings, they suddenly heard the sound of weeping coming from behind the altar. Woo-woo, woo-woo. In the silence that made one's teeth ache, Demon Hunter Colin calmly ordered, "Don't worry. Derek, Joshua, go around and take a look." Derek's body was a little cold as he held the animal hide lantern and the axe of Hurricane. Together with Joshua, he slowly walked around to the back of the altar. As the darkness was gradually dispelled by the light, they saw a black shadow curled up behind the altar. Taking another 2 steps forward, the black shadow revealed its original appearance. It was a child of 7 or 8 years old, with soft, yellow hair. He closed his eyes, as if he wasn't used to the light. He shouted excitedly, "Save me! Save me!" Derek's pupils constricted as he recalled the cry for help he had heard in the pure darkness. He subconsciously raised the axe of Hurricane. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who had already arrived beside them, took a step forward and asked solemnly, "Who are you?" The child stopped crying for help and said, as if recalling something, My name is Jack." After dinner, Klein put on his coat and hat and prepared to go out. He wanted to find Miss Sharon and solve the problem of a particular baronet digging a tunnel. He also wanted to ask for clues about mermaids, hoping to complete this matter before Sherlock and Moriarty went south for a vacation.